members. The Deputy Speaker.
Are there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I call the member for Eden Monaro.
Thank you. I rise today on behalf of the Bombala community who are in desperate need of a solution and are sick of the rhetoric of this government. In February, I asked the Prime Minister to take action to support Bombala after the community was told that their beloved aged care facility, Caruana, would close. And as I stood in Parliament, residents, staff and family members were in shock. They had no idea what the next steps would be. They looked to the government for support, but they've been ignored. In last night's budget, there was not a single thing for the aged care sector. Nothing to deal with staff shortages, nothing for aged care transparency and nothing for Bombala. The Minister for Health has stood in question time previously and denied that there was a crisis in regional aged care. He said the government had intervened to support residents, but all the government had done was tell the provider to stay open until the residents would find somewhere else to go. Residents will be forced out of their homes. They had made the decision to age with dignity in a community that respected them, that remembered their best days and would stand with them and provide comfort for them in their worst. There is no dignity, respect or choice in what has happened to these residents. Their families are doing their best to find new homes, but it won't be the same. Daily visits from loved ones will be a thing of the past, as the 200-kilometre round trip to the nearest aged care facility will make this impossible. 2 weeks ago, I travelled to Bombala to attend a community meeting to discuss the future of aged care in the region. Around 100 locals gathered to ask the question, what now? What could they do to ensure this doesn't mean the end of aged care in their town? The devastation in the room was palpable, but the commitment from the community to do everything it can was inspiring. I was there, the local mayor was there, the state representative was there. Politics aside, this issue needs to be addressed. Despite the 3 requests I made to the aged care minister to visit Bombala, he did not attend. The Minister for Health said aged care centres have opened, more have opened than have closed over the past 5 years. But how many of these new centres have opened in regional areas? Caruana is the second aged care centre to close in Eden Monaro in the past few months alone, and I'm not aware of a single one opening. I have no doubt this will keep happening and regional communities will continue to be left behind. Mr Speaker, I have a document here and I seek to table it now. It contains the petition of the Bombala community with 937 signatures and 242 letters written by community members urging the government to secure the future of aged care in Bombala. This shows how important the aged care system is in Bombala. I'll be taking a copy directly to the minister following this. He may have refused to come to Bombala, but he cannot keep ignoring this community. The government cannot sweep aged care under the rug. Regional Australians deserve to be able to age with dignity in communities they know and love.
Is the petition approved by the Petitions Committee?
I don't seek to table it as a petition, I seek to table it as a document.
Is leave granted?
Sorry?
Leave's granted. I call the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to acknowledge the outstanding work of Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury in my electorate of Bradfield. In recent months, I've visited Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury, based in Gordon in my electorate, on 2 occasions, and I've visited them many times over my time as the local member. I'm very pleased that Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury has received over $61,000 in funding towards the centre at Gordon through various federal government grants, particularly Stronger Communities and volunteer grants, since 2016. Last weekend I joined the Prime Minister at the centre, where the Prime Minister announced an additional $52.3 million in funding for Lifeline Australia as part of the 2022 federal budget. This funding will go to support the outstanding crisis support services that Lifeline offers Australians, as it has done for the past 60 years. When combined with the support the Morrison government is already providing to Lifeline, This brings total crisis services support by the Morrison government to provided by the Morrison government to $114.2 million over the next 4 years. Mr Deputy Speaker, on this visit and on previous visits to the centre, I've had the opportunity to meet a number of the dedicated staff and volunteers and to learn more about the great work that they do. This work includes suicide prevention services with a focus on helping pull Australians who may be thinking of suicide away from the edge when they're facing really tough times. I've learned about the help services they provide for Australians who are struggling with gambling and the financial distress that can result from people who become addicted to gambling. I want to express my thanks to those who were at the event on Saturday, including Wendy Carver, the CEO of Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury, Mr John Brogden, the patron of Lifeline Australia, Mr Colin Seary, the Chief Executive of Lifeline Australia, Ms Angela Dodd, the Chief Financial Officer, Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury, Ms Julie Wicks, Chief Operating Officer, and Carolyn McGrory, Supervisor of the call centre at Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury. But in particular, I also want to acknowledge all of the dedicated volunteers at Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury. Those I've met on recent visits include Ms Michelle McCallum, Mr Dominic Broden and Ms Brenda Barber, and I've met a number over the years. I do particularly want to acknowledge my constituents in Bradfield who volunteer at Lifeline Harbour to Hawkesbury, and I say to all Australians, if you are in need, you need to talk to somebody, if you're struggling, call Lifeline 131114.
Call the honourable member for Cowan.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Alier Chol Riak was just 23 years old when he was stabbed to death on the 13th of March in the Melbourne Docklands. He was out celebrating his 23rd birthday with his older brother when they were set upon and in an unprovoked attack was stabbed by a group of men who ambushed them. On Saturday, I attended Alier's memorial service and funeral at St Paul's Anglican Church in Mirrabooka. And, Deputy Speaker, it's always sad when we say goodbye to somebody who was taken from us so young. But I believe that Alier Riek deserves to be mentioned in this place because he was a remarkable young man who in his short life achieved some very remarkable things. You see, Alier was born in a Kenyan refugee camp. His family was South Sudanese. They came to Australia in 2005. Alier attended John Septimus Roe Anglican Community School in my electorate of Cowan and excelled in basketball. He joined the Warwick Senators and played for them, but also coached for them, and through that role inspired many other young people through sport, but also through the kindness and generosity that he extended to them by showing them that there was a positive pathway and a place of belonging for them here in Australia. He was so good at basketball, the game that he loved, that he actually earned a basketball scholarship to the United States. Now, I don't know how many people here know that, Deputy Speaker, but it's very, very difficult to earn a sports scholarship to the United States, particularly in basketball. And he got that scholarship to Wyoming State University, where he became a much-loved member of their student class and their basketball team. And he got a bachelor's degree from the US, from Wyoming State. He returned to Australia and he was recruited to the Darwin Salties. But sadly, Deputy Speaker, he never got to wear the jersey and he never got to play a game for the Darwin Salties. His life was taken in such tragic circumstances, and I'd like to send my condolences to the JSR community, to the Riak family, and to all of those who have been touched so deeply by Alia Riak's life. May he rest in peace.
The honourable member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to pay tribute to a marvellous Australian woman who was also a friend and a mentor to me since I first came into politics, Lorraine Kovacs. Living in Yatala in my electorate, Lorraine was still an active member of the LNP and a volunteer at the age of 80, and loved nothing more than an election campaign, handing out how to vote cards, working as a scrutineer and doing all the other things that come with that. One of her most prized possessions was her photo with Prime Minister Scott Morrison. Lorraine was born in the Melbourne suburb of Carlton in 1941 and grew up in Pascoe Vale. Her first job was with the ES&A Bank, a temporary posting to the Victorian country town of Bendigo fortuitously led her to the YMCA dance on a Saturday night, where she would meet her future husband, a union that would last more than half a century. Married in October 1961, Lorraine and her husband settled in Melbourne's eastern suburbs, having 3 children, Carolyn, Rob and Julie. Lorraine always wanted to travel, and following the usual family holidays across Australia, she finally had the chance to spread her wings, visiting destinations such as the South Pacific, Asia, the US, Mexico, Alaska, the UK and Europe. As well as her passion for travel, Lorraine was actively involved in the scouting movement where she was an Acala. Lorraine was also a political trailblazer, serving as the councillor for the city of Berwick in Melbourne's Outer East from 1986 to 1989, including a term as mayor from 1988 to 1989. As well as her 3 children, Lorraine became a grandmother to 7 grandchildren, to Caitlin, Noah, Jack, Amy, Molly, Shanae and Josh, and loved nothing better than spending time with them and watching them grow. Lorraine's sudden passing was an unexpected shock for all who knew her. Out one day recently, enjoying what she always enjoyed doing, getting her nails done and catching up with friends for lunch, she suffered a fall, Mr Deputy Speaker, from which she would never recover. My condolences to Lorraine's children, Carolyn, Rob and Julie, to her many grandchildren and friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, my staff, my wife Judy and I will miss Lorraine's enthusiasm, passion and commitment to me and my team over many campaigns. But more importantly, it's a loss sadly felt for our community and her family. May she rest in peace.
I call the honourable member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This may be my last opportunity to speak in this place before the election. I never take for granted the privilege of speaking out to give voice to the dreams, achievements and struggles of my constituents. I've stood up time and time again to make sure Indi gets the best outcome. Standing up for Indi isn't just about being loud. It's about understanding deep in my bones what matters to our community and what we need. I've worked with government when they're on the right track and called them out when they've got it wrong. As an independent, I'm focused on what's right for us, not what's right for the party. By representing Indi, the issues that matter to us have remained on the national stage, even when this government wanted to forget them. I've been a fearless champion for community renewable energy, and we've secured over $7 million for local projects. I've worked constructively with the Energy Minister. We will have a hydrogen plant in Wodonga, one of the first in its kind. My electorate is fast becoming a renewable energy powerhouse, and everyday people are already seeing real benefits from this. In mental health, I've worked with the outgoing Health Minister to secure funding for ongoing mental health workers to support the Upper Murray community after the devastating bushfires. Without our efforts together over many months, the community would not have this. The border closure. Looking back, it feels like a bad hallucination. It's hard to believe that our community was torn in two for months. I worked to allow doctors to cross the border to work at North East Health Wangaratta. We fought to get midwives and maternal and child health nurses across the border. As an independent MP, I could stand up to push the governments on all sides to come good for the people. And the Integrity Commission, a broken Morrison government election promise. It has not been forgotten. I hear from my constituents again and again on street corners, even at the local footy club. Keep going, don't give up. What you are pushing for is what we need to see, and I can assure you I will never give up. Picture this, a thriving regional community with a strong local economy, better healthcare, reliable phone and internet coverage and better rail services, where young people find jobs and homes and older people are cared for. This is what regional Australians want for their communities, and this is what I want for Indi, and I will never stop fighting for it. If we're ever going to achieve this vision, the time is now, and this is the moment. As we look to rebuild after a turbulent 2 years, the need for independent representation has never been stronger. We can't go backwards. We've seen what happens when an incumbent takes their community for granted, and I will never do that.
I call the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is always interesting that these 3-minute statements are about what our community has been doing. And today I would like to rise to share some cheer during this torrid time in Australia's history. But when we end up in a situation when the Climate 200 candidates come into this chamber, they always seem to end up talking about themselves. In my electorate of Mackellar, however, there is a jewel of a woman, the Northern Beaches' own version of the charming and charismatic Auntie Mame. Faye Byrne is 80 years young, has won our hearts with her warmth, generosity, insights, positivity, good cheer and sparkle. If we could bottle her energy, we could solve numerous global challenges right now, Deputy Speaker. Faye has lived life fully, created so many memories and anecdotes that I could wax lyrical for far longer than the allotted time. This dynamo of a woman believes a good life is one of kindness, sharing and giving. Faye has always helped those who are less fortunate. In 1980, the Byrne family set up the Leo Leukemia Foundation to honour Jenny and Leo, loved ones they had lost to leukaemia. Faye was instrumental in raising millions of dollars which morphed into Sail for Cancer, Ride for Cancer, and in 2002 the foundation was officially renamed Cure Cancer. For 25 years, Faye was relentless, raising funds while simultaneously bringing up her 4 children and working in her husband Rob's business. Whilst heavily pregnant, Faye was the licensee of Bronte Charles Hotel and also worked at the Artarmon Inn in Sydney with Bob, and some 54 years ago held a real estate licence which at the time was extremely difficult to obtain. Faye has supported the Variety Club over the years and undertook 2 bashes with her brother Ron in 1997 and 98 and had enormous fun in the process. Since that time, she's been offering her ongoing support by attending Variety Club fundraisers. Her relentless energy, spirit has served her beloved Liberal Party well for the past 35 years. Faye has been a loyal member of the Beacon Hill and Newport branches, has brought a steely determination to assist the party in any way possible, not because she wanted to help the Liberal Party, but because she wanted her community to be even better. Her commitment and loyalty to her community and the values which she believes the Liberal Party stands for are beyond reproach. Faye's love of life, her joie de vivre, is evident from the outset. Faye believes life should be embraced, travel and learning pursued, certainly to laugh often and much. Her family sustains Faye and she sustains them. Faye deserves accolades from afar, not only because of her passion for life, but for caring and kindness. We should all, I believe, take a leaf from Faye's book. I'm proud to call Faye and Bob Byrne friends.
I call the honourable member for Corangamite.
Deputy Speaker, 6 weeks ago I stood here in the chamber and predicted the vast majority of aged care workers would never receive the Prime Minister's $400 bonus payment, and I was right. Most workers have not received the bonus and they're wondering why. They feel frustrated and let down by a government that has completely abandoned them and the vulnerable aged care residents they care for. What these workers need is a permanent pay rise, not a pathetic one-off payment that most won't even get because they work on a casual or part-time basis. And now, in this budget, aged care workers have received another slap in the face. They've been overlooked yet again in a budget which completely fails to address the problems in aged care. One of the biggest problems is low wages. The other is staff to resident ratios. The Royal Commission into Aged Care called for higher wages and more time for staff to spend with those they're caring for. Aged care workers do some of the most important and compassionate work in our communities, and yet they get paid $21 an hour, less than someone who stacks shelves in a supermarket. This must change if we are to retain and attract skilled aged care workers to the sector. In my electorate, so many families are affected by the crisis in aged care. Donna is a personal care attendant in a local aged care facility. She spoke passionately at a recent forum I held in Armstrong Creek. Donna spoke about low wages, insecure work and the frustration of being unable to properly care for frail and elderly residents. These are her words. I love my job. I wanted to make lives better, but now we're facing a roadblock. We've got 6 minutes to put each resident to bed each night. Donna's hourly rate has only increased by $7 in 11 years she has been employed in the aged care sector. She earns $21 per hour. This is a disgrace. She said more staff are desperately needed to improve resident-worker ratios. Currently, in the high-level care unit she works in, there is only 1 staff member to every 12 residents. This makes it extremely difficult for Donna to change a soiled continence pad, give medicines and carefully wash a frail resident before bedtime. The Morrison government is refusing to do anything to help Donna and Australia's aged care workers. They've refused to implement the aged care recommendations, and it is all the elderly relatives and our loved ones that are suffering. This is unacceptable. Low wages, a casualised workforce, low staff to resident ratios have all led to a system buckling under intense pressure. It's time for a government that will care about our aged care workers, our most vulnerable citizens and their families. It's time for an Albanese Labor government.
I call the member for Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm pleased to provide the House with an update on 2 substantial federal funding commitments in the areas of health and education, which will directly benefit all Western Australians and, in particular, my constituents in Moore. In October last year, I rose to make a strong merit-based case for a significant federal funding contribution towards the development of a comprehensive cancer care centre in Western Australia. In the months following, members of the Western Australian Parliamentary Liberal team worked diligently behind the scenes to secure the necessary funding to make this project a reality. I'm pleased to inform the House that on Sunday the Prime Minister visited Perth to announce that $375 million in federal funding has been committed to enable the Harry Perkins Institute of Medical Research to deliver a comprehensive cancer care centre in Perth. This will benefit the estimated 55,000 of my fellow Western Australians battling cancer, including many living in my electorate. The benefits of having a comprehensive cancer centre based in Perth include improved patient survival and quality of life through improved access to the latest drugs via clinical trials. Total cancer care will be provided in one convenient place, including diagnosis and treatment, imaging, pathology, surgery, radiotherapy, oncology, haematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, exercise and wellness treatments. The facility will also foster world-class translational research that attracts the best clinicians and researchers from across the world. I thank the Prime Minister for listening and responding to the needs of Western Australians. Similarly, more than 2 years ago, I informed the House of the vision by Professor Steve Chapman, Vice-Chancellor of Edith Cowan University based in my electorate, to establish a new gateway campus specialising in creative industries, business and technology courses. The satellite campus will be based in Perth's Central Business District and house the Western Australian Academy of Performing Arts. Following strong advocacy by the WA Liberal team, members and senators, The Morrison government initially announced $245 million in federal funding for the project. However, cost escalations have necessitated an increase in funding. I am pleased to inform the House that the Prime Minister visited Perth earlier this month and committed a further $49 million in funding, bringing the total federal funding contribution to $295 million. Thank you.
Thank you. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Blair in South East Queensland has the largest veteran population in that region. It's home to 5,500 veterans at the largest Air Force base in the country. 2 weeks ago, the member for Gorton, the Shadow Minister for Defence, and the member for Oxley and I announced that an Albanese Labor government would commit $5 million for a new veterans hub in the Ipswich to Springfield area. Deputy Speaker, Labor announced this positive initiative after the Coalition made a commitment to do so in 2016 and reneged on that promise, and in 2019 deliberately left out the Ipswich area in their election commitments to wellbeing hubs. Now, Labor has a plan to not just do this, but to fix the Department of Veterans Affairs, to rebuild the public service and give our veterans and their families the services they need. But over the weekend, the Minister for Veterans Affairs attacked his own government. He admitted the coalition government had failed Australian veterans. He admitted that the ex-servicemen and women have been waiting for years for compensation claims to be processed by a chronically under-resourced and understaffed Department of Veterans Affairs. And there's a huge backlog of around 60,000 claims, which the Minister's own words he described as a national disgrace. He came out and said he threatened to resign on the eve of the budget if he didn't lock in $96 million for extra funding for an extra 145 staff and IT upgrading his department to clear the backlog by middle of next year. The Prime Minister threw him under the bus by saying he didn't know what he was talking about. He's a new minister, had no idea what he was talking about, and suggested there be further funding in the contingency reserve down the track. Some of the minister's own National Party colleagues lined up in the media to slam him, say that he was grandstanding and using veterans as a political plaything. When I asked the minister yesterday in question time about this issue, he doubled down on his own weekend comments. But lo and behold, in the budget last night, when the papers were released, it revealed only $22.8 million had been allocated for 90 new staff. So the minister has clearly failed his own test to lock in the funding he said he needed to reduce the backlog. He should follow through on his threat over the weekend and resign his commission today. The $22 million had been committed in the budget papers looked like a bit like the short-term fix we saw in the last budget papers, where it's really about getting through the election and not fixing the problem in the department. Last year, the government trumpeted a budget boost for DVA that turned out to be a cruel hoax because the additional funding and the jobs lasted for 2 years only. Clearly, they had no effect on the claims times. In the last 12 months, claims times, the number have blown out to 2 years. That's the evidence that was given to a Senate inquiry and, of course, to the Royal Commission. But the number of claims have increased from 55,000 to 60,000. Minister, do your job, carry through with your threat, resign today.
I call the honourable member for Petrie.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, last night's budget goes a long way to helping businesses and Australian workers. It does a number of things in last night's budget by extending the Boosting Apprenticeships Commencement Scheme to a future workforce so that can be secured. It's giving apprentices $5,000 to help them in the first and second year as apprentices when their wages are lower, and the employers for putting them on $15,000. It extends the instant asset write-offs, which is really important to help businesses with their cash flow as they hire more people. And of course it helps with cost of living with 22 cents a litre off the fuel excise, which will kick in immediately. That'll just help people as they fill up their tank each week. There's medicines relief for 2.4 million people. There's $1.3 billion for women's safety, which is really important there as well to help and stop domestic violence. There's single parents will be now able to access up to 20 weeks paid parental leave scheme. There's record investment in defence, a $420 offset, tax offset to help 10 million Australians, and a $250 payment to help 6 million Australians. It's a good budget, and I want to congratulate the Treasurer. I think it'll help a lot of people in Petrie. I also want to just mention, Mr Deputy Speaker, something else. I want to mention that over the last term, We've been able to do a lot of things in Petrie, and I always take it as an honour to be able to represent the people of Petrie. A few local things we've done the Redcliffe Coast Guard, we've upgraded that. We've upgraded the Redcliffe Surf Lifesaving Club. We've got a new MRI Medicare funded MRI machine at Redcliffe Hospital. We've upgraded the intensive care unit at Redcliffe Hospital. We've improved the lighting at the North Lakes Eels AFL. We've done the Mango Hill State School Gigham Hall, which is Queensland's largest school in Peter 6. We've done a brand new community hall at Deception Bay. The Aspley Bowls Club, we've also put in a new marquee there. And Bracken Ridge in Hoyland Street and Norris Road at Barbara Road, we've improved the roads there as well, which is brilliant. There's a lot to be done and there's more to do. We've also got record road funding that we announced several years ago with $800 million for the Gateway Motorway, $120 million for Linkfield Road, $120 million for the on and off ramps at Griffin and Marumba Downs. But unfortunately, all these funding commitments are reliant on the state Labor government to build them. Now, I wrote to the Minister, Mark Bailey, last year asking him to bring forward Linkfield Road, but he refused to act. They're not starting that until early 2023 for a 2024 completion, just in time for the next state election. I'll continue to advocate for the state government to start that sooner for the local people.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded. I call the clerk.
Government business. Order of the day number 1. Death of Senator Kimberley Jane Elizabeth Kitching. Condolence motion. Resumption of debate.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to honour the memory of the late Kimberley Kitching, Labor Senator for Victoria. She was my friend and I shall miss her, as will many people in this place. The first time that I met Kimberley was on a plane from Canberra to Melbourne in late 2016. My wife Ruth and my baby son Jonathan were with me, spread out across a row of seats. We were tired, still new to politics, and bracing for the long journey back to Perth. In front of us, a beaming smile came up over the seat. It was paired with a soft giggle. A hello, an introduction followed. It was Kimberley Kitching. Kimberley Kitching. I was confused. She was meant to be a tough, ruthless Labor factional warrior, if you read the press and believed it. And here she was making friends with me and my family. But that was Kimber, as we called her. Curious, warm, engaging, reaching out to people across the aisle or to the passenger in the seat behind. There are many things I could say about Kimberley today, and much has already been said and written about the way she was treated by people in this place and the pressure she was feeling prior to her sudden passing. I don't intend to spend much time discussing that today. I want to focus on two of her qualities, her patriotism and her strength. Kimberley was a patriot. She loved Australia and our people, but she was also a well-travelled lady. She had seen and known much of the world through her own eyes. Foreign cities, cultures, climates, parliaments and governments. That experience expressed itself in different ways, from her love of French culture to her European greeting down at Aussies, the kiss on the cheek, which is still the most counterintuitive way to greet an opposition member in this place. She was cosmopolitan, yet she believed that Australia was exceptional, a great nation that had risen to the many challenges it faced over history. Kimberley argued in her maiden speech that Australia is exceptional, not because of a divine mandate or inherent qualities, but because generations of Australians before us have made hard choices and hard sacrifices. Individual agency was a real thing to her. People are faced with decisions every day. Dialectical, historical materialism advocated by Karl Marx was not her cup of tea. People have choices in life, and she believed that people built this country, our Westminster system, our institutions, our prosperity, by taking the tough decisions in life. And she came to this place to continue that work as a patriot, and that was the basis of our political collaboration alongside fellow Wolverines such as my good friend, Senator James Paterson. We believe that we have a country worth defending, a democracy worth preserving, and institutions worth protecting. We had differences of opinion of how might that happen, as you'd expect given our political differences and choices. But together, we started with the premise that the Commonwealth of Australia must be sovereign. It must be territorially sovereign. It must be politically sovereign. It must be economically sovereign. It must be digitally sovereign. And most importantly, the Parliament itself must be sovereign, free from foreign interference. That was our starting point. And that gave the Wolverines a big enough tent to work together on the toughest challenges over the past few years, whether it was tackling foreign interference, economic coercion, or pushing for the adoption of the Magnitsky Act. This partnership yielded results, and it's a reminder to me that the best politics will always involve principle, compromise, and consensus. As a Wolverine, Kimberley took more personal political risk than us, and she did so because she loved Australia and knew that working together would benefit our Commonwealth. She took the hard choice and made the hard sacrifice because she believed it was the right thing for Australia. It's hard to reach out across the aisle, given the state of modern politics. It's not easy. And so today I honour her for that in this chamber. The hard choices Kimberley made in this place, though, remind us that she was a strong woman, Deputy Speaker. She was warm, she was friendly, she was thoughtful, she was kind. Yes, all those things and more. But make no mistake, she was tough. She had a toughness fit for senior ministerial office. Politics is a contest, and she enjoyed the delight of political battle in this place. It takes strength to follow your convictions, to fight for them, and to not take a backward step. I often said to her, Kimber, one day you might have to kill me politically. Make sure you do it cleanly. We were realistic about the limits to our political partnership. Yes, she was under pressure with her pre-selection. She told me that several times this year, especially after she had named Chow Chak Wing in Senate estimates. But as I told her at the time, if anyone can fight your way out of a corner, Kimberley, it's you. You can prevail. That's the sort of confidence her inner strength, buttressed by her Catholic faith, inspired in those who worked closely with her. Kimberley would find a way to get the job done. And that's why her sudden death was such a blow to us. She had so much life, energy and drive, so much more to give this country. And the strategic challenges we face as Australians are not going away, and we are poorer without Senator Kimberley Kitching holding the line in Parliament House. We will miss her smile and we'll miss her courage. But we will take inspiration from her example, strong in will, to strive, to seek, to find, and not to yield. Rest in peace. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to give thanks and acknowledge the life of Senator Kimberley Jane Elizabeth Kitching. In doing so, I want to place on record my deep sympathies to her husband, Andrew Landahue, and her parents, Bill and Lee Kitching, and her brother, Ben, who was in my year at high school and graduated together in Year 12. I knew Kimberley probably more or longer than most people in this parliament, and I want to reflect on the words of the member for Canning, who spoke about Kimberley's wonderful attributes, her values. I want to reflect today about her personal life and her amazing sense of joy and fun, joy to be. I met Kimberley at university. We were particularly close around 30 years ago, and can remember exactly where we were standing at the University of Queensland Refectory, which was where most political or wheels and deals were done at the time. And Kimberley was running for president of the Student Union, and I was the, I guess, campaign director for the Labor Right ticket. And I wasn't particularly that successful at university, but I made up for it in lost time. But Senator Murray Watt and Senator Jenny McAllister were running on the broad left ticket. And has been said already that the right-wing candidate, or the young Liberal candidate for president, was the member for Fairfax, Ted O'Brien. So from that one political intervention, you're seeing the careers of many, many people come to life. And I remember signing Kimberley's ALP nomination form when she joined the Labor Party in Queensland. And I was so happy that, and she was happy about joining a political party that would affect her life and affect many of us going forward. And at university, there was no one who was more connected into political life on campus, whether it be through the UQLS, the University of Queensland Law Society, the reviews that she starred in, the amazing connections she had through so many different cultural and social groups at university. It's not surprising when we celebrated her life a couple of weeks ago at St Patrick's that the whole place was full of connections that she'd made right throughout her life. So I want to begin my remarks by just reflecting on what an amazing connector Kimberley was in bringing people together. So from those, I guess, humble beginnings for her political life and her commitment to public service, we know that she then left Queensland. Queensland's loss was Victoria's gain. And we then shared a number of intersections in our life. And I always say that she was a part of my life for 30 years. We both ended up serving in local government as councillors, her on the Melbourne City Council, myself in the Brisbane City Council. And understanding her, once again, her amazing ability to connect, to bring people together as a Melbourne City Councillor, bringing together those forces and working together across those multi-partied and multi-factional kind of situations probably put her in very good stead to then entering the national stage. As a unionist, through her work in advocating for some of the low-paid workers in this country, through her fierce advocacy to make sure that no one was left behind, particularly in feminine industries, those industries that desperately needed representation, she was always a proud servant to make sure the little people were never left behind, and that's true of her entire life. Obviously, then entering the Senate, we reconnected, and I was so pleased and full of joy when she achieved her goal of service and recognition through the people of Victoria and serving in the Senate from the last 5 years. I've said before to a number of our mutual friends, and particularly some of her deep, long Queensland friends, that Kimberley was like a good, beautiful glass of champagne. It would have to be French champagne, but full of effervescent, full of bubbles, full of life. You really wanted that glass of champagne to continually to be filled up. You didn't want it to end. You wanted to have one more toast. The member for Canning said that she would always greet people with a kiss. I counted on 4 occasions in one day that she greeted me always with a kiss. Now, some might think that's too much or a bit over the top, but now I think all of us who knew and loved Kimberley would do anything for one more kiss and one more greet, because whenever you saw her, her face would be lit up, but you would light up as well. It just was infectious in terms of what her impact would have in talking to people and meeting people as well. So that sense of fun, that sense of joy, there may have been things going on behind the background, there may have been things that many of us didn't see that she carried and her close confidence knew, but that sense of joy was contagious. Anyone you met, she would make you feel like you were the most important, precious person in the world, and very few people can do that. Very few people can do that. I want to acknowledge all of her friends that are grieving, particularly her close friends in Victoria. Her and Andrew do have an amazing sense of kinship and friendship amongst you become friends with Kimberley and Andrew, you have a friend for life. That loyalty is not questioned. People like Bill and Chloe Shorten, which we've spoken about in the Parliament and obviously at her service, I know are continually to grieve and will always grieve. The impact, the kindness that, the beautiful stories we heard about the member for Canning's children, the attention to details, or the 1%ers that I would always call about Kimberley, all the things that she would remember, the anecdotes, all of those things go to the rich tapestry of her life. And I do single out Bill and Chloe, who were probably some of her closest friends, and the amazing bond that she had with their children as well. The second issue, besides the joie de vivre of Kimberley Kitching, I want to focus on is her amazing insight into travel. And this sums up a lot about Kimberley. I was privileged to be travelling with her on a number of delegations, and the Leader of the Opposition spoke about our trip to Taiwan, meeting with the President of Taiwan, the Foreign Minister, all in a day's stride. I was in that delegation, hiding at the back, worried about an international incident that I would cause, trying to lay low, hard for me to blend into a crowd, but I was, trying to fit in. Kimberley's leading from the front like she's known these people, and it was such a joy to see. The other travels we did were to a war zone, and I always say, if you need to go into a war zone, always travel with Kimberley Kitching. Travelling to Iraq on the parliamentary ADF trip with the member for Fisher and now Speaker Andrew Wallace was probably one of the best things I've done in my life, giving acknowledgement and a recognition to the men and women of the ADF and understanding, obviously not from an ADF background, but understanding the challenges of the Middle East. Once again, Kimberley shone in that forum, and I pay tribute to the member for Fisher who has been, I know, deeply upset about the loss of his friend. But we will always have those memories that we shared together on those trips as well. So a lot's been said about her passion, her vision, her patriotism, but I wanted to reflect on my friend and the person that had meant so much to me for the last 30 years of my life. I will deeply miss her as a confidant, as someone who I shared a number of years of friendship and camaraderie with, and I will deeply miss her for the rest of my life.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, my remarks reflecting on this tragedy will be brief, only because reflections on our friendship of nearly 20 years to the late Senator Kimberley Kitching are always poor cousins to those with family or partisan relationships. The many times we spent abroad could draw comment, but Instagram captures, the sharing of pomegranate juice, visiting refugee camps to ensure children are getting an education, or the find of a ceramic bowl from Jerusalem's Armenian Quarter better than I could articulate. As a friend for so long, it has remained an oddity that some of our least time that Kimberley and I spent together has actually been when we've been in this place merely separated by corridors and a reflective pool. Like many who serve in the federal parliament, we park our relationships for our work, and it's also a reminder to all of us that sometimes we need to pause and remember that there may not be a tomorrow. Now, I won't remark on the many allegations of the behaviour of others preceding her passing, beyond to observe that sadly many of them rung true from our conversations. Kimberley was an extraordinary person and somebody who I had an enormous privilege to know for a very long period of time. There were many times where her bright eyes and intoxicating conversation could constitute its own champagne, exactly as was remarked by previous members, only to be followed as her eyes narrowed with a sudden directness in her lips and questions that demanded a sober and substantive response. That was the wonderful yin and yang of Kimberley's personality. She had depth of her substance, coupled with the breakthrough effervescence of her laughter. It was balanced with the beaming glamour that she always brought to the room, with the piercing directness of her blue eyes that could bring you to heel. The truth is, I never wanted to be her enemy, and thankfully never was. But to those who always stood by her and were her friend, she gave the most incredible loyalty, and I respect that immensely. In his eulogy, the member for Maribyrnong ensured Labor lay claim to Kimberley's legacy, lest some on the left perhaps may not choose to do so. And there are some on both sides that probably feel sometimes that Kimberley could have found her home in our party room. Just for clarity, I don't agree with that, even though she once handed out a how to vote card that argued in favour of voting for myself. With reluctance, I do disagree with the proposition that she was anything other than Labor. She stood out because she was the best of Labor. As her husband Andrew said in his eulogy, she exemplified the courage and creativity that we all say we want from candidates for public office. But on all sides, we too often shun both, favouring useful idiots, obedient nudniks and bland time servers. But I would add that Kimberley's courage and conviction didn't exist, except for the fact that she had core belief. And this, of course, is the Kimberley that I knew in all her complexity. It's standard in the Venn diagram of the political landscape that the overlap is the centre between ideological extremes, whereas Kimberley was at the centre of a different plane, where the overlap was those who understood public service meant putting Australia first. It's fitting that the Prime Minister announced the first Magnitsky sanctions to the House in tribute to her legacy as a reflection of her contribution to these important laws. But it's also a reminder that her legacy lives and will continue to endure. So to her parents Lee and Bill, and her devoted husband Andrew, and loyal dog Nancy Jane, who will wait by the door for many days yet, our hearts and our love goes to you. When a House loses a parliamentarian, we salve the loss through soothing speeches. When a party loses a warrior, the torch of liberty or the light on the hill can perhaps flicker a little less bright. But when a nation loses a rare patriot, the loss is to our collective moral courage. And that is the loss we share with Kimberley's passing. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the honourable member for Gellibrand.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. While I've enjoyed listening to the contributions of the member for Goldstein, the member for Canning, the member for Oxley about Kimberley Kitching's life today, I must say that it is a grim duty for members of this parliament to speak on the motion before the House. The sudden death of Kimberley Kitching at just 52 years of age is a profound human tragedy. Those of us in this building are still feeling the shock keenly, less than a month after the terrible news. And those of us who knew her from across the political spectrum are in mourning at this terrible human loss. Because while Kimberley was a public figure and is being mourned publicly amidst the media coverage and the controversy, we cannot lose sight of the personal tragedy being experienced by everyone who knew Kimberley. My thoughts first are with her partner Andrew, who spoke so powerfully at her funeral. I don't know how he managed it. I can't imagine the pain that he's experiencing, and I know that I would not have been able to speak so movingly. My thoughts are similarly with her parents Bill and Lee and her brother Ben, who are so obviously deeply proud of everything that she achieved, as well as deeply loved her as a daughter and a sister. And my thoughts too are with that unique form of political family, Senator Kitching's staff. I've spoken before in this House about the uniquely intimate relationship between staff and members and senators in this building. It's a close bond. I've experienced the death of a much-loved staff member, and I know that my office experienced that as the loss of a family member. And I know that Kimberley's staff will be experiencing this keen loss too at the moment. For those of us in this building, Kimberley wasn't a caricature that you'd sometimes read about in media representations. We knew Kimberley as a person, as a human being, with all of the complexity of human relationships that entails. She loved poetry, and to paraphrase Walt Whitman, she contained multitudes. It is fair to say that Kimberley and I had a complex relationship at times. We ran against each other for pre-selection and then later became parliamentary colleagues, fighting for the same cause. And that makes for the kind of relationship that is unique in politics. Politics is inherently a contest of both people and ideas. What those outside of politics sometimes don't understand, though, is that sometimes this contest occurs between people trying to achieve the same ultimate outcome. And along the years, Kimberley and I have sometimes had different views on political tactics. But while we were political rivals at times in the past, always underlying this was the fact that I fundamentally agreed with her on the big issues. In politics, you can judge people by the fights that they get into. I was reflecting on the member for Oxley's contributions about travelling with Kimberley on a delegation and not wanting to cause an international incident. I can report to the House that I did travel on a delegation with Kimberley Kitching and the now member for Goldstein and the former Speaker Bronwyn Bishop, where we did cause an international incident. I won't detain the House by going over the details of that again, but it was a constant risk when travelling with Kimberley because she got into the fights that mattered. And when the history of this period is written, it will show that Kimberley was in all of the most important political fights of our generation. In this way, the times suited her. I've spoken many times in this chamber about the moment that we live in and the need for the current generation of political leaders to champion democratic values and freedom in the face of a rising authoritarian threat, both abroad and at home. That democracy needed a new generation of advocates like Kennedy and Reagan in the US, Curtin and Chifley in Australia. Kimberley was a fierce champion of freedom and democratic values. She understood that the sacred mission of Labourist politics throughout the 20th century endured into the present, and that is that we fight fascists. That democracy isn't just a worthy ideal, it is the foundation of the material well-being of the working people that we seek to represent. She understood too that those who would deny freedom and democracy at home and abroad must be confronted by the Labor movement and by the Australian Labor Party as its political standard bearer in this country. She didn't just champion freedom and democracy as ideas. She wasn't interested in being part of a debating society. She championed causes to deliver outcomes in the real world, and you could see the living embodiment of these fights in the people who attended her funeral. Tibetans, Uyghurs, Hong Kong democracy activists, Chinese dissidents, human rights campaigners, Afghan refugees, they were a living legacy of her advocacy. I've previously spoken in this chamber about Kimberley's role in delivering an Australian Magnitsky sanctions regime. She was an advocate for the cause long before it was claimed by both sides of politics. And over the years, I attended many meetings for this cause that she had arranged with the movement's founder, Bill Browder, and other international advocates. She first won over the Labor caucus and the Shadow Ministry to the cause and then maintained the pressure on the government to act through a private member's bill. She then gave the government an on-ramp to get on board the cause through a parliamentary inquiry which allowed a bipartisan consensus to emerge amongst the committee members. And now Australia has legislated its own Magnitsky sanctions regime. And this week we imposed our first sanctions on a collection of figures associated with that thuggish Putin autocracy and its repulsive, illegal invasion of Ukraine. Kimberley's work to make a Magnitsky sanctions regime a reality in Australia was a worthy legacy that has never been more timely and important. It was an achievement that led her being awarded that Sergei Magnitsky Human Rights Award in 2021, an award that has previously been won by figures such as John McCain and Alexei Navalny. But we should understand that this was an award born of Kimberley's political skills. If nothing else, we should honour Kimberley's legacy by remembering her as a political warrior, because it was those political skills that enabled her to achieve her Magnitsky legacy in this parliament. She wasn't a protester, she wasn't an opinion columnist, she was someone who sought to make change through politics. It's the noble cause that leads us all to this parliament. She was someone who got into the arena and fought for things and for the people that she believed in, and none of this was easy. It required courage and endurance. Her husband Andrew couldn't have summed it up better at her funeral service when he quoted from William Ernst Henley's Invictus. "In the fell clutch of circumstance, I have not winced nor cried aloud. Under the bludgeonings of chance, my head is bloodied but unbowed." People like Kimberley do not go into politics because it is easy or because it is glorious. They go into politics and endure the contest because of what can be achieved when the contest is won. Kimberley Kitching had an impact during her brief time in this place and will leave a lasting legacy. She will encourage a current generation of political leadership and the future generations of political leadership to follow to be full-throated in their defence of freedom and democracy in the face of the rising authoritarian threat that our generation now confronts. She leaves this parliament bloodied but unbailed. Thank you.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Fine words, member for Gellibrand. Fine words, and those who've previously contributed to this motion, also I commend them for their frankness, their raw emotion. Kimberley Kitching was a very, very special person, and I can well recall not that long ago when I was the Deputy Prime Minister coming back from doing the morning media, and Kimberley went to pass me in the corridor, stopped, propped, leant forward, gave me a peck on the cheek, went in, rubbished the government in one of the studios of the media, and then later on we bumped into one another at Aussies, and she said, "Did you see what I said about your government?" I said, "Yes, Kimberley." She said, No personal offence." I said, "None taken." That was the sort of person she was. I don't think any other Labor member has ever caught me in the corridor and given me a peck on the cheek, and that's the sort of vivacious person she was. She was a beautiful person. And when I saw her death on social media that night, I remarked to my wife, Catherine, I said, "Kimberley Kitching has passed away." And my wife said, "She was always smiling. She was always happy." We messaged our daughter, Georgina, who is a school teacher at Melbourne, and Georgina and Kimberley had some good moments together at various events in Melbourne, not least the Melbourne Cup, and Georgina was very moved. And, you know, you go down the streets of any country town or indeed urban area in Australia, and if you ask them the names of 3 upper house members of parliament, they'd be, quite frankly, and I mean with this with all due respect, they'd be hard-pressed to name 3 upper house members, unless they are, of course, ministers or prominent members of parliament. But a lot of people knew Kimberley Kitching. They knew her for her human rights advocacy. They knew her, as the member for Gellibrand has just very accurately summed up and articulately said, for her passion as a political warrior for the right causes. I went to a function in Wagga Wagga recently to celebrate the Tibetans of our town, and Kimberley's name came up. That was something which really struck me, as she had so much of an effect, and a good effect, on so many people. And to be taken at the age of 52, only the good die young. With all due respect, Deputy Speaker, you and I will be around for quite a while yet. And I don't mean to reflect on the chair, I don't. But 52 is way too young, and today, of course, we have the state memorial for Shane Warne. And this is just so heartbreaking. Our nation has lost 2 of its finest. Kimberley Kitching, of course, came into the parliament chosen by Victoria to represent her state in October 2016. At the Requiem funeral mass held in St Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne on March 21, just over a week ago, Chloe Shorten, a good friend of hers, good friend of many of ours, and of course the wife of former Leader of the Opposition, current member for Maribyrnong, read from the Book of Proverbs. And she said this: "Who can find a virtuous woman? For her price is far above rubies." And the reading went on to say, "She openeth her mouth with wisdom, and in her tongue is the law of kindness." Well, that is a very appropriate passage at the farewell for Kimberley Kitching, because Kimberley's humour, her personality, her demeanour, her work ethic, her attitude, it all spoke of the value of this woman to so many. It's rare that somebody has touched so many across the aisle. I get on with, I'd like to think, most Labor members, and you don't realise what good people they are until you go on a committee with them, go on a journey with them as part of the parliamentary process. Kimberley was that next level special. She truly was. And I have to say, I can well remember going on a delegation on the USS Ronald Reagan. It was a special trip. It was July 2019. MPs and senators across the political divide went on that vessel. And on the delegation, we were joined by Christian Porter, member for Pearce, Senator Scott Ryan, Mark Dreyfus, member for Isaacs, Senator Christina Keneally and Senator James Patterson. And Kimberley was there, and when I looked at the photo the other day, she was front and centre, as she always was. She was there, she was joining the dots between the various political machinations and factions, and she was there with that big, beaming smile that she always had. I was quite touched by the fact that her husband, Andrew, reached out to me after her passing to say that he was contacting, and her staff was indeed contacting, those people who were in her diary as those who she had a special affinity with. And I was on that list. That really touched me. I don't often get too emotional, but that brought a tear to my eye, because I thought, to think that I was in that celebrated company, that she thought, who she thought were quite special, really meant a lot to me. And one only needs to read through or listen to the many tributes which have been offered of Kimberley following her death from so many people, from so many walks of life, to know what a special person we've lost. And she entered Parliament, commenced her campaign for the Magnitsky Act, so that Australia could join its allies in imposing sanctions on human rights violators. What an amazing legacy. What an amazing legacy that she leaves. And so all too often in Parliament, when you have the passing of someone and you stand for a moment's silence, and perhaps speeches are given by the Prime Minister and opposition leader and referred to the Federation Chamber, and I appreciate they do the same in the Senate, it's then that MP is remembered by their family and friends going forward, but the Parliament moves on, our busy work for and on behalf of the Australian public moves on, and the politician, maybe they served a long time, maybe not, maybe they had a huge impact, maybe they just served a short time, but the Parliament moves on. But Kimberley Kitching's legacy will filter through this place for as long as this place is here. She will be remembered as somebody very, very special, Mr Speaker. She will not be forgotten. Unlike others who've come through this place and spent their time, moved on, they'll be remembered, yes, by their communities, by their loved ones, but Kimberley Kitchen will be remembered by her community, by her state, by her loved ones, but by this Parliament for the work she achieved, by the downtrodden she fought for. And I think that is very, very special. My thoughts, prayers and sympathies go to her family, her extended family, and to the Labor family. I know you've lost a lot with Senator Alex Gallacher and through Kimberley, and my heart goes out to you. It's a dreadful thing when colleagues pass away, and certainly pass away before their time and before their work is done. May she rest in peace.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you. Last time I saw Kimberley Kitching, she was in full flight. We were at the John Curtin Research Gala dinner. Curtin was a figure that made sense to Kimberley. Principled, visionary, strong on defence and Labor to his core. All qualities that Kimberley Kitching embodied. But that's not what I remember about that night. I remember Kimberley working the room in a sparkling number. She was absolutely in her element. In a crowded room, filled with comrades, sipping on a glass of wine and talking about matters of state. Kimberley was smiling and animated in every conversation, cheekily grinning, as she always did, charming those surrounding her with in-depth analysis on Ukraine, China, the economy, the federal election, on any topic really. And only a week later, I received a call that shook me to my core. Kimberley was my friend, and I'll miss her. But to be honest, Kimberley was more than that. She was someone I deeply admired, and that's something I didn't tell her enough. Kimberley Kitching was probably the toughest person in this Parliament. She was a force. Unafraid of being outnumbered, Kimberley did what she thought was right. Always. She was a Democrat, deeply passionate about the cause of democracy in Australia and around the world. She was never afraid to stray beyond our borders to take up causes of forgotten or voiceless people. She would take on dictators and authoritarian regimes and not blink an eye. Kimberley was not afraid. She was an activist in the truest of Labor traditions. People have spoken of her skilled pursuit of the Magnitsky laws in Australia. I remember getting a call from Kimberley inviting me to a Zoom she organised with the great Bill Browder to talk about the proposed laws. In true Kitching style, I arrived on the Zoom and it was a bipartisan group, because Kimberley knew that this wasn't going to pass with Labor alone. After the meeting, Kimberley organised signed copies of Bill's book for the members and senators. She knew that creating a real connection with the cause was essential. It was skillful, it was graceful, it was smart politics, and it worked. Magnitsky is now being used, just as Kimberley imagined. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is an affront to everything Kimberley stood for: freedom, sovereignty and democracy. And I'm sure she would be quietly satisfied with Australia's strength and powers, knowing that she was the one who helped create them. Kimberley played politics hard, but she always navigated through the day-to-day with good fun, humour and charm that made her fantastic company. When she first came into this place, she had a lot of doubters and detractors, especially on the government side of the House. But so many of those detractors were at her funeral last week, mourning her loss with genuinely and sincerely. Closer to home, Kimberley cared about Macnamara, or it was previously known Melbourne Ports, an electorate she'd lived in, been a local Labor Party delegate in, and a Caulfield branch member. She loved the Caulfield branch. She would come back and be a guest speaker at least once a year, and she'd tell anyone who listened what a special and diverse branch it was. In fact, I remember when she told me she suggested to News Corp columnist Chris Kenny that he should join her at one of the Caulfield branch meetings one day. Apparently, it was because Chris Kenny said that he imagined all Labor Party meetings would be filled with communists and socialists, so she said she'd prove him wrong by introducing him to one in suburban inner south Melbourne filled with Holocaust survivors and their descendants and those who fled Soviet-era Russia, rather than those radical socialists that Chris Kenny had imagined. Now, I have to admit I was a little relieved when Mr Kenny decided not to come to the branch, but it did show that Kimberley was keen to show off our little corner of the world to anyone who would listen. Kimberley saw the beauty in Macnamara or Melbourne Ports, and especially in some of the hidden nooks where some of Melbourne's most disadvantaged people live. When I became the Labor candidate, Kimberley did everything she could to help me win. She stood on pre-poll booths, came for door knocks, and steered the Bill bus into town. And after my election, she continued to serve on Macnamara's campaign machine with ongoing advice and assistance to help keep Macnamara out of the hands of the Liberals and the Greens. She loved every corner of our special part of Melbourne, from Port Melbourne and Albert Park to St Kilda and Elwood and across to my home in Caulfield, where she too once lived. And she was unflinchingly passionate about the Jewish community. Kimberley deplored anti-Semitism and loved the State of Israel in the mould of Labor luminaries like Doc Evatt, Bob Hawke and Julia Gillard. One day she called me and suggested that we should run a joint advertisement in the Jewish News and that she was happy to pay for it. And I said, sure. Only after agreeing did I learn that she didn't book one ad, she booked a full-page ad for a whole month to run in every edition. And that was Kimberley. She stood her ground and made her points emphatically. She loved politics, she loved the cause of Labor, she loved the Senate, and she believed in the great Australian Labor Party. She can't be with us on election day or the government benches, but we can win this election in the fighting spirit that she embodied. Kimberley would want us to stand our ground, to remain strong and principled and remain true to the Labor traditions of democracy, solidarity and representation for Australia's working people. And finally, I want to conclude by wishing my deepest condolences to her family, her parents, Bill and Lee, her brother Ben, and most of all, her soulmate Andrew. If she was formidable enough solo, the two of them together were truly meant to be in politics, together. Andrew was unflinchingly dedicated to his wife, and Kimberley to him. a true partnership of love and loyalty. Kimberley was loved, and she loved in return. On behalf of the people of Macnamara, with special mention of her dear friends in our community, including my dear friend Dr. Adam Carr, the Pinskia clan, Henry Marcia, Abby, Rebecca and Jake, Dr. Nick Dyrenfirth, Michael Borowick, Dean Scher, Sylvia Freeman, and of course my predecessor Michael Danby and Amanda, and many, many more. We send our love to Andrew, her family, her loyal staff, and with a heavy heart we say, rest in peace to our dear friend Kimber.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give a call to the member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I want to acknowledge the member for Macnamara's fine contribution and also all of the many other fine testaments to our friend and our colleague Kimberley. It is a sad moment to be back here in Parliament without Kimberley with us. I just want to reflect on her achievements and legacy, and many have spoken around her various and significant achievements. But I'll just focus on some of the areas where our work intersected, primarily in defence matters, foreign policy and humanitarian action, and in particular with that shambolic withdrawal out of Afghanistan and work to retrieve people, to save people's lives out of Kabul. Kimberley was always a very strong supporter of the Australian Defence Force and those of our allies. She wanted to understand deeply the work of the ADF and the struggles and sacrifices of our serving personnel and our veterans. She was a frequent and active participant in our Defence Force parliamentary program, travelling to the Middle East on several occasions, 2017, 2018, 2019. I'm sure if it wasn't for COVID, she would have kept going over to the Middle East because she wanted to learn more. She wanted to hear from the ground the experiences of our defence personnel so that we could make sure that our support was as good as it possibly could be and that we were making sensible decisions in the national interest. Kimberley had wanted very much to come to Darwin to participate in Operation Resolute through that parliamentary program, and we often talked about it. Unfortunately, she never had that opportunity, but she always made me know, as she has with many others, how important that the work in their electorate for national security and the defence of our nation was, and she wanted to know as much as she possibly could. She would be very interested to know that Admiral John Aquilino, the commander of the US Indo-PACOM or Indo-Pacific Command, had been in Australia and in Darwin recently. It's a visit that Kimberley would have very much appreciated. She did so much for our relationship with our allies, the United States, and I know that our American friends very much appreciated her and her solidarity and intellect. Kimberley was the co-chair of the Parliamentary Friends of the United States, and she did a wonderful job in that role, being a great advocate for strengthening and deepening that important relationship. Of course, soon we'll have a new ambassador from the United States, a formidable Carolyn Kennedy. Kimberley would have been such an important and effective representative of not only our party, but also this Parliament to the new ambassador. Kimberley believed, as I do, that our nation is extraordinary, that it's exceptional, and she spent every day in this place fighting to make Australia live up to our great potential. She said in her first speech to the Senate back in November 2016, and I quote, "In this Parliament we must proudly make the case for Australian exceptionalism. Australia is not exceptional because we have been divinely mandated or because of some inherent quality, unasked and unearned, Australia is exceptional precisely because generations of Australians have made hard choices and hard sacrifices." End quote. For all the vast policy interests and advocacy, Kimberley never lost sight of why she came to Canberra in the first place, and that is what makes her Labor. In her first speech she said, and I quote, "I come here to represent everyday Australian people, the working Australians, the families, the students, the hospital cleaners, the retail workers, the mortgage holders, the renters, the mums and dads, the 4 a.m. shift workers, the nurses, the police, the firefighters and the factory workers." End quote. I think it's a good reminder for all of us, Deputy Speaker, why we are here and who we are ultimately working for. Ultimately, what I remember most about Kimberley is conversations when we were both talking to people on the ground in Iraq or at the Kabul, at the Pakistani border, within the ADF, within the US chain of command, trying to get people who were in desperate need and were in some cases being hunted, getting them to safety, and that she was in the thick of it, as has been well described by the member from Maribyrnong, Bill Shorten and others, that she was getting after it, saving lives. I remember her beaming smile and her energy, and I was glad I could have the opportunity to tell Andrew that when we gathered to dedicate a rosary to our departed sister Kimberley. May eternal light shine upon her. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fenner.
In her first speech to Parliament on the 9th of November 2016, Kimberley Kitching described herself as a swimmer thrown in the deep end. She was somebody who brought a powerful voice to the Labor caucus. It has to be said, she's from quite a different part of the Labor Party than me. She came from the crucible of Victorian factional politics. I'm an independent from the ACT. She named her dogs after Ronald Reagan, and his wife was a member of the Wolverine and an unabashed defender of Israel. And yet I greatly admired her and enjoyed her company. I shared her passion for the Labor Party, for workers' rights and for ridding the world of prejudice. I love the way in which she expressed what it is to be a trade union leader in her very first speech. She said, quote, "I will never forget the call I got from a mother of four, a union member whose supervisor had unilaterally imposed a roster change without notice. She was sobbing in despair. She could barely get the words out. English was not her first language, but the agony and desperation in her voice did not need words. The change in roster meant she would no longer be able to pick up her kids. And if she could not hold down her job, she would not be able to feed them. On the other end of the line, I did what union reps do all over the country every day. I listened, I reassured, and I promised to use every bit of strength the union had to solve her problem. And we did." And Kimberley spoke too in that first speech to Parliament about the importance of ensuring that what she called the peddlers of prejudice could not deceive Australians against their own interests. So yes, I shared much in common in a values sense from her. But I also love being in a political party that has the breadth for somebody with Kimberley's views and somebody with my views. That's what it is to be a party of government. And the longer I serve in the Labor caucus, the more I enjoy and admire that diversity. Because a party of government must be a broad church. Kimberley was just a wonderful person to be around, as so many others have said. She had a love of champagne and a sparkling wit. She was, I think, the best French speaker in the Parliament. And that's gone, and with it, the opportunity for me to pull up my very worst high school French and add it to whatever interchange we were having by text message or Christmas card or in person. She's left an extraordinary legacy. The work that she did on the Magnitsky laws, those passionate personal efforts to get people out of Afghanistan as the regime suddenly fell. Her work in Senate estimates, which broke several significant stories. As Bill Shorten has so beautifully put it, Senate estimates was for Kimberley like running onto the MCG. I can only imagine the pain that her parents, Lee and Bill, and her brother Ben will be feeling. The pain too of those who were especially close to her. Yourself, Deputy Speaker, Bill Shorten, who spoke so movingly at her funeral and in the Parliament. And, of course, her husband, Andrew Landrieu. As Bill put it in his eulogy, we're all in the blast zone of Kimberley's loss, but Andrew Landrieu is at ground zero. And it's that pain that we understand, acknowledge, and know that no matter how the affliction of time will never be truly healed. And to Andrew, just know that Kimber made a big impact on so many of us in a personal sense and in a policy sense. She was a true and treasured part of the Labor caucus, and she'll be dearly missed.
I thank the member for Fenner. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's been a few weeks now that have passed, and I'm still actually in a kind of state of shock about the death of my colleague and, more importantly, my friend, Kimberley Kitching. It hasn't really sunk in many respects, because Kimber was so full of life, so full of it, that I still expect her to just walk around the corner or see her in the corridors here in Parliament. She was so full of life, she was so full of ideas, of insights, of laughter, of fun. In some respects a rarity, not just in politics but in life. She was mischievous, vivacious, charming, and she was such great company. Such great company. When my wife and I returned back to Melbourne after spending many, many years away, partly overseas and interstate, back to Melbourne in 2010, we met up with Kimberley and Andrew. And our first dinner together was all very interesting, discussion about Latin and discussions about the Roman Senate. I said, this is not going to do. This won't do. So I said to Kimberley and Andrew, have you seen The Big Lebowski, the movie? And they hadn't. They hadn't seen The Big Lebowski. So she was lacking a little bit of that popular culture. I said, that's it. We are going to take you. Enough of discussion. Enough of talking about the Roman Senate and Cicero. We're going to go watch The Big Lebowski. So we took Andrew and Kimber to the very famous Astor Theatre. I don't know if you've been there. It's a beautiful Art Deco theatre. I knew Kimberley would love it because of the architectural design and the aesthetic beauty of that theatre and its age and its history. And it just so happened the night we went to The Big Lebowski at the Astor Theatre, it was one of those specials at the Astor where everyone got dressed up as the characters. So there was a lot of people there, either just dressed up as German nihilists in black or like Jeff Bridges' character, Lebowski, in the poncho. And she had the most wonderful time. I think Andrew was a bit bemused by the whole thing, but Kimber just loved it. And I think she was secretly hoping that if she'd known, she probably would have worn the poncho herself. And I tell you what, she would have looked great in that as well, given her fashion sense. She would have made it work. And over the years, over a friendship over a decade since that time, I knew someone who was intellectually formidable, courageous and strident in articulating her views, and so generous with her friends. Kimber would have been more than aware of the Keating-esque axiom that if you don't make enemies in politics, you're not doing it right. She would have known that. On the day that she passed, I was actually scheduled to give her a call to chat to her about my recent trip to the US with the PGCIC, the Intelligence and Security Committee delegation that I was on with her friend Senator James Paterson. I never had got the opportunity to have that conversation with her. And I knew she would have been so interested in all of the foreign policy and national security issues that we discussed over there on the trip, what was happening in Washington, all the insight you know, the inside information about what's going on in the Biden administration. She would have been revelling in it. I was really looking forward to that conversation with Kimberley about that trip over a coffee or maybe a glass of champagne if it was later in the day. These are issues that we've discussed together over many, many years, over the decade and a bit that I've known her. And I still can't believe I won't have those conversations with her again. I can't believe I won't hear her laughter. I can't believe that I won't see her friendly smile again, or even have the opportunity just to get stuck into those policy issues that we both cared so much about. A lot of us as politicians in this place talk about legacy, or even the lack of legacy, in governing and in our decision-making and in our careers. I tell you what, while Kimber never got to serve, will never have the chance to serve in a government, a federal Labor government that she so wanted to be a part of, she nonetheless leaves a remarkable legacy. All the more outstanding and remarkable for the fact that she delivered a legacy from opposition, from her role as an opposition senator, her commitment, her persistence in pushing through the Magnitsky-style laws that we've talked about in these condolences through our parliament, as we've heard, has won her international recognition and the Human Rights Awards. But I think for her, what would have been more important than any award in London, although she would have loved the party, but any more important than that would have been the fact that she has made a real difference to our democracy in the sense of the contest that democracies around the world are having with authoritarian states. That is a legacy. That is of substance. And I think she would be so proud of that. And it is of the time, given the inflection point we're in global affairs, that she had, as an individual, this kind of impact. The sanctions now that we've just imposed on individuals through Magnitsky legislation across the world in so many different instances, the swifter and better targeted response from the Australian government to international crimes and human rights abuses is in no small measure because of Senator Kimberley Kitching's work and effort to get those laws passed. She will be missed, as we've said, both as a friend for us, a colleague, across the aisle, all parts of this parliament. It didn't matter which party you were from. She had friends. It didn't matter whether you were an independent or a Green or a Liberal or National. She's going to be missed by all of us, but she's also going to be missed by this parliament because of her work and her substance, and she's going to be missed by this country. All of the opportunities missed that she would have contributed to in what are very uncertain times that we face. We mourn her loss as a friend, but we mourn her loss to the country as well and the contribution that she would have made. But we'll keep and hold on tight to her legacy, and I think it's incumbent upon all of us to continue that work in her memory so that it's not in vain. My heart and my deepest condolences, of course, go out to her husband, Andrew Landrieu, all of her family. Andrew's life was completely wrapped around Kimberley. It was a real love story. They were inseparable. They were part of each other. They circled each other like a dual solar system, two suns. And he's lost his sunshine, really, in many respects. So my heart goes out to Andrew, and I think he needs a lot of love and care around him as well after losing a lifelong partner. Vale Kimberley, you were a warrior and a champion for just causes, for freedom, for democracy and human rights, and we will not forget you, and we will carry on your legacy.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the honourable member for Brand.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. I join with many others in this place and in the other place to speak on the motion of condolence on the death of Senator Kimberley Kitching. I first met Kimberley when she arrived in this building as a Senator of the Parliament in 2016. I, along with a few others here today, had been elected to the House of Representatives only a few months earlier. It's always difficult to understand the death of someone so young, Kimberley died at the age of 52. I turn 49 tomorrow, so this puts things in a particular and special perspective. I really want to offer my sincere condolences to Andrew, her husband, to her parents, Bill and Lee, and to her brother, Ben. I had the opportunity to speak with them and listen to some stories from them following the Rosary, the Decade of the Rosary set at St Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne recently on the eve of her funeral in that same place. One can hardly imagine the pain Andrew's going through, or you simply can't imagine it. I've been married for 20 years and over 20 years, and to lose your partner, life partner, so suddenly is unimaginable. I cannot imagine what he's going through. And to her brother, I have brothers too. It's a difficult, again, unimaginable circumstance. And of course to her parents, Bill and Lee. And Bill told a number of stories at the front of the cathedral. These stories we all share to help relieve our pain and be able to relive our memories of a wonderful woman that is Kimberley, and for her parents that must be especially painful. So I thank them for the gift they gave us of Kimberley, having raised her, and what an amazing life she led before I met her, and the opportunities her parents gave her to travel the world, to learn languages, to have such a vast experience. It was of immense value to everyone that knew her, but especially to those of us in this place. I want to acknowledge also the Queenslanders and Victorians in this place and elsewhere, of course, who knew Kimberley much better than I knew her. They've been part of her life forever, and she part of theirs, and it's very important to acknowledge their sadness at this time, and of course that of her old friend Bill Shorten and Chloe Shorten, who of course have been with her and beside her in many circumstances for many years. I'd like to acknowledge the commitment of Kimberley's staff. They really are a remarkable team. Marie, Jordan, Hanisha and David, absolutely committed to Kimberley and her causes as well. And we're all very well aware of the causes Kimberley followed and pursued, and I wouldn't dare speak for Kimberley even when she was alive, but she would of course acknowledge she could not do her work without them, and I thank you for all you did for Kimberley and the support you offered her in challenging times. Much has been said about Kimberley's life and about her contribution to this parliament. For my part, I've learned more about her following her sudden death than I learned in our short 5 years of friendship. And that is at once the sadness and joy of this place and being an elected member of Parliament, to the joys that you get to meet people you might never expect to meet, but for being brought together to represent the Australian people. And you make new friendships from people from right across the country, from different walks of life, with many different experiences, different perspectives, and of course different life stories. And the sadness is, of course, that you meet people here but you don't get to know them as well as you might like to, because you have to return, each of us have to return to our constituencies all the time. We have other obligations, busy lives undertaken all around the country, keep us from knowing one another better. Shortly after hearing about Kimberley's death, I wrote on social media that I considered Kimberley a steadfast and supportive colleague, smart, hard-working, dedicated, funny and fun to be around. I wish I had told her that. But we always wish for what we cannot have when it is all too late. I enjoyed her company immensely. Everyone has remarked on her mischievous giggle and her remarkable smile, and it is true to say she did brighten the room, any room, every time she walked into it. She is one of the smartest people I've met, and many people have remarked on her remarkable ability with languages. The work she's done in international relations has been immense. Her work and persistence pursuing the Magnitsky-style legislation that's now been enacted in this parliament and actually been used will be a lasting legacy of hers. Her active 5 years in this parliament put many of us to shame. I feel exhausted just listening to these speeches about her and all that she achieved. It's truly a magnificent and lasting legacy of Senator Kimberley Kitching. And I'd like to, for my part, acknowledge her help she provided me with Senate estimates. Not many people tune in to the trade part of the Senate estimates. Shocking, I know. It's held usually 6 or 8 o'clock on a Thursday night, and I rely greatly on senators like Kimberley and Senator Tim Ayres to pursue and hold the government to account in that portfolio of international trade, which is so important to our nation. And Kimberley would grab my questions and was really enthusiastic about them in a time of day and in the process of the Senate estimates, which is really unenviable and not very attractive and not very high profile, but I'm very grateful for the assistance her and her office always gave me, and I will miss our briefings on the day before Senate estimates, because it was always good to have a partner in crime on that trade portfolio with Kimberley. Many things have been said about Kimberley's experience in this place and in her political life. When these things, and many things have been said about this place over the last couple of years, of course, and the behaviours that we see in and around it. For my part, and personally, when these discussions come up, I take it as an opportunity to reflect on my own behaviour, and I hope everyone else does as well. There are many things one wants to achieve in this place, or needs to achieve for the aims of your own personal aims, of course, but also for that of the party and the good of the people you represent. How we go about achieving these things is as important as achieving them themselves. And it is a contest. Everyone has remarked we sit at the sort of pinnacle of power in this country, and it's a hard contest, a passionate contest at times, and sometimes we may step beyond ourselves and behaviours we shouldn't do. And as I said, personally, I've taken this time to reflect and wonder in my ambitions and things I'm trying to achieve, have I ever overstepped a mark or said something I shouldn't have, or perhaps been a bit pushy when I shouldn't have? And I think it's important that we all enter into those moments of self-reflection at these times, and hope that we get the feedback we need, to be honest, when we carry out our work and try to treat each other with great respect. I believe everyone does do that. It's just sometimes you don't know when you're not, and some people need to sometimes, get that reminder. They might not personally be doing it, but self-reflection is enormously important. And I would just say that in relation to discussions that have been had about Kimberley's experience. Kimberley has now, with God in his arms, she rests. It doesn't, to me, having known Kimberley a short time, seems that she would ever rest in life or in death. I can only imagine her running around heaven trying to track down the late, great US Secretary of State Madeleine Albright for another remarkable discussion about the dangers of fascism around the world and what we must all do to contest it. That is how I like to think about death. Some may think it's naive, but as someone of the Catholic faith, I hope, I believe in another life after this life, and I know Kimberley did as well. She lived her best life while she had it. It ended too early. I'm very sad, deeply sad about that. I offer my condolences before to her family and all her friends and all that knew her much better than me. She was very well loved. Vale Kimberley Kitching.
I thank the member for Brandon. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Our hearts go out to Kimberley's husband, Andrew, parents, Lee and Bill, and her brother Ben, to Bill Shorten, the member for Maribyrnong, and his wife Chloe and the kids, to Kimberley's staff and family. Our hearts go out to them, and we thank Andrew and Lee and Bill and Ben for giving Kimberley to all of us. We all in Labor moderates are in deep shock. I can remember my staff telling me when I came back into my elected office in Ipswich, and the night of Kimberley's passing, Deputy Speaker, you and I were both at the Greater Springfield branch of the Labor Party. You and I presenting reports on our local electorates and how we were flooded. And I was late to that meeting. And I arrived, and as I arrived, I turned to you and I said, "Have you told the branch about Kimberley?" And I saw the look on your face, looking stony-faced, looking straight ahead. And I couldn't do anything other than look down, because I felt like I wanted to cry when I looked at you. I saw your face because I knew that she'd been a friend of yours for decades, and a friend of mine, and a factional ally, and someone that we knew very well. And that's the impact she had on people's lives. She was urbane and charming, erudite and eloquent, abounding in intelligence and a heart, not just for God, but for people. Her breadth of knowledge would shame a diplomat. She had a ferocity of an advocate, a QC in full flight. She was smart and savvy and stylish. I mean, Bill Shorten talked about going on the MCG. Well, you know, she was a Queenslander. She might have represented Victoria in the Senate, but she was a Queenslander at heart, and I could see her, you know, at Lang Park there. Yeah, she put on that gear, that clothes, and you go to a meeting with her because she represented me in Senate estimates. And you go to a meeting with Kimberley, Senator Kimberley Kitching, and that's when she looked like she was Senator Kimberley Kitching. It wasn't just Kimber, it was Senator Kimberley Kitching. You go in that meeting and she was thoroughly prepared for Senate estimates. I'm telling you, there's a great tradition we have in the Labor Party. Sadly, we've been in opposition for too long, and we've got contemporary people like Senator Penny Wong and Senator Kim Carr, great advocates and investigators. She was in that great tradition of Senator John Faulkner and Senator Robert Ray. She was in that tradition. And she was there. She was thoroughly prepared. There was a lawyer I trained many years ago who said to me, one of the things that I taught him was preparation, preparation, preparation. No one had to teach Kimberley Kitching preparation. She was completely prepared. She had the discipline of an athlete in Senate estimates. I loved talking with her. You know, she was, if my background was quite provincial, hers was international, and she might have been a Queenslander and went to University of Queensland a decade before me. But you could have those conversations with Kimberley about, you know, arcane factional matters in the Australian Labor Party in Victoria, discussions about the long history of the United States and the progress of democratic politics, and then discuss art and culture in Europe with her all at the same time. She would talk about esoteric issues about language, because she had such a breadth of so many different languages. Goodness knows where she picked them all up and how she learnt them. But one of the things that really struck me is how ahead of her time she was. I mean, the former member for Melbourne Ports, Michael Danby, got on to me about this Maginski Act and about the fact that we needed to do this in Australia. And Kimberley was on it as well. And I remember saying, Michael, what are you really on about? What's this about helping victims of injustice and making pariahs of pariah states and individuals? But Kimberley was recognised for that, and we have that legacy in our Australian democracy because of Kimberley's initiative, and also the advocacy. I pay tribute to Michael as well, who talked about this for such a long period of time. And Michael was a great friend of Kimberley, and I've had many dinners with Michael Danby and Kimberley Kitching. I'm going to miss those dinners. I'm going to miss those dinners. I'm going to miss those late-night chats that so many of us have had when you thought you'd ring her up and ask her about something, and, you know, the conversation would go on for half an hour. And she was almost like a confessor you'd talk to, but also someone who knew so much. I think she had a great heart for people. A heart for people internationally has been recorded, and I say amen to all those comments that people have had, whether it's Hong Kong activists for democracy and the Uyghurs and the Tibetans, and, you know, the work she did, and talking to her about the work she did in Afghanistan, and she was quite modest about it, to really be honest with you. I think she had a great understanding that Labor is the protector of the national interests, but also the advocate for social change in this country. She understood she was an evolutionist. She wasn't a revolutionary. She was a moderate, and she was proud of it. But she had a great heart and understood the Labor Party and the Labor movement, and she was proud that she was Union, and she was proud that she was Labor. She had an understanding where we'd come from as a country and where we needed to go. In the Labor side of politics, we believe in the collective, the Union movement and the Labor Party. But it requires an individual sometimes to be its conscience, to say yes or to say no, and to hold minority views that aren't always popular. And Kimberley was like that, a person of courage and conviction. At times it requires someone to build coalitions across the aisle, as the Americans would say. I could not believe it the day she told me, and I remember she just told me that she was mates with Pauline Hanson, who I'd been campaigning against in One Nation since 1996 in Ipswich. I couldn't believe it, but she was, and she had friends across both sides of politics. I'm going to miss those conversations. I'm going to miss her jocularity, and fun. The last time I had a conversation with her, I was in Bill Shorten's office during the religious discrimination bill that was discussing, and she was there in fine form talking about every issue you could possibly imagine, international and domestic. Bill was there, she was there, a number of people, staff were there, waiting around. And for her, yeah, she might have liked a glass of champagne, but I'm telling you, that just lubricated her immense intelligence, which was there. I just want to leave on one scriptural note that I looked this up because I thought she would understand this. The sacred exhortation to people of faith, and Kimberley was a deep Catholic and had a great understanding of where she stood in that Catholic tradition. And it's found in the book of Isaiah, chapter 1, verse 17. The quote is this: "Learn to do right, seek justice, defend the oppressed, take up the cause of the fatherless, and plead the case of the widow." Kimberley did this and so much more. She obeyed and fulfilled this commandment in her life's work. Vale, Sister Kimberley Kitching.
I thank the member for Blair. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Caldwell.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this morning Senator Kimberley Kitching would have been at our regular Wednesday morning full committee of the Joint Standing Committee of Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade. She would, I imagine, be, as always, well read. She'd have read all her briefs, and she would have certainly had a pile of questions, very thoughtful questions, to ask after the presentation from whoever our special guests were for the day. Deputy Speaker, her absence this morning is a reminder to us all just how fragile and unpredictable life is. I saw Kimberley for the last time on March 5th, when we attended the Australia-India Business Council Gala dinner. I have recently been invited to join the advisory board of the Australia-India Business Council, and Kimberley has had a long-term association with the council. It was a very enjoyable evening at the Fox Classic Collection venue in Melbourne, and Kimberley was one of the keynote speakers. She spoke eloquently and meaningfully about the importance of the Australia-India relationship, particularly its significance around the issues of trade and national security, and the importance of both Australia and India as emerging powers in our Asia-Pacific region. Deputy Speaker, these were areas that Kimberley had a very deep interest in and a prolific knowledge of. And many of our colleagues have spoken of her interest in foreign affairs and national security, her deep interest and pursuit of human rights issues and, of course, democracy. And I had the opportunity to witness firsthand, in the time that we spent together as members of the Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Committee, this abiding interest and awareness. We both also served on the Human Rights Subcommittee, and I witnessed there also firsthand her passion in pursuing the Magnitsky legislation. And it was during this period that I got to know her better, and I admittedly came to be very impressed by many of her qualities, especially her intellect and her worldliness. These, Deputy Speaker, are qualities that have been spoken about widely because they really are qualities and attributes that marked and defined Kimberley Kitching. Qualities that are much needed up here in this place. Qualities that give depth and meaning to issues that are of domestic and national importance. Qualities that allow for meaningful debate, and even where there are differences of opinion, and I can assure you, Deputy Speaker, Kimberley and I did have that difference of opinion or a different perspective on some issues, one of which, of course, was the issue of Palestine and Israel. Both of us held passionately different perspectives. So in this place, where I believe over 90% of our colleagues are monolingual, Kimberley Kitching was multilingual, or polyglossy, as we say in Greek. She spoke French, Italian, Spanish, English, Latin, and I believe she had a hand at Russian and German. So as a bilingual person myself, Greek being my other language, I was thoroughly appreciative of Kimberley's multilingual talents, not only because they are the indicators of an ability to engage with different cultural nuances, but also because I know that being able to speak other languages opens your mind to the wonders of the world and its many cultures. It broadens understanding and fosters tolerance and makes for an excellent ambassador to the world, which Kimberley Kitchen no doubt was. And on all those trips she may have taken abroad as a member of the Australian Senate, she would have impressed those that she met. I have no doubt about that. And that itself would have been a real boost for Australia. And in fact, Deputy Speaker, I witnessed this impact, this ability to impress our foreign dignitaries here in Canberra. Some years ago, Kimberley and I were at a function at the residence of the then Ambassador to Morocco, His Excellency Karim Medrek. I actually introduced Kimberley to Karim, and she responded immediately to him in the French language. I was impressed, and so was His Excellency. They then continued their conversation and interaction in the French language, and although I only have the obligatory high school French, which is probably only a few words now, I could hear the fluency and the perfect intonation as she spoke in the French language. I was so impressed to discover this about Kimberley that I had to, of course, ask her how and why this was possible. She then went on to tell me about her schooling in France and elsewhere around the world, and of course we all know very much about that now. Kimberley's sudden passing at such a young age is a tragic reminder that up here in this place we don't pause enough to get to know our colleagues, to learn more about them. My last conversation with Kimberley was varied. It included the forthcoming election, but more so it was about the Australia-India relations. And all the way through, we even took time to speak about the vintage cars, the collection that surrounded us at that venue. Deputy Speaker, I was looking forward to working with Kimberley on the Australia-India Business Council because apart from my own engagement on foreign affairs issues, my interest in this also relates to my own electorate, where we've settled large numbers of migrants from India and the subcontinent. And as a Victorian Senator, Kimberley was very active in her engagement with our local diverse communities, with which she herself had a very strong relationship, including the emerging Nepalese community. And I often wonder now, and I do wonder now, how long it would have taken her, if she hadn't started already, to begin learning the Nepali language, or even Hindi, because she certainly had that gift. It also makes you wonder, Deputy Speaker, just how much more she would have achieved, because she was capable of so much more, and as reflected in her fine achievements thus far, including the Magnitsky Human Rights Award. And it is therefore fitting, Deputy Speaker, that our party, the Labor Party, has chosen to honour her with the Kimberley Kitchen Human Rights Award. And so, as I left that night on the 5th of March, the last words Kimberley and I exchanged was an agreement to meet up at the Psarakos Brothers in High Street, Thornbury, for a cup of coffee, and I was to buy her a jar of Cretan thyme honey. She had discovered the delicious beauty of this honey, known to me, of course, since childhood, and I promised to buy her a jar of the best thyme honey ever. That following Thursday, of course, I learned of her passing. The shock was greater still because I'd only seen her 5 days before, elegantly dressed, as always for the occasion, and as our female hosts of the night remarked on that night, where she was so full of life, so learned and so aware and so engaging. Deputy Speaker, death is such a final and cruel blow. In extinguishing a life, it stills potential. Kimberley was too young to die. She had so much more to offer and many mountains to conquer. To her family, her parents Bill and Lee, and to her brother Ben, my condolences. Your loss is immense. To her husband Andrew, who will feel the burden of her loss beyond what can ever be imagined. And may the memory of your life together give you comfort and strength. And Andrew, as I promised Kimberley that jar of honey, I hope to be able to give it to you in her memory. Valet Senator Kimberley Kitchen.
I thank the member for Corwell. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Fraser.
Thank you, Chair. Kimberley Kitching was a friend and colleague of mine over a long period of time. I rise to pay tribute today to Kimberley and to pass on my condolences to her family. Can I begin by offering my heartfelt condolences to Andrew, Kimberley's soulmate. Theirs was a partnership in every sense of the word. a collaboration the likes of which one rarely sees. I hope that his memories of how much adventure and joy and achievement that they were able to squeeze into their time together provides Andrew with some consolation during these difficult days. Can I also offer my condolences to Kimberley's parents, Lee and Bill, as well as to her brother Ben. It was always clear to me how much Kimberley valued family and how much her family provided her with a bedrock of support during good times and bad. My thoughts are also with Kimberley's staff, who I worked with often over recent years. She loved them and they loved her. There was a deep and shared passion and purpose in her office. I also acknowledge the loss of Bill and Chloe Shorten, who lost a lifelong friend. Kimberley and I met and became friends while we were both active in the ever-changing and exhilarating right wing of the Victorian Labor Party. It's fair to say that that background remained a constant over the coming years. We worked together as ministerial advisors in the Bracks and Brumby governments, a time when I saw firsthand Kimberley's passion for policy and creativity for outcomes. During this period, she and I shared a passion for rigorous economic policy in the Hawke Keating mould. This was an approach to economic policy that was central to both of those Victorian governments and that we worked on, and both took great satisfaction in working together to that end. Finally, we were parliamentary colleagues together during the current term of this parliament. It was during this time that the focus of our discussions turned more to foreign policy, and it was during this term of government that Kimberley achieved so much in that realm. Kimberley had so many qualities, each of which could fill a speech: intellect, loyalty, and a vivacious embrace of life, all of which were evident throughout the period I knew her. I want to focus today on her courage, her creativity, and her loyalty. Winston Churchill once said that without courage, all other virtues lose their meaning. Kimberley's abundance of courage meant that all of her other virtues were that much more impactful. Kimberley clearly had courage, and like Churchill, was willing to suffer criticism in the short term from friend and foe alike if she felt that was necessary to take a stand that would be vindicated in the long term. She saw threats looming for Australia and our allies on the horizon. She was one of the first to stand up for the Uyghurs, the Tibetans and the residents of Hong Kong. She recognised the need to draw attention to human rights abuses, and she made a strong, unambiguous case for autocratic regimes to be held to account. Kimberley's life demonstrated how courage can effectively leverage other virtues, in her case, her intelligence, her compassion and her creativity, and how courage could make them more impactful. Kimberley's most high-profile achievement was her championing over many years of Magnitsky legislation. Australia now has a Magnitsky Act in large part as a result of Kimberley's efforts. This was a reform that was far from unanimously supported when it was raised some years ago. It took tenacity and inexhaustible reservoirs of energy to maintain the momentum for the passage of this bill over a period spanning years. But it wasn't just determination. She also showed incredible creativity. When a parliamentary committee considered the bill, Kimberley organised for evidence to be provided, amongst others, by Amal Clooney, Geoffrey Rush and Bill Browder. Highlighting the international dimension of support for such legislation undoubtedly strengthened the case for Australia to join with our allies. Marshalling all of this support was no mean feat, and few, if any, other people in Parliament could have achieved this. I remember many times catching up with Kimberley for a morning coffee and comparing our schedules. I would complain about having had to attend a dinner the night before with a stakeholder. She would then recount having been an online participant in a panel at 2 a.m. or 4 a.m. at Harvard or Oxford with a raft of internationally recognised academics or public thinkers. It was clear to me that she was right at home in these elite gatherings and that she maintained regular contact with these people that she met. It always left me thinking how inadequate my efforts were. Her achievements on Magnitsky weren't just about seeing clearly the right path to take. It was also about having the connections and the persuasiveness and the energy to bring unexpected resources to bear in the support of her case at a critical juncture in time. Her other virtues, her intelligence, her tenacity and her creativity, were leveraged by her courage. As many others have noted, her sustained contribution led to her being awarded the Sergei Magnitsky Human Rights Award. I am pleased that a permanent Human Rights Award has now been created in her honour in this country. In the field of human rights, there are too many achievements to recount, but another that bears noting was her personal intervention to save 30 people from the chaos of the fall of Kabul. Once again, it was her intelligence, hard work and creativity leveraged to her courage. In her inaugural speech, Kimberley posed some fundamental questions for herself, for her colleagues and for the nation, and I quote, "It is time to decide what kind of parliament we will be. Will we live down to the cynicism of the community about politicians, or will we show leadership in challenging days? It is time to decide what kind of party Labor will be. Will we be seduced by the glamour of narrow interest group politics, or will we continue to fight for all Australians? It is time to decide what kind of country we are. Will we shirk the decisions that face us, or will we once again rise to the moment and choose what is hard, what is complex, what is right?" She answered her own questions through her own deeds, and in her short time in this place, she painted on the largest of canvases. There is so much else that could be said of Kimberley. She was a piercing cross-examiner in estimates. She was a public policy wonk and a voracious reader. She was a committed trade unionist, particularly for some of our most vulnerable workers. And of course, she was a patriot, so often willing to put the interests of our nation above all else. And above and beyond these qualities were her qualities as a loyal friend. As Andrew noted in his powerful eulogy, with Kimberley, it was all in. Kimberley always greeted you joyfully with an embrace and a kiss on the cheek as if you hadn't seen her for an age. Kimberley made you feel that every discussion was something profound. Kimberley was a political friend that you knew would be there in thick and thin. Politics can be fickle, but Kimberley could never be accused of that. She left an indelible mark on Australia's public life and also on all of those lucky to have been her friend. I will miss her terribly. May she rest in peace.
Hear. I thank the member and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I would just acknowledge the member's lovely contribution about your dear friend, the late Senator Kimberley Kitching. Everyone has spoken beautifully about her and her incredible contribution to our nation, and particularly to this parliament as well. And I think it's probably been hard for everybody to speak about Kimberley, because it is a terrible tragedy that we've lost her at just the age of 52. To lose anyone at that age is a tragedy, Mr Deputy Speaker. And to have to remember a brilliant, vibrant woman taken from her friends, her family, our parliament and the Australian people at just age 52 is truly tragic. And I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, you know, the word tragedy is used probably too freely these days, but Senator Kimberley Kitching's death at just 52, in the prime of her life, in the prime of her political and policy-making skills, is just that, a genuine tragedy. It's a tragedy for her devoted husband, Andrew, and our hearts go out to him, her parents, Bill and Lee, her brother, Ben, her devoted friends like Bill and Chloe Shorten, Diana Asmar, and obviously so many of those opposite who have spoken so beautifully. It's a tragedy for her devoted staff who, as we heard yesterday from the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Opposition, were very hard-working. They put something like 12,000 questions on notice to the government this term of Parliament alone. I'm sure that's probably somewhat of a record, Mr Deputy Speaker. But the loss of Kimberley is a tragedy for Labor and ultimately for our nation. We have lost such a fine woman and such a fine mind. The stories about Kimberley's achievements, her incredible generosity, her talent for policy making that we've heard since her death, have emphasised what a huge loss she is to our nation. We know about her tireless work to see the Magnitsky Act passed and the international award recognising her work on the Act, her work on human rights, including her rescue of some 30 people from Afghanistan as it fell to the Taliban, and whose names her dear friend, the member for Maribyrnong, recorded in his condolence motion yesterday, and I think we're all grateful to him for doing that. Her funeral last week was testament to her generosity of spirit and her vibrant spirit, attracting people from across the political divide, and I was in attendance, Mr Deputy Speaker. There were ambassadors, diplomats, people whose lives she had touched and indeed saved. I doubt there are many other members of Parliament from around the globe who were sent a personal message from the Dalai Lama to recognise their passing. Such was the person that Kimberley Kitching was. I did not know Kimberley really well, but she touched my life as she has touched the lives of so many others. Despite us never having properly met, Kimberley penned a generous opinion piece about me on the 17th of March last year in response to my speech to Parliament, pleading for everyone in politics, but particularly Labor, to ensure an end to sexist, misogynist and dangerous behaviour towards women in politics and public life. And I have to say, I do struggle to read the opinion piece that she wrote, but was not published, but she sent on to me through the member for Canning. And I struggle because it's just so kind and generous and courageous. And it shows her incredible character. But I also struggle because, as unfortunately we now know, she herself is having a hard time as a woman in politics, for many reasons more than those she's shared in her opinion piece. I think perhaps her compassion was unfortunately based in her lived experience, and I can only say, I'm sorry I didn't know. And because of this, there was nothing I could do. I do want to share a few of her words as they are a reminder to us all to do better, to protect and look after each other, and to try to make politics a safer place for us all, because if it isn't, then our democracy is weaker. Our community loses their easy access to us as their elected representatives, and that makes it so much harder for us to do our jobs. So Kimberley wrote, and I quote, "My party needs to be much more vigilant in shutting down and repudiating gender-based political violence, particularly when we know ahead of time that it's likely to arise in heated political contests from the fringes, from idiots, online trolls, from the kinds of supporters you don't really want but are too embarrassed to call out publicly." But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to be clear, it's not just Labor's responsibility, it is all of our responsibility to call out this sort of behaviour, to stop this behaviour so that we can just get on with our jobs representing our communities, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud that our government, my government and this Parliament has strengthened the Electoral Act to give better protection to MPs and candidates, that we introduced the Online Safety Act that was passed by the Parliament to prevent and give greater protection from cyberbullying and trolls. And these are the sorts of things, if we all keep working together, we can make sure that our democracy stays strong and that people are safe. Kimberley also wrote in her opinion piece from March last year the following. She said, and I quote, "I'm sorry the necessarily robust contest over a marginal seat between our two great parties turned into an occasional debacle where misogyny was weaponised against me, where you felt unsafe and denigrated. I don't know you well, but you seem such a graceful, confident, tough, articulate, passionate person. And I'm deeply troubled that it appears gendered political violence has caused you, a formidable politician, to fall out of love with politics and has prompted you to decide to leave. And for that, I'm deeply sorry, not just for you, but for what it says about all of us and the limits Australian society is allowing to be put on the contribution of Australian women." I think Kimberley's incredibly kind words are better directed at her. She was graceful, confident, tough, articulate, passionate, but also unbelievably kind and compassionate. She was a Christian, her Catholic faith guided her, she was vibrant and vivacious, With wonderful wit and humour and an enthusiasm for life. She was a patriot and a warrior, as so many have recorded. And she was a patriot and a warrior for Australia and our freedom and the freedom of so many others. Mr Deputy Speaker, in closing, I remember very clearly the last time I saw Kimberley. It was on the day of my valedictory speech on the 16th of February this year. She was leaving the Sky Studio here in Parliament House with one of her loyal and dedicated staff members, Jordan, having just appeared on Paul Murray Live. As we know, Kimberley was not afraid of the contest of ideas, even in what might be classed by some as enemy territory. She looked absolutely gorgeous. She was in a beautifully fitted white suit and she just looked radiant. She gave me one of her enormous smiles that, as we all know, literally lit up a room. A kiss on the cheek, as everyone's recorded, she would greet you with, and a big hug, and she asked how I was. And that is how I will always remember Senator Kimberley Kitching, gorgeous and glowing, and as ever so kind. Rest in peace, lovely lady.
I thank the member for Boothby, and I call the member for Menzies.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to join with colleagues on this sad occasion to pay my respects to the late Senator Kimberley Kitching and to acknowledge the contribution that my colleague, the member for Boothby, has just made, and others in this chamber today. Like others, I found Kimberley a kind, generous, warm, intelligent, committed parliamentarian, a person who sought to seek justice in every way in which she could for those who could not, in many instances, find it for themselves. I had the privilege of travelling on two delegations with Kimberley, one to the Tibetan administration in exile, where we went to Delhi first to meet with His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then we travelled further north in India to the foothills of the Himalayas at Dharamsala, where we met with officials from the Tibetan administration in exile. And that was a wonderful journey, an opportunity travelling around in four-wheel drive vehicles in that mountainous region, visiting many of the places that were so important to the Tibetan people and meeting with their leaders. In fact, one of my treasured memories of Kimberley is a photo of both of us with a group of Tibetan children at a school that we visited there, and others have spoken about her warm smile, the twinkle in her eye, that glow in her face, and it's just captured in that photo of Kimberley. And that was an important example of her commitment to seeking human rights for people wherever they are in the world. And the other delegation was an ASEAN delegation to three of the ASEAN nations, to Myanmar, to Singapore and to Indonesia. And once again, particularly in Myanmar, where before the current troubles, but when the problems with the Rohingya were occurring, Kimberley was somebody seeking out to try and improve the human rights of so many people on that occasion. And it was through human rights that I believe that she will be most remembered. I had the privilege of co-chairing with her the Parliamentary Friends of Democracy in Hong Kong, something which sadly has disappeared under the Chinese communist regime. And it was her greatest tribute that she championed for such a long time in this Parliament the adoption of Magnitsky-type legislation. I had the privilege of chairing the Foreign Affairs Human Rights Committee, of which Kimberley was a member, and members on both sides of this Parliament that unanimously proposed that we should have Magnitsky-type legislation, and there can be no greater tribute to her than the fact that that legislation passed unanimously through this Parliament, and indeed just in the last couple of days the government has used that legislation to sanction individuals for human rights abuses and kleptocracy and similar related offences. Like many other members and senators, I had the privilege, Mr Deputy Speaker, of attending her funeral at St Patrick's Cathedral in Melbourne, and that was such a wonderful tribute to her, not just in the words that were spoken by many, including her friend, the member for Maribyrnong, Bill Shorten, but also in the cross-section of people who attended that funeral. There were people there from all walks of life. There were people from both sides of politics. Importantly, there were people that she stood for, that she had represented, and who shared her values. I think one thing one can say about Kimberley she was a parliamentarian. I'm not sure that I would describe everybody in this place as a parliamentarian, but she certainly was, and she made that a forte. I think what's important about someone like Kimberley was that she believed that you should plant your standard in the ground and say, here I stand or here I fall. And that was what she was prepared to do. She acted courageously on many occasions in saying these were the things which I stood for, and I think this parliament is only enhanced by having people, regardless of what their particular views might be or what their causes are, to have people who are prepared to plant their standard in the ground such as that. So I join with all my colleagues in extending my condolences, particularly to her many friends, and I wish to note one in this regard. My former Chief of Staff, Brendan Darcy, was a very, very good friend of Kimberley and Andrew. I think they met for coffee most weekends in Maribyrnong where they lived, and I know that he, along with many others, is truly saddened by the premature death of Kimberley Kitching. To her husband, Andrew, to her parents and to her brother, I extend my sincere condolences. May she rest in peace.
I thank the member for Menzies. I understand it's the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all those present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber.
Leave the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted?
Move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
The question is that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All those of that opinion say aye, all those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, death of the Honourable Dr Moses Henry Moss-Cass, condolence motion, resumption of debate on the motion of the Prime Minister.
The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you so much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to make a contribution in the condolence motion for Moss-Cass, the Honourable Moses Henry Cass, who was Australia's first Environment and Conservation Minister in, of course, the Whitlam government. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've heard some really terrific condolence speeches for Moss-Cass in the main chamber in support of this condolence motion, and as the Shadow Environment Minister, I wanted to make a contribution as well to really recognise the really nation-changing work that he did as our first Environment and Conservation Minister. He was also more broadly someone of very progressive bent. You heard him described yesterday as the Minister, or the day before, as the Minister for Lost Causes in the Whitlam government. But they weren't lost causes, Deputy Speaker. He was just well ahead of his time. He was a proponent for legalising cannabis. He was a proponent for legalising abortion. He was a proponent for legalising homosexuality. He was a pioneer of universal health care. He was responsible for creating the SBS. He was responsible for issuing experimental radio licences forming the basis for community radio broadcasting here in Australia. He's someone whose activism has left an indelible mark on Australia, and Australian society, in some cases decades later, has caught up to him. I remember reading in a biography actually for Harriet Harman, the UK Labor deputy leader and former acting leader, where she talked about the phenomenon where what was considered to be radical could then turn into orthodoxy. And that's certainly a hallmark of Labor. What sometimes we put forward can be described by some as radical, but it later becomes orthodoxy and seems in retrospect to have been inevitable. And you could certainly say that about Dr. Cass and the work that he did and the ideas that he had. And Deputy Speaker, I know that you particularly would have an affinity with Dr. Cass, both medical practitioners, you and he, and both people who stand strongly for environmental protection and conservation. Both residents at the one hospital.
North Shore Hospital, he spent a year as a resident.
And isn't that terrific that we have this tradition of medical doctors who come to this place and of course bring medical expertise and also bring a progressive approach and a commitment to many, many causes, much broader than your own discipline, your own professional capacity, because you understand, with respect, Deputy Speaker, to you and with respect to the late Dr. Cass, that everything's interconnected. That to be a healthy society, we have to look at all of the determinants of health, and to be a good and just society, we must have laws and frameworks and policy decisions that promote better arrangements for our society and better arrangements for our natural environment as well, and that includes conservation. And Deputy Speaker, one of the things for which Dr. Cass was responsible is that he actually instituted the most significant environmental legislation in the post-war period. He instituted the predecessor to today's environmental laws, a really important framework for assessing the impact that developments have on the environment. Again, this is something that just seems like orthodoxy today, that it would have been inevitable that we would assess the impacts of projects and development on the environment. But he brought in this framework, he brought it in the mid-1970s, and it really was the predecessor. And our former Deputy Prime Minister, Brian Howe AO, whom you would have met and I have met, has said that Dr. Cass was responsible for the most important environmental legislation in Australia's post-war period. He's been quoted as saying that, and that's right. And he was also responsible not just for our domestic environmental law, not only for ensuring that we have in this country the right domestic settings for environmental protection, but he was also a pioneer on the international stage in relation to developing international movements and international frameworks for environmental protection and conservation. And I just wanted to mention a few examples of that work. Deputy Speaker, in 1973, June 1973, he announced that the Cabinet had decided that Australia would sign the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Flora and Fauna. He said that Cabinet's decision meant that the Customs Act and regulations would be amended so that international trade in these species will be prohibited, and the decision was taken to protect a number of mammals, birds and reptiles that have been designated at the conference to conclude the International Convention. So he was a leader in making sure that Australia supported this really significant international convention, and he talked about what else we could do as a country to demonstrate leadership in relation to species protection. Dr. Cass also announced in 1974 a bilateral treaty with the Japanese government to protect migratory birds and birds in danger of extinction and their environment. That was a bilateral treaty that was of great significance. And in fact, I was just in a park not even a park, a former golf course being turned into an environmental precinct in Victoria last week, and the environmentalists and local government representatives there were talking to me about the Japanese snipe. So it's quite interesting to reflect that before I was born, the first Environment and Conservation Minister was issuing releases about what more Australia could do in a bilateral approach with Japan to protect that particular migratory bird. But he was someone who was very committed to conservation and protection of biodiversity, including for those migratory birds. And you see that again, Deputy Speaker, when I think, and the significance of this is vast, where I think he was, I suspect, incredibly proud that Australia became the first full party to the Convention on Wetlands of International Importance. He made that announcement in May 1974, so a little while after the Japanese bilateral agreement. He said, by signing the Wetlands Convention, Australia has become the first full party to it, and he noted that other nations like Finland, Iran, the UK, and several others were close to signing and were going to sign. And this, I think, really demonstrates that Dr. Cass was willing to take this international leadership to really push for treaties to be a basis for environmental protection. And it was in the context of Australia becoming the first full party to that convention that there was then triggered an obligation on us as a nation to designate at least one wetland for the list to be made under that treaty. And that is how Australia came to list the Coburg Peninsula on the Northern Territory coastline, northwest of Darwin, on that list of wetlands of international significance. And Deputy Speaker, as he said at the time, this is a further example of Labor's high level of activities in nature conservation, which has included enthusiastic acceptance of our international obligations. Again, this is an example of what Australia can be. When it comes to environmental protection, we can be a country with domestic laws that facilitate environmental protection, that conserve biodiversity, and we can also, despite not being a large country by population, be a beacon for the international community of what environmental protection can be. We can do those things. I think it would be wonderful to see the election of an Albanese Labor government that had a disposition towards Australia demonstrating, showing leadership in the world in relation to environmental protection. I also wanted to mention Dr. Cass's announcement in 1973 of a national water policy. Of course, water policy in this country has been fraught since before Federation. There has always been, I guess the right word would be struggles in respect of the allocation of water, the use of water, and ensuring that water is available for all of its uses, whether they be leisure, human needs, environmental, cultural, agricultural, whatever the uses might be. And so it is incredibly significant, Deputy Speaker, that in 1973, Dr. Cass announced a comprehensive policy statement for the future management of Australia's water resources. And he said in the announcement this was the first time there'd been an overall policy framework advanced for the future management of Australia's scarce water resources. And don't we know today how important it is to actually have a national approach? And hasn't that been demonstrated to us by the consequences of the current government's decision almost a decade ago to abolish the National Water Commission and to really vacate the field when it comes to ensuring we have an appropriate national water policy. And in 1973, when he announced this comprehensive policy statement, Dr. Cass said, "This policy statement commits the Australian government to ensuring that the development of water resources will be fully integrated into the economic, social and environmental planning of the nation." Quite a different approach, one would argue, is being adopted by the current government. Deputy Speaker, I did want to mention two other examples of environmental protection from Dr. Cass that are of great significance to me as the Shadow Environment Minister, but to my home state of Queensland. Firstly, I wanted to mention the prevention of sand mining on Fraser Island. I've got many friends who are involved in the Fraser Island Defenders Organisation, FIDO as they're called. This was a matter of great significance to Queenslanders and to the entire nation. And it was Dr. Cass who laid the groundwork, established the framework for the end of sand mining on Fraser Island. It was not done until 1976, but it was done as a result of a recommendation of the Fraser Island Environmental Inquiry. And that inquiry had been established pursuant to Section 11 of that environment protection legislation that I spoke about earlier. Decades later, Fraser Island was actually inscribed on the World Heritage List. That was a nomination from the Hawke government. And it was building on the work that Dr. Cass did in government, in the Whitlam government, that allowed that to occur. And the other thing that I wanted to acknowledge, of course, and this has been acknowledged, I think, by everyone who's spoken in this debate, that it was Dr. Cass that established in the Whitlam government the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Act. That established Gabrumpa, the Great Barrier Reef Marine Park Authority, to really protect and care for the entire Great Barrier Reef region. And so he laid the groundwork. He laid the groundwork for the protection of the Great Barrier Reef. These are Whitlam government achievements, and these are Dr. Cass's achievements. And I know that all of us in Labor are so grateful to him for the work that he did for environmental protection and for the broader work that he did for our country. And we feel very, very deeply the loss of Dr. Cass, our first Environment and Conservation Minister, not just for Labor but for the nation. And we do express our sincere condolences to his family, to all who loved him, to the environment movement, the environment protection movement, and to all Australians who've really lost a giant. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for Griffith. The question is that the motion be agreed to, and I call the member for McMahon.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, two press releases from Mr Cass as Minister for the Environment and Conservation, I think, tell the House a story about what an impactful figure he was. Many press releases get issued in this building every day. Few would be remembered 50 years later. But one press release from the Minister for the Environment and Conservation on December the 4th, 1973 simply started with, Dr Cass today announced that the government had decided to create a national park in the East Alligator River area of the Northern Territory. The park will be known as Kakadu National Park. What a significant moment, which was probably not fully appreciated at that time. That Kakadu National Park, which had existed for hundreds of thousands of years as a pristine environment, but only as a result of a government decision, was protected for every future generation. And another press release on the 23rd of September 1973 started, the parliamentary draftsman has been asked to draft two major pieces of environmental legislation for the current session. The Minister for the Environment, Dr Cass, said today these were acts incorporating the environmental impact statement procedure and a truly national system of national parks. So again, the environmental impact statement procedure, which we take for granted today, is such a fundamental part of our environmental protections that any big change in our urban architecture or in our any development around the country must have its environmental impact considered. Only came about because of Moss Cass. Mr Deputy Speaker, there are many, many people who've played a role in the Labor Party having such a significant track record in relation to the environment. But none can claim a greater role than Moss Cass. None can claim a greater role than him. And his life before Parliament would be enough to see him remembered. He's played a significant role, as we heard in the House yesterday, developing the first heart-lung machine. He was clearly an inventor, a man of great ingenuity. But his contribution in Parliament is, of course, what we most remember on his passing. And I think his role as a medico informed his passion for the environment. As we see Doctors for the Environment today and their care for country, and they see the implications of a changing climate for their patients, I think Dr Cass was very much of that mould, as you are, Mr Deputy Speaker, very much of that mould in seeing the impact of these changes on people. And Dr Cass brought that passion to his role as Minister for the Environment and Conservation. I was struck by his statement to the first ever OECD meeting of environment ministers, and he told his international colleagues, "We have not inherited this earth from our parents, we have borrowed it from our children," which I think again summed up his approach. As the honourable member for Griffith averred to, Dr Cass was a radical in radical times. The 1960s, late 1960s and early 1970s were radical times, and Dr Cass did not mind being a radical in that era. But many of the views that he held and expressed have become the orthodoxy. Imagine today, as controversial as it was at the time, suggesting that there not be a national park in Kakadu, or that we shouldn't have an environmental impact statement process, although there might be some members of the House who might suggest that these days, but they would be very much in the minority. What he believed in many instances has become the orthodoxy, as it should. Now, of course, he shouldn't just be remembered for his role in the environment. He played other roles. He advised Gough Whitlam and Bill Hayden about Medicare. He introduced Gough Whitlam to the fathers of Medicare. It should be noted that he had a different model than Medibank and Medicare. You'd be interested to know, Mr Deputy Speaker, he only ever believed in salaried medical officers. He did not believe in fee-for-service, which was not the system that was adopted in Medibank or Medicare. He was perhaps a little more radical than others, but nevertheless he can claim a role for the beginning of Medibank and Medicare. And also, after being Minister for the Environment, he went on to serve relatively briefly as Minister for the Media, which we would today call Minister for Communications. And while his time there was relatively brief, he again had an impact. He founded Community Radio, and many honourable members would have participated in Community Radio and seen the impact of Community Radio in their communities. In my case, 2GLF, which stands for Liverpool and Fairfield. It's been going for many, many years, I think from that time, as you know, Mr Deputy Speaker. And again, Dr Cass can claim a very significant legacy there. So politics, of course, always, for all of us, has its setbacks and its arguments. It's a matter of public record that Dr Cass and his Prime Minister, Gough Whitlam, did not always see eye to eye. They had very different approaches. But that is what politics is about. It's about holding those arguments and holding your own and winning more than you lose, ideally. And certainly Dr Cass can, and his family can, look back on his legacy and say he won more than he lost, and we are very grateful that he did. To his family, their grief can be assuaged by pride in his achievements. To his widow, Shirley, his children, Naomi and Dan, I do know Dan, I've expressed my condolences to him personally, but I also expressed them to the entire family in the House. To his brother Alec, who is still with us, his grandchildren and his one great-granddaughter. The House thanks them for sharing Dr Cass with the country and wishes them every condolence on the loss of their father, grandfather, great-grandfather and brother.
I thank the member for McMahon. Before I call the member for Scullin, I'd just like to remind the Fed Chamber that we will need to suspend at around 1 o'clock or a little after. I call the member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in this very important debate, and it has been a particular pleasure to hear the generous and heartfelt remarks of my friends, the member for McMahon and the member for Griffith, which I associate myself with. Moss Cass was an extraordinary man who lived an extraordinary life, including, of course, a very notable service to public life as a minister, as a parliamentarian, and as a great and very long-standing servant of the Australian Labor Party. And it was my very great privilege to have known him for almost all my time as a member of the Australian Labor Party through our shared membership of the North Carlton branch. And I note that when I first came across Moss in that branch, it was quite some time after his service in this place had come to an end. But at that stage, in the 1990s, and at all times since, his activism, his idealism remained undiminished and undaunted. He was always up for the next argument, always up for the next challenge. And I think that's quite remarkable, particularly when you think about such a significant record of contribution, that Moss was always looking forward, not luxuriating in the victories of the past. And on that note, I want to acknowledge here the very significant personal debt I feel that I owe to Moss, who was generous to me in a way that was far from unique. He was generous to all people he came across, although, as I think the member for McMahon noted, he had some thoughts about some of his former colleagues that he shared. But the way in which he went about his involvement post-public life, I found and I find quite inspirational. And when I think about the opportunities that I have serving in this place as a member of our great party, I think of the example he set while he held public office, the example he set in his activism prior to being elected, and the example he continued to set throughout his long and very impactful life. So I don't know the extent to which Moss would always appreciate all of the decisions I've made. From time to time he was good enough to vote for me in internal Labor Party ballots, and as we know on this side of the House, there's no greater tribute that can be paid. But I like to think that in his encouragement to me, he saw something of value. And the debt that I feel, the debt that I express now, is of course absolutely nothing in comparison to his contribution. And I won't go through that in great detail because we've heard eloquent testimonies to what Moss Cass meant to this country and indeed to the world natural environment from the Leader of the Labor Party and my colleagues I referred to earlier. But having started in referring to an extraordinary life, I feel I do need to touch upon some small elements of what would be a long highlights reel. His work as a doctor in many respects has been highlighted as a pioneer, an inventor, as someone who understood earlier than most and better than most public health, as someone who was a key enabler, if not perhaps the architect he might have liked to have been, again as the member for McMahon noted, of Medibank and indeed of Medicare, which is now such a critical element of our modern Australian social compact, for his advocacy for a woman's right to choose, for reproductive rights at a time when this was very, very heavily contested, not just in the community, but in our party, for his advocacy for law reform on questions of sexuality, when again, it was not always an easy fight for justice to have been part of. And then, of course, when he entered this place, his contributions really are nothing short of remarkable. He will always be our First Minister for the Environment and Conservation. I think we've got an excellent one in this chamber right now who I look forward to seeing her contribution, the member for Griffith, hopefully in the very near future. But the standard that Moss Cass set is one that's very hard to emulate, because in assuming that mantle, I think it is no exaggeration to say that he changed our national political debate, changed our understanding about the possibilities of national politics and our responsibility as custodians of our natural environment. And the physical memories of that are significant. Kakadu, the other successful campaigns he waged, but more particularly I think it is important to dwell on the fact that he brought this discussion into the centre of this parliament and to the centre of our national debate, and indeed was a leader in international forums as well. He was also briefly the Minister for the Media. Briefly, but I think we would, most of us agree, presciently in terms of his understanding of the role that the media plays in sustaining a healthy society and a healthy democracy. His contribution in establishing community radio is something that means a lot to me and means a lot to many Australians around the country. And beyond this service, which was of course sadly brought to an end as a minister, he continued in Parliament for another 5 years. But I just want to reiterate how significant his contribution was in a very long, productive and frankly inspirational post-parliamentary life. I said in acknowledging the personal debt that it's far from unique. Moss was incredibly generous with his experience and his encouragement. He was full of ideas, full of enthusiasm, and never let slip of the notion that there is a better world out there if we have the wit and the will to make it. if we have the wit and the will to make it. And when I think about Moss and his impact on me, his impact on our party and on our country, those are the guiding words that I hope can sustain me and my colleagues and all of us in this place as we go about the work that we are so privileged to do. And my thoughts today, and since his passing, are with his family, with Shirley and his children, Naomi and Dan, and all of those whose lives were shaped by Moss, all of those who loved him, all of us who walk in his shadow. Rest in peace.
I thank the member for Scullin, and I call the member for Fenner.
The Whitlam government changed Australia and it encapsulated the spirits of the 1960s, and no one did that better than Moss Cass. Long-haired, bearded and described by the Sydney Jewish News as with it, he was happy to invite colleagues to smoke pot in his office when they critiqued Australia's drug policy. He was somebody who didn't always get on with the Prime Minister, but carried with him the same drive and passion as his parents who'd fled the anti-Jewish pogroms in Tsarist Russia. He was a trailblazer in the area of the environment, frustrated at the timidity of the Australian Conservation Foundation, which was then chaired by Sir Garfield Barwick and whose patron was Prince Philip. He was an activist in the environmental area, effectively managing to stop sand mining on Fraser Island, an outrage that when you go to Fraser Island today you cannot believe ever occurred, and curtailing the Ranger uranium mine in Kakadu. He began that process of turning the Labor Party into Australia's leading environmental party, which it still remains today. As a doctor, he had attained significant note. He built the first heart-lung machine in Australia and was somebody who brought back from his time in London with his wife Shirley Shulman a sense of free thinking and a willingness to challenge authority. We in the ACT acknowledge Moss particularly for his sponsorship of private members' bills that legalised abortion and decriminalised homosexuality in the ACT. But there is also his important work in the media portfolio. As the Leader of the Opposition noted in the House, he initiated Double J and he got rid of the television licence fee. But he also put in place the Press Council, though not without some critique. As he initially proposed the notion of a Press Council, the Sunday Telegraph talked about it as, quote, a real threat to democracy and a monstrous preempting of the judicial system. The Australian editorialised, quote, what country are we living in? It sounds more like Dr Goebbels' Nazi Germany than Dr Cass's Australia. As others noted at the time, if anything demonstrated the need for a Press Council, it was those distorted responses to the proposals for a Press Council. But Moss didn't stop when his political career ended. He continued corresponding with a range of members of Parliament, including, I'm pleased to say, myself. An email that he sent me on the 26th of September 2021 said, quote, for the survival of democracy, it is essential that opinions and assertions be supported by established, confirmed and data readily available for everyone through the media. And he went on to make a range of observations about the work that he'd done and the importance of conducting a fact-based debate in politics. As the cliche goes, you can have your own views but not your own facts. And yet too often today we've forgotten that lesson that Moss Cass taught us about the importance of a robust, ideas-based political conversation. Moss Cass's email of the 26th of September 21 finished with this sentence. If you have reached this far and feel like objecting or commenting, please do so by email. I am now too deaf at the age of 94 to follow a phone conversation. And I wrote back to him to simply say, Moss, thank you. I appreciate your views. I will do my best to ensure that we have that vibrant democracy that you worked for. And by golly, I hope that when I'm in my 90s, I am, like Moss Cass, engaging with policymakers to try and make the world a better place.
I'm sure you will be. I call the member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On 25th February 2022, we lost a giant of Australian political history, Moss Cass. His Jewish grandparents fled Bialystok in 1906 following the pogroms, seeking safety for their family in Western Australia, where they found it, and Moss was later born in Narrogin. Moss was a medical scientist by training. He was a registrar at major hospitals and a medical researcher who built Australia's first heart-lung machine. He was a politician for many years, and he was also a conservationist at heart. He loved the environment. In his own garden and beyond, he kept bees. He talked about sustainability and intergenerational equity long before it was common to do so. He understood the climate crisis better than anyone. He eschewed Comcars in favour of riding a bike to Parliament. He hated waste. He first ran against Robert Menzies in Kooyong in 1961. His radical platform took more votes off the Liberal Prime Minister than anyone before. Buoyed by the idea that people responded to vision, honesty and openness, he ran twice more and was ultimately elected as the member for Maribyrnong in 1969. He was appointed Minister for the Environment and Conservation in 1972 and secured passage of the first National Environmental Assessment Law, Environment Protection Impact Proposals Act 1974. As a politician, Moss Cass never shied away from the grunt work of policy development, of bold decisions, hard conversations and rigorous debates, of listening to the community and getting things done. He helped overturn the White Australia policy and helped get Labor to oppose the Vietnam War. He was instrumental in the design of universal healthcare. He fought against the flooding of Lake Pedder and worked towards ending sand mining on Fraser Island and securing protection for the Great Barrier Reef. He funded community radio. He advocated decriminalising cannabis, legalising abortion, law reforms to ensure gay men and women were not discriminated against, and for stopping public money going to wealthy private schools. He thought that a country's success should be measured by the well-being of its citizens, not just its GDP. As his son, Dan Cass, said in the Saturday paper, I quote, "Moss could imagine a green and fair world and did as much as anyone to bring it about. He taught us that collaborative thinking is what we do. To live is to work it all out, how to care for each other and the planet." Moss attributed his political achievements as evidence for what Dan calls his science of hope. Radical honesty wins votes. Power only matters if you do something bold. Deputy Speaker, I was lucky enough to meet Moss Cass briefly early on in my term, and since then have had more sustained engagement with his Melbourne-based family over the years. On behalf of the Australian Greens, I offer my thanks to Moss Cass for the groundwork he laid for environmental and social justice reforms in this country. My condolences to his family and friends for their loss, and to Dan, Shirley and Naomi, and also to the broader Labor Party movement, whom will no doubt be feeling this loss keenly as well. On behalf of the Australian Greens, we will remember Moss Cass.
I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on this condolence motion for the Honourable Dr Moses Henry Cass, better known as Moss. Moss Cass served in this House from 1969 to 1983. He left Parliament 4 years before I was born. I never had the privilege of meeting him. But when I was elected to this place in 2019, I was the 22nd Jewish Australian elected to our federal parliament. Moss was the 8th. He was elected in 1969 with a new generation of Jewish MPs, together with Barry Cohen, Joe Berenson and Dick Klugman. 3 of them would go on to be ministers in Labor governments. Moss Cass was buried in the Beit Olam Cemetery in Springvale, just near where my grandmother is buried. So we do have a shared history, and I'm proud to do so with Moss Cass. He was one of the generation of new young Labor MPs who entered this House in 1969 as part of the wave of enthusiasm for the new Labor leader, Gough Whitlam. One of his fellow new MPs in the class of '69 was a young man named Paul Keating. As a doctor and director of the Trade Union Clinic and Research Centre, Moss Cass was enthused by Whitlam's determination to reform Australia's ramshackle health insurance system. As a son of Jewish refugees, he was a champion of human rights and for a more liberal immigration policy. He was an early campaigner for environmental activism, for abortion law reform and for the decriminalisation of homosexuality. He used his first speech to argue for decriminalisation for abortion. With the late Sir John Gorton, he co-sponsored a motion in this House supporting decriminalisation of homosexuality well before this cause was adopted by the political mainstream. He was fiercely progressive and he was a trailblazer. As the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, as the Leader of the Opposition said yesterday, his campaign manager at the time, when he first came in, suggested a good line. I don't mind who you vote for as long as you think about it. And as the voters of Maribyrnong have never elected a Liberal MP since, no doubt Moss Cass helped turn that seat red. But Moss Cass went on to be a very fine and visionary Minister for the Environment and Conservation, Australia's first ever Minister for the Environment in the visionary Whitlam government. He passed the Environmental Protection Act in 1974 despite some opposition both internally and externally. It was a bold idea, well ahead of its time, but it got through. Moss cared for our environment. Moss Cass had a turbulent time in politics. He fell out with Gough Whitlam and was shunted out of the environment portfolio. He was the Shadow Health Minister under Bill Hayden, but was dropped from the front bench after the 1980 election. His views on many subjects were too leftist, even for the left of that time, though mostly they would be pretty uncontroversial now. So he chose to retire in 1983 when he was only 56. He went on to have a second career at the Melbourne University School of Land and Environment and chair the Australian National Biocentre. He was a man in many ways ahead of his time, and he paid a price for that. But he deserves to be remembered as a pioneer of many good causes and a champion of progressive Labor policies and values. To Shirley, Naomi and Dan and the entire Cass family, we wish you long life and we celebrate a man and a life worth lived. Thank you.
I thank the member for McNamara. I understand it's the wish of honourable members to signify at this stage their respect and sympathy by rising in their places, and I ask all those present to do so. I thank the Federation Chamber. I call
Swan.
The member Swan, yeah.
Mr Deputy Chair, I ask leave of the Federation Chamber to move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Is leave granted?
I move that further proceedings be conducted in the House.
Motion.
The questions that further proceedings be conducted in the House. All of those of that opinion say aye, opposed say no. The ayes have it. Federation Chamber is now suspended to 4 p.m. today.
Oh, sorry. Call the clerk.
Next item, statements. Further statements in relation to the floods.
Are there any statements? I call the member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Speaker, on Sunday the 27th of March, it was wet in my community. We'd had a lot of rain over the previous week with heavy falls forecast over the next 24 hours. We're used to floods. Most homes are built above the 1 in 100-year levels of 12.2 metres. Shops have their flood plans. Everyone moves their stock, their machinery to flood-free levels. Everyone was preparing. We know how to do floods. The Bureau of Meteorology, as people were going to bed, were predicting a peak of 11.5 metres. That's under the 12.2 record levels. People were confident, they were prepared and safe in their house. In the early morning hours, people started to get woken by water coming into their house. The flood level had been revised to 14.5 metres, 3 metres higher than when people were going to bed. This is 2.3 metres higher than we'd ever seen before. We did not have a flood happening. We had a natural disaster happening of which we had never seen or experienced before, all in the dark of night. The immediate crisis was thousands of people were at risk of drowning in their homes. People were scrambling into roof cavities and onto roofs. It was a desperate situation. And then they arrived. Instinctively, intuitively, over 200 local heroes got into their tinnies, kayaks, jet skis and started rescuing and saving their neighbours' lives. And make no mistake, they were putting themselves at great risk. This was a swollen, angry river. The storm was still raging and rain was falling heavily. But out they went, saving person after person, family after family. 4 fatalities happened that day, all tragic. It was a miracle there were so few. Besides the 200 local heroes, the SES, other first responders like the police, fire and rescue and others all did amazing things. I made urgent calls before daybreak to get aerial ADF support to help with evacuations. They arrived that morning and assisted, which was crucial. Evacuation centres instantaneously sprung up. Around 10,000 people were going to be homeless by the end of the day. Lismore, Coraki, Woodburn, Broadwater and Waddell all have this same story. Heroes saving lives, heroes setting up evacuation centres. Some of the evacuation centres had no outside support for days as they were stranded by floodwaters. Hundreds of people I could name here right now deserve recognition for what they did, and I'm going to ensure they all do get the recognition they deserve. 3 to 4 days later, on the Thursday, the floodwaters started to recede to the point where supplies started to arrive into our towns. The ADF could get in with their larger equipment to help with the clean-up, over 4,000 of them, and we thanked them. Also, the floodwaters receding revealed the devastation. This wasn't going to be a clean-up, this was going to be a rebuild. People had lost everything in their homes and businesses. Places in supposedly flood-free areas were wiped out. People weren't going to open their business in days, it was going to be weeks and months. People who had homes flooded aren't going back in their homes for weeks, if not months. As a government, we declared Category A, B and D disaster in record time. Many packages have been announced to help families and business and farmers. Financial support has started, over $1 billion already, but much more still needs to come. The clean-up after 4 weeks, with even 4,000 ADF helping, is only 50% complete. We are all traumatised, no one is sleeping properly, those that nearly drowned are having nightmares, those that saved them are having nightmares. Mental health services are arriving and we will need them and more. Financial packages will encourage some to restart, some will decide not to. Over $200 million has already been announced to do flood modelling and work on flood mitigation. We can never flood-proof our town, but we can and must do more on flood mitigation for us to rebuild with confidence. And sadly, overnight, we have been flooded again. The levee is overtopped and will be going to 12 metres today. This has triggered more trauma in my community to those who've nearly drowned and for those who've saved them just 4 weeks ago, reliving the flooding rains and the evacuations again. I love my town and we will come back, but it's going to take us time. We're going to have to help our neighbours and our friends to stand again, one day at a time.
I call the member for Oxley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I pay tribute to the member for Page and the incredible work that he has done looking after his members, looking after his local residents, and the incredible stress that it is placed on not only him but his staff as well. And that is one area that I think all members who have represented flooded communities know just how lucky our brilliant staff are for the incredible hours that they're putting in. It is a toll on them, and today I want to start my remarks by recognising all of our collective efforts from our staff who have been guiding and supporting our residents. And I recognise the member for Page and the member for Richmond for their incredible service to their constituents, who I know the member for Richmond has returned to her electorate today to deal with even further flooding. But my focus, Mr Deputy Speaker, has been on the people in my electorate who have been absolutely devastated by the recent floods. I've helped people clear out their homes and businesses, and Mr Deputy Speaker, when you carried the last of a person's beloved belongings out onto the street and left them on the curb to be picked up like trash, it becomes painfully clear that the $1,000 is just a mere drop in the ocean compared to what these people and families have lost. This week I came to Canberra with the goal of fighting for them and advocating for them at every opportunity. I've just recently left question time where I demanded to know from the Prime Minister why my local residents have been treated like second-class citizens rather than other citizens across Australia who have been equally flooded as well. They deserve more than what they're getting from this government, a government that has decided for whatever reason that they are not as worthy for support as flood victims just over the border in New South Wales. The real support for these people didn't come from the federal government, it came from our community. The response of locals to this crisis had made me incredibly proud to be the federal member for Oxley. Together, we did our best to make sure no one was left behind. Whether it was Tony from Middle Park Bakery keeping the free barbecue stocked with fresh bread, or Big Papa's Pizza at Kimera offering free pizza for flood victims, people reached out a helping hand to those in need without hesitation. Baby Give Back, a local charity based in my electorate, has ensured families with children have had the resources to protect and nurture them throughout the past few weeks. People like Pastor Phil Kennedy from the Shiloh Church and his congregation packed hampers of donated goods for those who are living without power. And the Riverside Baptist Church opened their doors to anyone who needed a place as the floodwaters rose. And just last week, Aaron from the Kerwick Hotel put on an afternoon of beers and celebration for the volunteers and flood victims that had stood side by side for rebuilding our community. And I do want to acknowledge again Tees Mining, who set up a free barbecue at the Goodna Recovery Centre for flood victims and volunteers. Listen to these stats, Mr Deputy Speaker. 3,000 drinks, 6,000 cleaning litres of cleaning product, 3,500 hot meals, 150 kilograms of sausages. This was from one company, Tees Mining. I want to thank the CEO, Michael Wright, for his generosity in ensuring that residents, particularly in the Goodna part of my electorate, were looked after. Phil Woods, who was there every day from Tees Mining to ensure that the operations were running smoothly as possible. As I've said before, the crisis brought out the very best in our community as locals stepped up to take on leadership roles to help their neighbours and to keep everyone's morale high. Dan, known in the Goodna community as Dan the Mill Street Man, set up a pop-up recovery hub on Mill Street, one of the most impacted streets in Goodna. People like Frank and Wingy made the devastating reality of the floods just that little bit more bearable with their can-do attitude and humour. I consider myself incredibly blessed to have worked alongside them in their recovery. I also worked hand in hand with a fantastic team of local representatives. Our local state representatives Lance McCallum, Jess Pugh, Charisse Mullen were all amazing advocates for flood-affected communities throughout the crisis and were by my side every day. The Goodness Ipswich City Council, made up of the fantastic Mayor Teresa Harding, but the local councillors for the flood-affected suburbs in my electorate, the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nicole Jonik, and the brilliant Councillor Paul Tully, a councillor with over 40 years of local government experience, provided invaluable support to Goodna residents. Mr Deputy Speaker, these representatives were on the ground every single day. When the floodwaters come, it's not blue or red, it's brown. This is not a political speech I'm giving today. It's simply a realisation that when the floodwaters rise or when natural disasters come, we have to come together as one community. That's also why today I want to recognise the LNP councillor for the Jamboree ward in my electorate, Councillor Sarah Hutton, for her outstanding leadership. And she was an incredible resource for the constituents in the Centenary suburbs, and I pay tribute to all of her hard work. There are, of course, too many businesses and people to mention, but I'm going to give it a go, Mr Deputy Speaker. Terry Slaughter from the Springfields Lakes IGA, the Pepper Lounge at Jindalee, St Albans Church and the Anglican Care of Southern Queensland, the Buddhist Vihara Temple at Goodna, White Lies Brewing, the 4074 Community and Beyond page, the Ahmadiyya Muslim Association, Orange Sky, Dr Kong Bui AM and the Vietnamese Community Queensland chapter, the Pioneers Baseball Club, Springfield City Group, in particular Raina Sinnathamby, who I called in one of my more desperate needs of wheelbarrows and squeegees. They are the peak commodity during a flood. Forget diamonds and jewels, it is wheelbarrows and squeegees. In our time of need, when we were desperate for wheelbarrows, I rang Raina Sinnathamby and said, "Can you help me?" And within an hour, 11 wheelbarrows turned up. To the Springfield Panthers Rugby League Football Club, the Wilston Park Centenary Cricket Club, Lyndon's Proprietary Limited, Storage Choice Sumner Park, Four Voices, the Oxley Uniting Church, Forest Lake Uniting Church, the Rotary Club of Jindalee, the CWA Oxley, and Goodness Street Life and their amazing outreach team. And Helen Youngbury, particularly for all of her brilliant work during not just the flood crisis, but her amazing efforts during looking after those in need. And of course, over the past few days, we've seen even more rain across the electorate. While serious flooding has not eventuated, the sense of anxiety that locals felt was palpable, even all the way down here in Canberra. We're now living in the reality where these sorts of disasters can occur with an alarming frequency, and every time it rains, people now have to worry. We're seeing that play out all too dearly in New South Wales as we speak. The floodwaters are once again rising in Lismore and Byron Bay. This crisis will repeat itself, and the fact that we are talking about this even a month later is unimaginable. Yet this is the reality for many of our brothers and sisters in the Northern Rivers. My heart goes out to the communities that once again have had to flee their homes, unsure when they'll be able to return and what they will return to. But what this crisis shows is that we do need real investment in a bipartisan way, not only in recovery, but in mitigation. It's unimaginable that on the eve of an election that we aren't making this a central point of the major parties. It's something that I will be advocating for inside my own party to make sure that we are leading from the front. And I encourage members on the opposite to talk to your leadership, to talk to your party leaders. We need to find common solutions to deal with these unmitigated disasters. We want to make sure that disaster recovery and the rebuilding happens as quickly as possible. Australians know that they need solutions and they need answers to these problems now. That's why I'm really pleased that a future Albanese Labor government will revamp the failed ERF to create the new Disaster Ready Fund, $200 million to be invested on disaster readiness to protect lives and livelihoods. And I do want to make this point. One of the most chilling aspects during the flood crisis was the intervention from Shane Stone. I was standing with residents in Goodna when I was alerted to the fact that Mr Stone made the I think, irresponsible comments that if you live in a floodplain, it's your fault. Now, that is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. I did not hear from Mr Stone during the natural disaster. I did not hear from him from all. I'm not sure even what his role is during recovery of natural disasters, but let me tell you, if these well-paid fat cats are going to sit from the sidelines on their comfortable couches when people's homes are inundated. Let's have the discussion after, but not during this time of natural disaster. Locals in my electorate lost everything, and the poor people in northern New South Wales are once again seeing their homes go underwater. We need solutions put on the table to mitigate and help rebuild as quickly as possible. And I am hopeful that whoever wins government, we will see real flood and disaster mitigation work happen so that the people in my community will not have to experience the trauma of these floods again. Mr Deputy Speaker, I finish on these notes. Our community is stronger than ever before because of these floods. We never wanted them, but our community came together like never before. And as the people's representative for the electorate of Oxley, I couldn't be prouder for the community that I represent.
I thank the member and I call the member for Riverina.
Mr Speaker, can I commend the member for Oxley for his words, for his advocacy for his constituency, and I observed the passion he had for Frank, a constituent in his electorate who has lost his house. Mentioned him in question time today. He read the list of thank yous like a Melbourne Cup caller because he had so many of them. And I know that he's passionate about his electorate and he's grateful for the work done by so many people. And they do it without wanting recognition. They do it without wanting acknowledgement. They do it because they love their fellow human beings. They do it for strangers. That's the Australian way. And thank you, Member for Oxley, for those words. I acknowledge too the former member for Maranoa who has just joined us in the chamber and his work with the Royal Flying Doctor Service, an institution in this country which has saved many, many lives in regional Australia, Mr Speaker, and acknowledge the former member for Maranoa, Bruce Scott, for his work post-Parliament. Indeed, he was a fine member of Parliament, but what he's done post-Parliament is something to be admired and respected. Thank you, Bruce. The devastation, destruction and despair we've witnessed in south-east Queensland, and particularly the Northern Rivers in northern New South Wales as a result of the recent floods, is almost indescribable. During my time as Deputy Prime Minister, I vividly recall having toured flood-ravaged areas across this nation, and the heart-wrenching images, they stay with you. The loss of life, livestock, pets, homes, livelihoods is unfathomable, all at the hands of Mother Nature. Even more recently, in my own electorate of Riverina, I joined the Prime Minister and New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet to survey damage to properties, homes and businesses in the central west of New South Wales when floods flowed through Forbes, Bujerabong and other neighbouring areas. And I know from speaking with farmers and small business owners who were hit hard by those floods that the losses incurred are more than just bricks and mortar. It's the toll the loss has on those people's ability to want to keep going, the hit to their resilience, the hit to their pride. But like those people who the member for Oxley thanked, these are tough Australians. These are Australians who are not afraid to get in and have a go. They're not going to let a flood deter them from doing what they do for their own families, for their own communities, and for those strangers who they might just have a passing chance meeting with at a time of disaster. As humans, we can only take so much, but I tell you what, they get back up when they get knocked down, and they get back up again and again. It's a bit like the words of that song, I get knocked down, but I get up again. It was in times of disaster faced by my own communities that we saw a flourishing of grassroots support, this neighbourly support that we see all so often in Australians, whether it's floods, as we've experienced recently, whether it's bushfires, no matter what calamity strikes, you can be sure that you can rely on your neighbours in the worst of times. And of course, you can also rely on those wonderful first responders, police, ambulance, fire officers, state emergency services. They are just magnificent people, Deputy Speaker. They help to save livestock, they save property, assist with the recovery and the clean-up. They save human lives. It's the same power and generosity of the human spirit which I witnessed in my own electorate. We're seeing again and again at the moment in the Northern Rivers in Queensland. I commend the member for Page for his speech just before the member for Oxley, for his advocacy, and as well the state member, Janelle Saffin, a former member of this place, and what she has done. To the member for Richmond, who I drove in here with yesterday to Parliament, and we had a good chat. I phoned her during the height of the crisis to see how she was faring. I've got a high regard for her. I've got a huge amount of respect for the member for Page. I saw him at his worst when the crisis, at his best, sorry, when the crisis was at its worst, and I commend him, member for Richmond, and other members as well, and certainly to the newly minted New South Wales Minister for Emergency Services, Steph Cook, the member for Cootamundra. She has taken on that role after fulfilling a role in regional health. Of course, COVID was very hard, and of course then she's gone from dealing with that to dealing with this crisis, and she's holding up. She's doing a good job, and I know she'll continue to do that for and on behalf of regional constituents. It's important we reflect on the impact of the floods and how, as a nation, as a community, we band together to support those who have been impacted and again are on alert with more flood warnings being issued overnight, and the fear of what might lie ahead in the days to come. We stand by, as I say, our colleagues, we stand by those people who are in harm's way. We've all witnessed the inspiring images through the media coverage, the nightly television bulletins, people saving others on their jet skis, on their tinnies, on their, of course, we've got the Australian Defence Force. How magnificent are our ADF personnel who come to the aid of those people, and we thank them. Seeing people rescuing others from rooftops and in their, as I say, in their tinnies, their kayaks, and they move livestock, they provide warm meals and support. It's really quite heartwarming, Mr. Speaker, and of course it goes to the Australian way. It does alarm me, it does concern me that some use this as political opportunism. Some, I appreciate they're devastated, but to then go and dump household rubbish at Kirribilli, I do wonder about the motives of that. I appreciate that climate change is something that is very near and dear to people's hearts, but I do wonder about the motivation of those people when they're in these worst of times, when they use that as a means to make a political message. We can be better than that. We need to be better than that. I commend those people who work in government departments for getting the assistance out the door as quickly as they could. Yes, there'll always be criticism. Yes, because of computer systems and other bureaucratic processes, sometimes some people do slip through the cracks, and rest assured, I know that if those people feel that they have missed out, there are avenues by which they can get that much-needed assistance, and thank you to those public servants who do what they can to adjust as quickly as possible and amend those people's assistance measures if they have missed out. It also, of course, goes to the heart of mitigation, and that is why I am a supporter of making sure that we build the levee banks in the right place, making sure that we build water infrastructure in the right place, not just to help communities stricken by floods and over again, but indeed to ensure that we store the water so that we can grow agriculture. There's a win-win here. There's a double bonus here, and I look at Wyangla Dam, and not that this is the right motion to be pushing water infrastructure to grow agriculture, but indeed Wyangla Dam raising of that wall would help Forbes, which has been flooded many times over the past 100 years. And indeed we want to, at all cost and efforts, to avoid these unnecessary floods that, with the right infrastructure in the right places right now, could help those communities. In closing, we cannot stop Mother Nature, but we can work together to support each other in these times of darkness and despair, and because it's the generosity of community and human spirit which shines through in these times of natural disasters. At the worst of times, you see the best in people. You truly do. Whether it's the SES, whether it's strangers you may never bump into again who help people out, I can't thank them enough. The government stands by and is willing to and ready to assist those impacted by the devastating floods now that the imposing threat into the future as the floodwaters recede, and hopefully they are receding and we won't see what some might suggest as future downpours to affect those poor communities in and around Lismore. And again, I commend the member for Page for his courage and his sticking up for his constituents.
Thank the member. I call the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I commend you for your Red Cross badge.
Oh, thank you.
Deputy Speaker, I rise to speak on indulgence in response to the Prime Minister's statement on the recent floods in south-east Queensland and northern New South Wales. The catastrophic floods that enveloped south-east Queensland and northern New South Wales in February and March have been described as one of Australia's worst ever natural disasters. In Queensland alone, 13 lives were lost, and I send my sincere condolences to the families and friends of those who lost their lives. 12 suburbs in my electorate of Moreton were inundated in late February. About 2,200 homes had water over their floorboards. Numerous businesses have been destroyed or had havoc wreaked upon them. Families have lost precious possessions collected over a lifetime, and the trauma will linger for ages, coming back every time it rains hard, as it has again this week. When lows return, many will feel low again. My community has been through this before, Deputy Speaker. There was the famous 1974 deluge, and then the 2011 floods in my time as an MP hit my community very hard. Sadly, some families that were flooded way back in 2011 are again facing heartbreaking clean-up and rebuilding. I know my community is resilient. I know they'll pull through this and rebuild their homes and rebuild their lives, but it's tough, it's challenging, it's draining. In fact, much slower than the floodwaters are draining away in some occasions. I'd like to thank the wonderful community groups in Moreton who immediately swung into action, who learnt from 2011. They set up pop-up evacuation centres for families, places where they could also take their pets, which can be a challenge. They provided shelter, they provided electricity to charge phones, crucial in this digital age. They provided meals, they provided comfort, they provided a helping hand. And I'll mention some of those groups who stepped up. The Yeronga Community Centre, incredible work. Wellers Hills Bowls Club, before they were shut down by the Brisbane City Council, sadly. The Corinda Bowls Club, the Clubhouse at Maruka, Dewar's Refrigeration at Rocklea, just a business who allowed the use of their business facility, their business site, to operate as a relief hub at Rocklea. The Graceful Presbyterian Church, the Tzu Chi Buddhist Compassion Relief Foundation, who I particularly call out because they literally handed over cheques. Well, they handed over money to people, as well as other forms of support. Maruka Lions, Archerfield Rotary Club, the Lions Club of Eckerman, parents and students from St Lawrence's who pitched in, Yeronga Park Swimming Centre, Dunlop Park Memorial Swimming Pool, the Oxley Senior Citizens, Lou Bromley from Oxley, Jackie Hollyoak from Salisbury, Life Church, Synergy Education, Bangladesh Puja Cultural Society Incorporated of Brisbane, Orange Sky, Sundays Cafe, thank you Anthony, St Thomas More Facebook group, Rocklea Facebook group, Lynn Rowe, Desley Griffiths from Sandalwood, and so many other unnamed people who donated goods and food and money and turned up to help. I especially acknowledge the elected representatives, Brisbane City Councillor Nicole Johnston and Steve Griffiths, and state MPs Mark Bailey, Jess Pugh and Peter Russo. Deputy Speaker, dealing with any crisis is tough. Dealing with a flood is really challenging. It's dirty, it's smelly, it's heartbreaking. In 2011, when Prime Minister Julia Gillard ensured that there were Centrelink workers on the ground almost immediately, like the next day, to help people apply for their disaster payments, it was crucial to turning people's lives around. I remember those Commonwealth workers wearing their teal shirts, this was before independents ran in elections, I guess, and wearing their teal shirts and helping locals to access payments right there, right then. Disappointingly, in 2022, that wasn't the case. It took 5 days to get anyone from a government department, a Morrison government department, into Moreton. The Morrison government actually expected people from flooded-in Chelmer and Graceville somehow to row and drive to Chandler 25 kilometres away. I point out that there were 3 Centrelink sites in Longman, and taking nothing from the people of Longman, but none in Moreton, Griffith, Oxley, Rankin. All of those 4 seats, all represented by Labor people. It was only after much lobbying from me that finally Services Australia workers were sent into some of the community centres in Moreton to help on the face-to-face basis, because guess what? Internet towers were down, phones weren't charged. I do thank those Services Australia workers, many that I've met, who've been so helpful to my community. In 2011, I vividly remember the ADF arriving to help again, almost immediately, the night of the floods, in fact. I remember reservists, all sorts, were out there the night of the flood. In 2022, it took many days before any ADF arrived in Moreton. And in fact, on my journeys throughout Moreton, there was a stark contrast between the Commonwealth Government support for locals back in 2011 and 2022. And that's disappointing. It's a symptom of a bigger problem with this coalition government. They're not there when we need them. They're there for the photo op with a broom, but when it comes to giving genuine support, they're missing in action. Many locals have been disappointed to be not given the same financial support they thought would be forthcoming. The Minister makes the rules about who is eligible for the disaster recovery payment. In 2022, the eligibility rules were much tougher than 2011. Lauren from Rocklea had no power for 6 days, so that means all your food's gone. Her back fence was damaged as it was used to evacuate other residents. Her house has mould from the water, tools in a shed were destroyed, but Lauren's application for disaster recovery payment has been rejected twice. David, again from Rocklea, has 4 children, a single income family, 3 metres of water through his property. He's living in the flooded property upstairs. David said he had tried to tell his neighbours it was serious, but there were no official warnings. Yuri and his mother also live at Rocklea. Yuri says the message to move out was too late. I know, because I live in Maruka next to Rocklea, and we got it late on the Sunday night. Yuri's mother is staying at the property in a tent and is worried about more rain. Lacey from Oxley will not be able to move back to her house for 6 to 12 months. The water reached the roofline. She's living with other family members. Felicity and Keith are long-term residents of Chelmer. They were previously flooded in 2011. They want to raise their homes so that they don't get flooded again. The residents of Inskip Street, Rocklea, watched the waters rising up on Saturday night. They looked on the internet and TV for warnings, but there were none. So they went to bed. Luckily, one neighbour had to go to work early and set his alarm for 4 a.m. When the alarm went off, he stepped out of his bed into a river of water. In 2022, no warning. Out on the street, the water was rising fast. Cars were submerged. Residents tried to save what they could. What the residents of Inskip Street can't understand is why there wasn't any warning until late on the Sunday night. The Queensland Government last year requested the Commonwealth to fund an upgrade to the flood warning infrastructure network as a priority, a request that was refused. The government's $4 billion Disaster Recovery and Mitigation Fund is sitting untouched, earning interest, but not doing anything for disaster recovery or mitigation. Not 1 cent has been spent from the fund. Australians are going through really tough times. We've had the pandemic, we've had fires, we've had floods. They have faced disaster after disaster, and they deserve a government that will support them, a government that will make sure that we are prepared for the next flood, because it is coming, and the one after that, and the one after that, because we know that we're going to face more frequent and more severe disasters because of climate change. There, I said it. That word, climate change. It's not a difficult word to face. It's the reality. Deputy Speaker, it's not the sticky dark mud, the stinking water, or the smashed up sodden piles of belongings of people's lives stacked on footpaths that stays with me in the aftermath of my community again facing flood situations. Those phenomena are memorable. But what stays closest to my heart is how our community always comes together to help out others. That is what I hold dear. The people of Moreton were magnificent in all 12 suburbs that were inundated. It's what inspires me to keep fighting for them.
I thank the member for his statement, and I call the member for Ryan.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak about some of our heroes of the 2022 floods in the electorate of Ryme. I was in my community in 2011 during that flood event as well, and just as it was difficult then, it was difficult in 2022 to see many of those same people who had gone through the earlier flood event have to go through it again. The electorate is diverse and people were affected in different ways. We had the communities of Moggill Balbarra in Pullenvale and Brookfield who were cut off for a number of days by floodwater. And we had people in Victory Pocket and in Indooroopilly, in St Lucia and in Toowong and in Auchenflower who were inundated by the river and as well as the rising creek levels. And then you had people in the Gap and further afield in Mitchelton who are inundated by fast-flowing creek water while the rain was falling. But no matter how residents were affected, they have shown tremendous spirit, tremendous resilience, and it has been a sincere pleasure of my time as the member for Ryan to be able to join them in their community spirit as they sought to rally around those residents who were badly affected by the flood. And in doing so, I wanted to pay, as I said, testament to some of those community members who went above and beyond for their fellow residents as part of the flood. I put out the call to the community to ask them to nominate people who had particularly assisted them, who perhaps hadn't sought any credit. Well, of course, they don't do it for the recognition, but rightly deserve it all the same. People who saw a need and rather than waiting for somebody else to do it, simply pitched in and got it done themselves. So in the chamber today, I'd like to acknowledge a few of those. First of all, Damien Reynoldson. Damien is described by his neighbours as a family man, a quiet achiever. He has a friendly and compassionate nature with many practical skills. Damien, with his wife Christy's support, became known as the Whitten Island hero. His skills supported and enabled many on the flood-affected Whitten Road, Twig Street area to deal with the challenges thrown at them. For a time, as you can imagine from the name Whitten Island hero, their little part of the world, those two streets, became an island cut off from the rest of the community with floodwaters all around them. Moving furniture, getting essential supplies by boat, cleaning with pressure cleaners, shovels and brooms, providing portable generators for power. The list goes on and on of the things that Damien was able to procure and assist his fellow residents with. So congratulations and thank you, Damien, the hero of Whitten Island. To Anthony Herbie Herbert, Herbie mobilised the Blue and Green Army of Jeeps players, juniors and their parents to pitch in and help residents affected by the Enoggera Creek flooding. Herbie seemed to be everywhere, said his fellow residents. Carting ruined possessions out on the footpath, manning hoses, emptying pools of mud. He became quite an expert at this, he told me, unfortunately. Reassuring people that this was the worst part and from now on it was going to get better because they were all working together to chip in piece by piece. He was there from first light until well after dark each day and until the job was done. So well done to Herbie and all of those Jeeps players who got out to assist their community. To Shane Earhart. Now, Will lives on Macquarie Street in St Lucia, notorious for flooding, and Will's property was flooded on the Sunday, leaving him no way to leave. But thankfully, his apartment was still above the waterline when he went to bed that night. On Monday morning, with the water still rising towards his apartment, he had no choice but to evacuate. But the SES was, as you can imagine, busy helping others whose homes were currently being flooded. So Will and his family had a few hours of nervous waiting, watching the water continuing to rise and feeling helpless. Will's work colleague, Shane, suddenly appeared, coming to the rescue on their back stairs. He was climbing out of his own kayak that he had paddled to the apartment, holding a thermos of coffee. Will said that he had to hold tears back as he saw Shane. While Will and his family prepared their belongings to paddle out, Shane popped out to rescue a pregnant woman and her partner who had called for help, not content with the rescue that he was already undertaking. After Shane came back and took Will and his family to safety, he then calmly got back into his kayak and paddled off. Shane ended up spending about 5 continuous hours on the Monday, finding strangers in Macquarie Street, St Lucia, who needed help, loading them and their belongings onto a kayak and paddling them out. Will said, and I quote, "Shane is a private person and would die if he knew I was writing about him here." Well, goodness knows what he thinks of me reading him into Hansard, but he says, "I bet he didn't even tell most of his friends what he did that day. He is my hero and probably a hero to many people who met him for the first time in his kayak and will never see him again. Thank you, Shane." To Nathan Purcell. Now, Nathan is a young electrician with a new business, but he didn't hesitate to jump in and either help neighbours to clean up in his area or by doing countless electricity checks so that people could plug in gurneys and fridges. Residents would mention a friend down the road who had lost power, and Nathan would be there within 5 minutes to check the electricity so that they could get their power back on and they could get back on with their life and the clean-up. Thank you for your efforts, Nathan. To Brad Collis. Brad is the owner of the local Barbarri fruit shop, who kayaked across a cut-off road to his own shop to open it up, even though the shopping centre itself had lost power. Customers who didn't have cash on them, because of course there's no power, so there's no FPOS, were told they could pay later, or if they were struggling with the flood, just to take the food that was there. This spurred on an incredible sense of community spirit that saw people paying it forward and leaving extra money to help others. Wendy nominated Brad and said, and I quote, "I know in the scheme of things this is only a small event while people lost their homes, but it certainly contributed to people's good mental health in sad times." Well done, Brad, and thank you for giving away your product. To Dan, the Tinny Man Hill. Now, Dan acquired the name the Tinny Man because he spent a number of days using his own tinny and his own fuel to ferry stranded local community members across Moggle Road when it was cut off. His efforts reunited families, got people to important medical appointments, got essential hospital workers to their shift, and delivered essential medicines and supplies. When I met Dan out on Moggle Road, at the time he was taking aged care workers across in his tinny so they could cook and care for those at the RSL home at Pinjarra Hills who had been cut off by the flood. Likewise, to the SES Western Group and to all the SES workers in the Ryan electorate. The 40 volunteers of the SES Western Group, based in Toowong, completed over 1,100 hours of service to the local community between them during the flooding event. Members assisted and volunteered their time for initial sandbagging and flood mitigation response, completed temporary repairs, evacuated residents who had been inundated, all, Mr Deputy Speaker, while their own depot was going underwater. It's absolutely extraordinary effort. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are just a few of the local 2022 flood heroes who have been nominated by their own community, by those they helped, because their efforts just meant so much to so many people. And I'm so very proud of our community. I know what the community went through was horrible and will stay with people for a long time. But so it should stay with us too, those residents who rallied around each other and pitched in where they could. Likewise, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the ADF, those members of the Defence Force who came out of Gallipoli Barracks in the electorate of Ryan to help others, particularly with the clean-up around St Lucia, Auchenflower and Toowong. The way that they turned up in such great numbers day after day to break the back of some of the most gruelling work, again, meant an awful lot. A lot of them were sacrificing time away from their families. A lot of them had their own homes that were affected by flood that they put to one side so they could do their job and help others, such as the spirit of our ADF. We know, Mr Deputy Speaker, that the hardest time is not the flood. It's not even the initial clean-up, because there's a lot of people around. We learnt this in 2011. The hardest time is when everybody is gone and residents are all of a sudden find themselves by themselves with an uninhabitable home trying to rebuild their lives. And I want to remind them that we are here for them all the time. If they need anything at all, There is plenty of people in our community willing to help, and I encourage them to reach out, and I will stay in touch with them. Thank you.
I thank the member for his statement, and I call the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Communities in my electorate were also among those affected by the deluge and the floods at the end of February and the beginning of March this year. Homes and businesses in Hill End, West End, South Brisbane, Kangaroo Point, Norman Park, Coorparoo, Stones Corner, Hawthorn, Bulimba, Morningside and other areas were all affected by the water, by both the rain bomb, as it's been called, and by the floods that followed. So I wanted to just take this opportunity to thank multiple organisations and individuals for their efforts during and after that weather event and those floods. And I know that my fellow local representatives would be equally grateful to all of these groups. So let me start with community centres, locally based charities, emergency relief organisations, including West End Community House Community Plus, which was a great place for people to get hot meal, or I should say food was being exchanged there. We had services being provided there. Micah Projects, which are always a terrific organisation, and they really supported a lot of people, including setting up a temporary place of warmth and shelter where people could get food, which they did in cooperation with AHEPA, the Australian Hellenic Progress Association, the Greek Community Association, which has a hall, quite a famous hall actually, Deputy Speaker. The Bee Gees once played there, but this hall was used for emergency relief during the floods in West End. Orange Sky Laundry, who were of help in the floods, Red Cross, the Salvos, Meals on Wheels, Food Bank, who are based in my electorate and did so much work during the floods, and the same for Fair Share, which is a big commercial kitchen that turns food bank food and other donated food into ready-made meals. Rapid Response Team, who turned out to support workers who were helping others with the floods and to support the community. Backbone, the arts organisation, and the East Brisbane Bowls Club and the Save Our Bolo campaign, who set up, again, a temporary relief place at East Brisbane, which was also affected by floods, to assist people who needed a hot meal. And there's a photo on my Insta of Sally, who was serving meals on their first night there, and I've got to tell you that food smelled absolutely delicious. The YMCA Cannon Hill Community Centre at the former Cannon Hill Bolo, where Wendy and Alison and the volunteers were really helping with things like food exchange, but also collecting toiletries. They ran a toiletries donation for people affected by the floods, which was really important. There were also multiple residents groups. The Bulimba Community Centre, for example, helped out in the Bulimba community. Kurilpa Futures, which is obviously on the Kurilpa Peninsula, which did a lot of the initial volunteer coordination to make sure that people who needed help were connected with people who wanted to give help. The West End Community Association, which was provided a sort of information exchange and clearinghouse for services. I wanted to thank workers in multiple government agencies in all spheres of government that provided support, including Services Australia, and another big shout out to our local liaison Frank at Services Australia Centrelink, but also to the executive Michelle, who I spoke to on a number of occasions through the floods. Miyun from the NRRA, Andrew, the CEO of the Bureau of Meteorology, and all of his team. They were incredibly responsive, so helpful, getting ahead of us with all of the information. Obviously those are all federal agencies, but there were plenty of other agencies as well. Energex, the guys from Energex, big shout out to Reese from Energex, who installed a new transformer down at Hill End. I was door knocking to make sure that I was doing basically welfare checks during the floods, and residents were telling me that one of the problems with the electricity down at West End and Hill End was that there was a transformer that was below the flood line. I kind of harassed the state government about this, and next minute Mick de Brenny, the minister, turned out the Energex guys to move that transformer. It was absolutely terrific to see them being so responsive. So everyone from Energex, everyone from Maritime Safety Queensland, who worked incredibly hard to look after the entire Brisbane River, and shout out to my good friend Matt, who works in MSQ and was involved in getting that crane to safety that we all know about, the Brisbane people. Everyone at the Morningside Sandbag Depot, Jerry and his team, who had got up at 3 a.m. and come in from Ipswich, where they were also facing flooding in other areas, and there they were lifting sandbags, helping the locals to look after their properties in the flood event. That was quite a big effort from them, just incredible. And we had a great chat to Jerry in between forklift loads and sandbags, and he said, "Oh, look, could you also just cook the barbecue?" And we were very happy to do that. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the barbecue to work first off. So I also want to add my thanks to the team at Baranda Guzman Gomez, who I rolled in and I said, "Hey, could we just have 20 different hot breakfasts, all with guacamole?" And they just dropped everything and got them out the door for us at like 6:30 a.m. To look after those depot workers. But thank you so much to everyone who travelled to Morningside to help the entire inner south of Brisbane with sandbags that day. It was incredible work from them and to the people from Guzzies, the ferry staff, the public transport staff, all the Brisbane City Council clean-up crew and the people who are managing waste. There was a lot of waste out of these floods because of the inundation of so many properties, particularly around West End, but also through Hawthorn and other areas as well. So I can only imagine what waste crews were dealing with. Urban utilities staff who we had to call on when there was a range of problems with urban utilities infrastructure in West End, where the basements of the big apartment buildings had been flooded. Department of Communities staff, departmental staff from other various departments, ministerial office staff, transport and traffic people, SEQ Water, all of these different agencies who are working to keep people safe. Big shout out to my own staff who did everything from hauling sandbags to cooking barbecues to cleaning up, community organisations to washing dishes. A big shout out to my staff as well for all of their help that they provided, and of course to the Australian Defence Force who are working so hard to help with the clean-up. Also wanted to say thank you to all the local businesses who supported. They made donations, food, provided phone charging. Avid Reader even had washing machines and dryers hosted at their bookshop. Just quite incredible, but there's too many businesses to name and they were all so supportive. Insurance industry workers and the Insurance Council of Australia, thank you for your engagement with locals. To our wonderful local churches and other religious groups, and in fact some from further afield as well, you know who you are, who provided hot meals, place to shelter, place to charge a phone, and in some cases financial support to people who are doing it tough. Our locally based media organisations, ABC Brisbane, a crucial instrument during these floods to keep people safe. 4AAA 98.9 Indigenous Radio, and of course Jan Bowman from the West Ender, who was keeping everyone informed through the flood event. A couple of unions I want to give a shout out to, the United Firefighters, who let us perch barbecue on their apron on Montague Road so that we could give some people some hot meals who hadn't had a hot meal in a couple of days, including just some people who'd been in really serious distress. The Electrical Trades Union for their campaign Operation Energise to get electricians to help flood-affected people all through the inner southeast. I want to give a shout out to the Bulimba RSL as well, who cooked a barbecue for people who'd been campaigning on the big kind of volunteer questions down at Bulimba, Hawthorn, Balmoral. So they brought together everyone from businesses to community groups to just locals who'd been helping out and fed them all a snag and had a yarn with them. All of our SES volunteers who've been absolutely sterling, and we all saw the grief that our community felt when an SES volunteer from further afield, from Lowood, whom I'm sure that Mr Newman, the member for Blair who is here today, will mention, but our hearts really went out to her family, and I think every SES volunteer and everyone who drew on their help really was reminded once more of just how valuable SES volunteers are to our community and how grateful we need to be to them. I want to say thanks to all of the current and former MPs and councillors who helped out in the area. I want to say thanks to community members, just everyone, mums, dads, kids, who went and helped out at places like Eastern Suburbs Tigers that went under, like the Kangaroo Point, like the Jazz Club at Kangaroo Point, like the netball courts, the Metropolitan District Netball Association at Coorparoo. All of these, so many different organisations that required clean-up, and people went and really did everything they could to help them out. And a big shout out to Labor Party volunteers as well, who were also helping us to make sure that we were cooking a barbecue, knocking on doors to do welfare checks, holding stalls to provide information about federal support that was available and other forms of support that were available, and even turning up with their camp batteries so people could charge their phones. One of our local councillors, Cara Cook, now has a campaign going on backflow devices. I encourage everyone who's concerned about backflow devices to have a look at her social media. I'm also running a survey of my own to get feedback about what needs to be done better in future disasters. And of course, I welcome everyone's feedback. I've been getting a lot of people are seeing now, really up close and personal, the impacts of climate change, and they want to see real action on climate change. I'm hearing from people on that. I'm also hearing from people about how to respond to disasters and what they would like to see in the future. Things like making sure there's no differential between different states when it comes to disaster payments. Things like making sure we have Centrelink personnel in the field without having to have an argument about it. Just basic responses. And I also wanted to say a big shout out to the Northern Rivers, whom my community is also deeply concerned for. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member for her statement and I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and to echo the words of the member for Griffith in relation to the Northern Rivers of New South Wales. Equally, whilst my community has suffered with the floods like hers has, and we were both on a call where we had a discussion with Services Australia about some of their lack of proactivity. We're equally concerned about the impact of the floods on northern New South Wales, and certainly had a number of great local community organisations provide support and services down that way to assist. But I want to focus my contribution today on my electorate of Ford and more broadly the City of Logan, and also some of the northern parts of the Gold Coast, which probably in the context of what happened in Brisbane, and I have no doubt in the member for Blair's electorate as well, through Ipswich and Goodna, probably got overlooked a little bit in the scheme of things. But across the City of Logan there were some 282 houses that we know of that were fully inundated, and certainly that's a much smaller number than in Blair or in Griffith. But there were also a large number of properties impacted in some shape or form with this flood event. And it's interesting, having been out and spoken to a number of those property owners, particularly where they live on local creeks like the community out at Bayes Road at Logan Reserve, who are on Smiths Creek. They got flooded twice, Mr Deputy Speaker. They got flooded first from Smiths Creek from the flash flooding from the heavy rain on the Sunday night, and then later they got flooded pardon me, they got flooded again from the Logan River as the flood came down the Logan River. And the two main rivers through my electorate are the Logan and Albert rivers, and both this time had slightly different flood peaks from 2017. Fortunately, the Albert River was a little bit lower than in 2017. There was still a number of homes along Halls Road at Luscombe, a home on Beaudesert Beenleigh Road at Wolfdean, and a couple of houses down on Old Mill Road at Bannockburn that got impacted, but it's a lot lower number than in 2017. Fortunately, the famous Yatala Pies, the water stayed out of the famous Yatala Pies, but unfortunately Beenleigh Yatala Motor Inn once again got flooded, but they were quickly back on their feet because they've been particularly busy. Unfortunately, Mr Deputy Speaker, on the Logan River it was a different story. Or should I say, before I get to the Logan River, a number of properties on Albert Street at Eagleby again got flooded by the Albert River, but again to a lesser extent than last time. And I'll address that issue of properties regularly flooding a little bit later. But on the Logan River, Mr Deputy Speaker, it was certainly a different story. The flood peak on the Logan River was some 65 centimetres above that of 2017. And a lot of houses that escaped the flooding in 2017 got impacted this time, and those that were impacted last time obviously suffered worse than they did in 2017. As we look across the electorate and the City of Logan, I have to say, as have others contributed in this debate, the tremendous work that has been done by our community. And I think I was reflecting with a number of constituents while I was out and about helping clean up after the floods. What was great to see after 2 years of lockdowns and people being largely isolated because of COVID, that our community once again, in a time of crisis, got out of their homes and got involved and helped those in our community in most need. To the team at Logan House Fire Support Network, led by Louis Namovsky, who did an enormous amount of work coordinating volunteers to clean up. A lot of information was provided to him through Logan City Council, and he would coordinate volunteers to go out, check properties, see what help they needed, arrange teams to go out and clean those properties and gurney them out, remove rubbish, all of those sorts of things. And the work that was done by Louis and his crew in conjunction with assistance from Volunteering Queensland, Logan City Council and a number of community organisations which I wish to mention today, Mr Deputy Speaker, because I think their work and the efforts in supporting our community deserves to be recognised. Shane Weston from St John Ambulance Queensland. St John Ambulance allowed Shane to spend 2 weeks with Louis, helping him assist and coordinate the recovery effort. And they were based for the first little period at the State Member for Waterford, Shannon Fenderman's office, and later they based themselves out of Logan River Tree Farm, which was very badly inundated. And we had, on a couple of days, a very large team of people there. On one day, 250 people helping clean up the tree farm and recover as much as they possibly could. But some of the other organisations that have been of tremendous support across our community to help this recovery effort. IGA Supermarkets at Logan Home and Logan Lee, Nightlight, Total Tools in Beenleigh, who are only a relatively new business, and Louis rang me up one day and said, "Bert, I need some high-pressure petrol-powered water cleaners," and I rang Total Tools and I spoke to Matt, and the team there jumped into action to provide the equipment we needed. Kennard's Hire at Beenleigh, Baker's Delight at Logan Hyperdome, Earth Markets at Logan Hyperdome, who were tremendous in providing food for the volunteers at sort of the base headquarters at Logan River Tree Farm. Lighthouse Care, who provided us with emergency food kits to take to people and help them get through. Ray White at Daisy Hill, Remax at Shayla Park, Diggermate Mini Excavator Hire. There was a couple of days we needed at short notice a bobcat or a mini excavator. We rang Diggermate and they said, "Yep, we got one here. Can you come and pick it up?" And as long as you've got somebody with a ticket, come pick it up and do what you need with it. If you need it for a couple of days, fantastic. Spring Transport, Gotzinger Small Goods, Southside Milk, Sunny Queen Eggs. Our rural fire brigade units. I saw units from all over northern Gold Coast and all over Logan at various properties as I went around, helping people clean up, remove rubbish, hose their houses out. The SES of Logan, the ADF, Logan and Gold Coast City Councils, Beenleigh PCYC was a community recovery centre. All of these organisations, Mr Deputy Speaker, whilst not solving the problem of people's houses being flooded, made that difficult situation people were in that little bit easier because they knew they had that help and support to try and start the journey of rebuilding their lives. Sadly, many of these people will not be back in their homes for 12 or 18 months. Right? Some who have two-storey houses were fortunate enough that they can live upstairs, but they will not be able to use downstairs. But in the remaining time left, Mr Deputy Speaker, one of the reflections out of this is that when I look at the flood event of 2017, I look at the flood event now of 2022, and having lived in the area in my younger days and remembering the impact of the floods in 1974, when there wasn't the population we have today, and I look at the development that has occurred, it had a 1974 event that have had a flood level that was nearly 2 metres higher than what we had on the Logan River today. And one of the discussions I've started to have, both with Logan City Council and a number of the insurance companies, is how do we build back better and do it differently. That includes, Mr Deputy Speaker, resumptions of some properties. And interestingly, some of the property owners I've spoken to are very open to the idea of their properties being resumed at fair market value of what it was before the flood, not what it is now. So they're going to get fair market value for their property and they can move on with their lives and we can turn those areas into bushland or parkland for community benefit. Equally, a number of people I've spoken to have said to me, last time it cost the insurance company $250,000 or $300,000 to repair my home. Now it's going to cost more. We know building costs and everything have gone up. But they said, we can move the house from here 6 metres up the block and put it on stilts and just have an open carport underneath, and it'll be flood-free. They're the discussions we need to have, and I think the insurance company should be open to those discussions, because in the long term it's going to save their money. But may I finish quickly, Mr Deputy Speaker? I know I'm out of time, but I want to thank all of those institutions, all of the individuals involved. Thank you for the effort to make our community, help our community recover, and we'll continue to support you in the time going forward.
I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. On Friday evening, the 25th of February, I attended Remus Rover racing season launch at Yabanto. And that evening was held in a workshop, and the pounding, relentless rain made it difficult to hear anything. And I kept on getting phone calls from the Mayor of Ipswich and the Mayor of Somerset, and constantly went back and forth out of the meeting. The flood was upon us. The president of the RSL, Remus Rover Racing organisation, Ian Baker, and his wife Justine were becoming concerned they couldn't get back to Carolee. Their homes on the Brisbane River with creeks intersecting their streets at either end. And Carolee is akin to an island surrounded by the Brisbane River on two sides and the Bremer River on the other. And my electorate of Blair has the Wivenhoe Dam, the Somerset Dam, the Brisbane River, the Bremer River, the Lockyer Creek, the Bundamba Creek and so many others. It's flood central. I drove home that evening in the back blocks of Yamanto, taking a circuitous route to get home to avoid the flooded roads. In my 14 years plus as a federal MP, we've experienced 3 significant floods, and I lived through the 74 flood where my parents' house was 8 foot over the roof. And my family were evacuated, and we saw military vehicles going down the street providing support, relief and even vaccinations later on, which might be news to the Minister for Emergency Management, who claimed the ADF hadn't been involved in such a domestic disaster even 20 years ago, let alone 50 years ago. In 2011 and 2013, it flooded again in our area, the 4th major flood in my lifetime. And the 25th of February, disaster struck at Kulana, a small community in the Somerset region of Blair. Meryl Dray was a 62-year-old SES volunteer who, along with 3 other SES personnel, responded to a call from a local family. The family needed evacuation as floodwaters rose around them, and on their way, the SES vehicle was swept off the road. The 4 occupants were able to climb out, but tragically Meryl was swept away. She was beloved by the Lowood SES group, by her family and her friends. She was well trained with more than 520 hours of experience over 4.5 years of service. It's a sad reminder of the dangers our emergency service personnel face every time they head out. My condolences to Meryl's family, and both her immediate family, her extended family and her SES family, and all the SES volunteers around South East Queensland, so many who knew her. I want to thank our SES volunteers, our emergency service personnel, frontline workers, the police, the ADF, the Rural Fire Brigades, the RSLs, the faith-based organisations who helped out, the Chambers of Commerce and the small businesses who helped out, those clubs, the unions and so many others who helped out to help people to recover, to protect and serve the community that they love. It's been a difficult few years for frontline workers, 2 years of uncertainty and disturbance as a result of COVID. We got another rain bomb as the Queensland Premier hit South East Queensland. In 3 days we got over 80% of our annual rainfall. Intense rainfall broke riverbanks and claimed 13 lives in South East Queensland. Homes and livelihoods, farms were destroyed. In my electorate, areas were cut off all the time. Corunna Downs and Mount Crosby are the only 2 Brisbane suburbs in my electorate. It's normal for the low-lying colleges crossing to flood, but it usually recedes pretty quickly, so they were cut off. They call themselves Crosby Island and the rest of Australia, the mainland. They were cut off, and all the way for them to get out, all the bridges cut off everywhere. So for 3 days they were without food being delivered, and they were cut off for any sort of medical treatment. I'll come to that in a minute. I want to congratulate Colleges Crossing Medical Practice and Doctors Kath Hester and Tony Bayliss, who arranged emergency medical supply drops and kept the community informed, and so many others. Vicky Mills of Corunna Downs, who set up a food distribution centre. And like so many others, like Councillor Cheryl Brisky Cheryl Gadke in Somerset. Arthur Needham helped me in terms of information every day. I was cut off in Ipswich Central and couldn't get out to many of these places. All these country towns in my electorate in the Somerset region were cut off. Arthur Needham kept me informed of what was going on.
A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or the subsequent divisions. I call the member for Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the councillors and the council staff of the Ipswich and Somerset Regional Council. I want to thank also Mayor Graham Lehman and CEO Andrew Johnson of the Somerset Regional Council for keeping me appraised of what's going on in detail. Thank Councillor Kate Kunzelman for regular updates from the Ipswich City Council as well. The Somerset Council gets cut off, and I want to praise the Somerset Council, who learned from mistakes made back in 2011. The Somerset Council did a fantastic job, in my view, building back better, building bridges, making roads better, and I want to thank them very much, because that's what you should be doing, building back better, and they made sure their infrastructure was better, and they replaced it when they replaced it and improved it after the 2011 flood. It was obvious in 2013 and even more obvious this time. I want to say also to some of the councillors up there in the Somerset Council who led their communities, by the way, in making sure that that people were cared for. The RSLs up there, the Show Society up in Toogoolawah who looked after people, the RSL in Kilcoy, they did a fantastic job. There were problems, you know. There was a situation where about 60 people were trapped by floods east of the Dagular Highway, east of Kilcoy Creek, and there was issues in relation to that. These are lessons to be learned. I want to thank long-standing principal Di Pedersen of the Mount Tarampa State School, who looked after about 12 other people there for 3 days during the time. And after about 3 days, Di thought, we're running out of food from the tuck shop, we better call in for help. And she did a mighty job, by the way. Ipswich had stranded residents in Carolee, and I know there are people who feel in Carolee they were forgotten. There are things that can be done better, and there are many grievances that people have about what went on. Slow response at times in terms of communication. I want to thank Lynn Burney and Mari Kavanagh for their great work in getting the school hall at Carolee open to the public as a place of refuge. I want to give great praise to Dave Cullen for keeping people informed on radio. River 949 Radio and West Bremer Radio did a fantastic job in keeping people informed. We had lots of hard-hit suburbs, hundreds and hundreds of houses in places like Bundamba, North Baval, East Ipswich, Brassel, North Ipswich, and Moores Pocket, Basin Pocket, and so many other places as well. I visited many areas and I walked the streets providing advice, providing support and care. I want to thank my staff too, who did a great job during the floods in helping people and living with the trauma of what people are going through. I'm still amazed, by the way, the people I met who are cleaning out their homes, dumping treasured items, photo albums, furniture, people like Frances Togie and Diane Court in North Baval, or Lorraine Dunn and Kevin Enright and Christine Court, and also in North Baval. While Francis was busy preparing to rebuild his kid's bedroom under his house, Lorraine and Kevin, aged in their 70s and 80s, were not coming back. And that's what's happened for a lot of people. They're not coming back. Also, business people in the heart of Ipswich, and we've got an issue in Marsden Parade and Limestone Street and Brisbane Street. People like Noel and Janet Roberts, who've relocated their Ace Computer World over to Yamanto from Ipswich. So we have issues there, and the council needs to have a look at that. There are flood issues, and it took a long time for people to get help. I want to thank some local heroes. There's so many of them. I want to thank Bruce Robinson for the great work he did at Brassel State School as principal, leading that community, inundated, one building almost destroyed, rebuilding, sewerage in the playgrounds. I met 25-year-old Jordan Smith while door-knocking flood-affected people in North Ipswich. I'd heard all about him. He was helping flood-affected people, delivering sandwiches and water, helping people move heavy items, checking on their welfare. He'd been flooded when he was living in Rockhampton. He wanted to do his bit. Troy Dixon in North Baval, who did the same, driving around providing food and drink, supplies of drinks on his front lawn, providing his laundry facilities for flood-affected neighbours, offering a place to sleep for those who couldn't sleep in their homes. Troy and his neighbour Anna spent their entire paychecks on food and drinks while the public started dropping off items for them to help their neighbours. Troy was amazed even when people had lost everything, they kept on smiling. These are great heroes. They are fantastic people, and there are so many I could name, but they're just a few to name. There are a lot of things we can learn. I'm hoping that we can get Services Australia, and I thank their staff, but the flood eligibility on adversely affected is too restrictive. The amounts need to be increased. The delivery of those services need to be quicker. The ADF need to be applied more quickly in terms of my community. The Ipswich City Council needs to do better in terms of road closure signs. And why we only had one flood evacuation centre in Ipswich at the showgrounds is beside me, when you can have multiple centres up in the Somerset region, and we had multiple centres in 2011 floods. So there's lots of things we can do better. But at every level of government, this is the time to rebuild and support people. But there is a time and a place for review and hard questions of all of us at every level of government on how we can improve situations, including voluntary buybacks in places. I want to thank the community who backed it. The clubs like the Carolee Tornadoes Foot Rugby League Club, the Norse Tigers Rugby League Club, the Ipswich Knights Soccer Club, all of them affected, and so many others. We're with you, we're going to back you and help you to recover.
I call the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. Look, it is shocking that just a couple of weeks ago we were devastated by the scenes from northern New South Wales, and today again we're seeing the footage of what's happened to Lismore after those poor people have probably just got started to get on top of the devastation of the last lot of floods. To be facing the same devastation again really is beyond words. To think about how difficult things must be in northern New South Wales at the moment. And I do want to send a particular message to those who have been evacuated, those who are struggling in Lismore, in Byron Bay, in Ballina, in all of the towns surrounding those centres. But of course, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker, northern New South Wales is not the only part of Australia that suffered devastating flooding in recent weeks, and I think all of us who are speaking in this debate would join in sending our heartfelt best wishes and support to every community that's been affected in Queensland, in New South Wales, northern New South Wales, Western Sydney, parts of Sydney, even my own electorate, the centre of the biggest city in the country. We had some spot flooding and families affected, businesses affected by that. So this is an incredibly widespread event or series of events, and my heartfelt plea to all of those who continue to be affected at the moment is please stay safe, follow the advice of police and emergency services to stay out of floodwaters in particular and look after each other. I was recently in Queensland, in southeast Queensland, with the member for Blair and the member for Moreton immediately after the worst flooding in their electorates. And I have to say, it is confronting walking through streets covered in mud, walking onto the front lawns of homes covered in mud, walking into homes and seeing the watermark way up above my head. You know, in fact, the homes that we were visiting, the water had completely filled the downstairs, and the watermark was upstairs. We were looking at watermarks upstairs, so above ceiling height, these homes had been flooded, and so many of these families had, you know, they feel like they'd just cleaned up from the last flood a few years ago. They're just getting back on their feet, and to suffer this devastation again, really it is incredible what human beings endure in circumstances such as this. I have to say, I truly wish that more of the $4.8 billion fund that the government had set aside for disasters had been used. for emergency. The Emergency Response Fund has been in place now for 3 disaster seasons. It's gained $800 million in interest at a time when that money should have been being used to build culverts and levees and emergency evacuation centres. I think it's pretty clear what a lot of these communities need, and they're quite happy to tell you what they need to stay safer, to have a place to go when things get really bad. It is really beyond understanding that this fund exists, and apparently it's like a term deposit. We're not going to touch it until we grow up. I don't know what the problem is, why the rollout of this fund has been so slow, but it is completely unacceptable. And of course, Labor, if we're in government, have said that we would spend at least $200 million a year of a reconstituted fund on those projects that would help keep communities safer than the impacts that we've seen through these most recent disasters. I know that local members, government and opposition, have been working phenomenally hard in their communities to try and help communities recover at this time. I had the Human Services portfolio in 2011, and it was local members, both LNP members in Queensland, Labor members, that I was ringing every day and saying, do you have the help you need? I know that local members are phenomenally connected in their communities and arguing for what their communities need for recovery. But I'm not sure if anybody's had quite the experience of my state colleague, Janelle Saffin, who had to swim for her life, whose home has been completely destroyed and who had to swim for her life to get out of her flooded property. I know that all members of parliament are working well in their communities, but Janelle, it seems, is lucky actually not to have lost her life. She is in that Lismore area, and I want to say that having been in Lismore after past floods, I know the toll that it takes on local communities that struggle at the best of times. Let's face it. People who are running a small business in a country town like Lismore, they're not living a life of luxury. They're working very hard every day, and I know that this most recent, 2 flood events back to back like this will really take its toll. I'm grateful to all of the people who are working hard in communities that have been flood affected, those people who are there in an official capacity, our emergency services personnel, our defence personnel, the public servants who are going up from the Department of Human Services and others to actually help people get the payments that they need just to, buy nappies, buy medicine, get their prescriptions filled, doing that work of helping people. I'm grateful to all of them. And I have to say, the example of volunteering that we see after natural disasters, every single time you see Australians turning up without question, with no thought for themselves, not stinting in their labour to help their neighbours. And just as I saw with the member for Blair and the member for Moreton when I was visiting their electorates, I ran into people I knew who were a long way from home, who were there covered in mud, literally hosing out people's homes, washing the mud out of the lounge room. So thank you again to all of those volunteers as well. I'll just finish by saying this. On that trip to Brisbane, one of the places that my colleague, the member for Blair, took me to was to Ipswich State High School. Fantastic, brilliant high school, brilliantly led. They had a bunch of their oval had been completely covered by the floods, and their school hall is, in pretty poor condition, even before the floods. And I was really happy to announced with the member for Blair a $2 million investment in a new community sports hub for that school. These kind of practical investments are really the things that we will need to do to help communities rebuild, to help them reconnect with one another, to help them recover from what has been really a devastating incident recently, but coming on the back of these natural disasters that seem to become more frequent and worse with the passage of time. Thank you.
I call the clerk.
Next item of business, Ukraine. Further statements.
Are there any statements?
I am, but you can go first and then you can go.
I now call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Every Anzac Day I do a publication, and this year's publication is a little bit different than most. This is the 12th publication I've produced for Anzac Day, but this publication has always been, as the word suggests on the cover, commemorative. It's a booklet written to generally mark past service and sacrifice while acknowledging the men and women across our country and in missions around the world who are presently wearing an Australian Defence Force uniform and doing us all proud. But this year's booklet also acknowledges what's going on in Ukraine as we speak. The price of peace is eternal vigilance. It is also, as I acknowledged at the 3rd of March Ukraine War Wagga Wagga prayer vigil in the Victory Memorial Gardens, eternal compassion. The price of peace is also eternal compassion. And Australia is not a warmongering nation. We have played our part in the past to protect and save other peace-abiding nations, to protect ourselves. We'll always do what's required, what is asked, with our allies to uphold international law and freedom. Sadly, President Vladimir Putin has directed his Russian army against Ukraine, and the 24 February invasion and what has followed has led to so many deaths from soldiers on both sides as well as innocent Ukrainian citizens. Wagga Wagga will play an integral part in any military response taken by our nation, given its unique status as a tri-service training centre. We've got all three arms of the defence in Wagga Wagga, and they always stand ready to do what is required. And we are very much assisting Ukraine. $91 million in military assistance, more than 500 sanctions to impose costs on Russia, $65 million of humanitarian aid, more than 5,000 visas issued to Ukrainians and more underway. More than 1,100 Ukrainians have already arrived in Australia, donating 70,000 tonnes of thermal coal to help keep the lights on and homes heated and factories running in Ukraine. And there's more that we can and more that we must and more that we will do. As I say, this 3rd of March community prayer vigil attracted, with very little notice, 200 Wagga Wagga citizens. And as I spoke and looked out across the crowd holding a Ukrainian flag, I noticed there were people with tears in their eyes, Deputy Speaker. The night was highlighted by a Ukrainian citizen, Larissa Burak, who's made Wagga Wagga her home. She performed her country's national anthem on an instrument called the bandura. It was stirring. It was perhaps even haunting to hear that instrument played so well and to hear her beautiful voice singing a national anthem so proudly, with such conviction, with such, in such a stirring way. People of all faiths attended the vigil, including Dr. Atta Rahman of the Muslim Association of Riverina Wagga Wagga. Previous vigils in our city have been held for the Christchurch terror attacks of 2019, the bombings of Sri Lanka, same year. Wagga Wagga always comes together. We're a very multicultural city. There's more than 100 nations represented on Australia Day in our fair city. One person in particular who I want to acknowledge is Joan Zaboyski of the San Isidore Refugee Committee, and she helped arrange this prayer vigil. And of course, she is urging the government and doing everything that she can as a private citizen, but as a member of this organisation as well, to embraced to put out welcoming arms to do what she can for these refugees. And I read only the other day that 4.5 million people have been displaced. 4.5 million people. That is an extraordinary number. I was so moved by the situation in Ukraine, but I was also very moved by the response from Wagga Wagga people. Since 2014, more than 2,000 Yazidis have resettled in New South Wales, of whom more than 800 have made their home in Wagga Wagga, and they're now very much part and parcel of our city. Indeed, I even have a Yazidi refugee, couldn't speak English 4 years ago, working in my electorate office in Wagga Wagga, and Dorlette's an amazing person, and always greets constituents with a warm smile, answers the phone beautifully. I mean, this is what can be done, and this is what should be done when we have refugees fleeing persecution, fleeing violence and fleeing war-torn situations. I'm sure that Wagga Wagga, indeed communities in the Riverina electorate from Parkes to West Wyalong and tiny Huron Creek to Cowra, would welcome with compassion, as they've done in the past, any Ukraine refugees who come to our country. And indeed, this is the fastest growing refugee crisis since the Second World War. This is a humanitarian crisis that Australia will stand ready to do what we can, as we always do, but Moscow needs to act now to pull out its troops to stop this bloody invasion that has caused such heartache and terror amongst Ukraine citizens. And the leader of Ukraine, what an amazing response he has given, a former comedian who I have to say is now, whose solidarity with his people is truly remarkable. And if he's not Times Citizen of the Year and Person of the Year, then I'll be very, very surprised. But the numbers of atrocities that have been reported where innocent civilians, and of course they're all innocent, including the bombing of a school in Mariupol, where reported 400 civilians were sheltering, an airstrike on a theatre in the same centre. But the bombing of maternity hospitals, I mean, that is just despicable, and it just breaks the hearts of all fair-minded people to see these sorts of actions being taken. But I say to the people of Ukraine, Australia stands with you, as does every nation, every fair-minded nation on this planet. We are with you, we support you, we feel your pain, and we will not abandon you. After the war is over, and I've no doubt that Ukraine will prevail over its invaders, there will be a massive rebuilding task which will require the help of all the nations on earth. It will require generosity from nations such as Australia, and we will provide that generosity. And I'm sure whatever government takes the Treasury benches after the May election, I'm sure that support will be there, because I know how horrified all members of this parliament are about what is happening in Ukraine at the moment, and we wish our friends in Kiev and elsewhere in that war-torn nation all the very best as they combat evil, as they combat tyranny, as they combat this invasion that should never, ever have occurred. And we stand with them, we pray with them, and we love them.
I call the member for Sydney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Yes, we do stand with the people of Ukraine in condemnation of Russia's war of aggression. This is an illegal war based on a discredited idea of Russian imperialism in Eastern Europe. Ukraine is its own country with its own history, its sovereignty. It has the right to territorial independence, the right to make its own decisions within its own borders. It has the right to live in peace. This is an irrational act of brutality, bad for the people of Ukraine, also bad for ordinary Russians. The Ukraine, led by President Zelensky, has shown remarkable bravery in front of the advance of the Russian military. I think it's incredible when you look at the people who've taken up, ordinary Ukrainians who have taken up arms, teenagers, teachers, bus drivers, but just people like you and I actually saying we will not surrender. And I think this is fighting for your own country is such a powerful motivation, and invaders almost always underestimate the willpower of people fighting for their own country. I was actually in Slovenia in 1991 when Slovenia and Croatia declared independence from the former Yugoslavia, and that started the process of what was called the 10 Days War. In Slovenia, a military was stood up almost overnight, and you had ordinary people driving their family car onto the highway, you know, to try and block the path of the tanks. You had people who, you know, middle-aged people who hadn't picked up a gun since their military service as an 18-year-old picking up a gun and going out prepared to fight and prepared to die. And I see that same spirit in the Ukrainian population, people saying, I would rather not live if I have to live under Russian occupation. It is just phenomenally courageous. It's been inspirational, but it's an inspiration that comes with so much tragedy and honestly so much waste attached to it, so much loss of human life, and not just the thousands who've lost their lives, the 4 million refugees, another 50,000 leaving every day, the cities, the buildings that will have to be rebuilt, the poverty, the lack of food as transport lines are broken, all of the suffering that the people of Ukraine will endure, even if peace was declared tomorrow, for years to come, because of this mad decision by Vladimir Putin. The cost of it is so extraordinary. We've seen so many just alarming, disturbing reports of protesting civilians being shot at, of schools and hospitals being bombed, despite you know, declaring that there were only civilians inside. We've seen families who fled carrying their few possessions on their shoulders out of the face, away from the face of the war. And it's not just, there are millions affected. The impacts will last for years for the people of Ukraine, but this really challenges the system that has, by and large, kept the world relatively safe and relatively conflict-free since the Second World War. The principle that countries don't invade their neighbours, that all of us obey the international rules-based system, has, by and large, meant that we've lived through a relatively peaceful few decades. I don't want to try and predict the future. If Vladimir Putin gets away with this, who knows what his next target will be? And also, what message does that send to other totalitarian regimes, other large countries that have territorial disputes with their neighbours? That's why it is absolutely critical for Australia to stand with the United States, stand with Europe, stand with NATO, and most particularly, of course, stand with the people of Ukraine to say this shall not pass. This shall not happen. We won't let it happen. As the Secretary-General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, said, and I quote, "The use of force by one country against another is the repudiation of the principles that every country has committed to uphold. This applies to the present military offensive. It is wrong. It is against the Charter. It is unacceptable, but it is not irreversible." And I think this is an important point, Mr Acting Deputy Speaker. We work for peace, but we don't take it for granted. Australia has traditionally played a role in the international community as a country that is dedicated to helping, at times of conflict, helping parties come to a resolution. We played an extraordinary role in Cambodia to do that. We played an extraordinary role in supporting the East Timorese independence vote. There are so many examples where Australia has had a role that perhaps our size of population you wouldn't necessarily expect it. It is important that we do whatever we can, not just to help the people of Ukraine in the immediate need that they have, but also to reiterate and do whatever we can to support that international rules-based system that is the only way countries have of peacefully resolving differences. It is the responsibility of Vladimir Putin, no one else, to stop this aggression now. We are putting pressure, Australia, along with other nations, putting pressure on Vladimir Putin and the people around him with sanctions, including the targeted sanctions that are directly, we hope, impacting people who might have some influence with President Putin. But I have to say, it is also important that other large nations, including permanent members of the United Nations Security Council, such as China, do whatever they can also to put pressure on the Russians to stop this madness. And that's why so many of us were alarmed by the no limits friendship arrangement that has been recently entered into by Russia and China. I want to finish by just focusing for a moment on the people of Russia. It is obviously 100% the responsibility of Russia to stop this aggression, to withdraw its troops, to accept that this was wrong from the very beginning. I am so impressed by the people of Ukraine, how bravely they have fought this invasion, but I'm also impressed by the bravery of those Russians who have stood up to an authoritarian president. We know that there are Russians being arrested in their thousands for saying exactly what I'm saying here today, that this war is wrong and that it should be opposed. Well, you can go to jail, and not for a short time, for saying that in Vladimir Putin's Russia. So all of my thoughts, all of my support is going out to the people of Ukraine today, and also those brave Russians who are calling out this madness and demanding it stop.
Hear, hear.
I call the member for Wills.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And as the member for Sydney quite rightly pointed out, it is madness. In just 4 weeks, we've seen the war in Ukraine cause the largest refugee movement since the Second World War. Bombs dropping day and night, horrific scenes, hospitals bombed, maternity hospital bombed, miraculous recoveries as well from people who've escaped from those attacks. But there's been children who've been orphaned, as well as the deaths. And of the many stories and pictures, I've plucked out one just to share, and that was Alina and her 7-year-old son, Nicodim. And there's a picture, some of you might have seen it, of Nicodim, who's 7, clutching onto his prized possession, a deflated football, while he was hiding for safety with his mum. There's still 1,000 people trapped under the ruins of a theatre in Mariupol. There are stories, countless stories of sadness and suffering everywhere across Ukraine. And of course, there's no greater sense of urgency than over the humanitarian catastrophe that's occurring, particularly in Mariupol, but as well as many other cities, but particularly in Mariupol, given the siege that they have been under. There are also stories of bravery and courage, stories of the Ukrainian people risking their lives to stand up and fight the Russian aggression, refusing to capitulate to to Vladimir Putin and the demands of a dictator. Millions of Ukrainians have stayed to fight or returned to fight for their country and for their democracy. And as we've heard, Putin's invasion of Ukraine is not just an attack on Ukrainian sovereignty. Actually, it is an attack on one of the core principles of the post-World War II era, that all UN members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any other state. Now, we're all members of a parliament, I would say, of a great democracy, one of the oldest democracies, continuous democracies in the world, Australia. And in many respects, we have a collective duty to stand up for human rights, for international law, for that liberal rules-based order, and speak up when those rights are diminished or abused, whether that be here or abroad. That's the least we can do as elected representatives of this great democracy. And that is why, fundamentally, why all of us here, as well as our leader, Anthony Albanese, the Shadow Foreign Minister Penny Wong, have repeatedly called for Russia to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and condemned Russia's aggression, which violates international law, undermines security in the region and the world, and lacks basic decency. The barbarity of it is there for the whole world to see, despite their disinformation campaigns. We see the truth. So Australia has a responsibility to work with our allies and support Ukraine in any way that we can, and the opposition has provided that support to push back against authoritarian regimes trying to interfere in our systems and undermine that liberal rules-based order. This really goes beyond party lines. This is not about partisanship, because we are, Deputy Speaker, at an inflection point globally. There is a contest between authoritarian regimes and democracies that is happening around the globe. And that is the kind of struggle of our age, really, and one that we will be grappling with, at least for the next couple of decades. Now, we have supported as an opposition the commitments that the government has made to provide Ukraine with cybersecurity and military aid, lethal aid and non-lethal aid. We've supported the government's imposition of Magnitsky sanctions under our new laws that have targeted the individuals in Russia and their family members. But we also have a lot of work to do in our own region as well. And the invasion of Ukraine has shone a light on, and some of the previous speakers have mentioned it, the troubling strategic convergence between Beijing and Moscow. And this is something that we are obviously front and centre with, being one of the regional powers in the Indo-Pacific. On a recent trip to the United States with the Parliamentary Committee on Intelligence and Security that I attended with the Chair, Senator Patterson, we agreed to leave partisanship back in Canberra, leave all the shenanigans back here, and we were working together in a bipartisan fashion, a diplomatic effort to advance Australia's objectives on that trip. And we saw a very bright spot of bipartisanship as well in the US Congress, in the Senate and the House when it came to support for Ukraine, how much that the US political system there had galvanised around support for the Ukrainians, how surprised they were about the resistance, the bravery, the courage and the effectiveness of the fight that had been put up by the Ukrainians. And there was also a bright spot of bipartisanship that we noted when it came to the Indo-Pacific region as well. And we were all surprised by the EU and the European democracies and how they have stood up in support of Ukraine. And that is of real importance, because countries like Switzerland, who have been neutral for hundreds of years, have taken a stand. Germany. And this is beyond partisanship, it's beyond political sides here. We're talking about, Greens foreign ministers in Germany really stepping up to the plate on defence spending. There is a cognizance amongst the Europeans, our friends in Europe, of the importance of demonstrating unity and tangible, substantive support for Ukraine in their time of need. And that has been something worth seeing, because it actually gives us some inspiration about the work that we have to do to get it over the kind of silly partisan fights that we have sometimes, and see the bigger picture of what needs to be done to protect our way of life. There was, as I said, a very important discussion around US engagement in the Indo-Pacific region and the importance of an economic framework in our region that can provide an alternative for countries in the region to participate in. These are the 3 Ds of statecraft: defence, diplomacy and development. This is what it's about. It's the hard work that a middle power like Australia has to do. That's why Labor Shadow Foreign Minister Penny Wong often speaks about the need to put Australian values like respect for human rights, such as respect for human rights and international law, at the centre of our foreign policy. And I think this is not a naive approach. It actually makes a lot of sense. In the world that we live in today, this is more necessary than ever. The standing up for those values actually matters. The unity that we see with other countries, like-minded countries, democracies, actually matters. And I think no matter where you see human rights being abused and diminished around the world, I think it's our duty as, I would say, political leaders, in the sense that we are elected leaders, to stand up and speak out against that. As elected members of this parliament, it's critically important for us to champion human rights when it comes to Ukraine, but when it comes to Myanmar, when it comes to the democracy protesters in Hong Kong, when it comes to so many spots around the world where that contest between authoritarianism and democracy is a frontline battle, where people are actually losing their lives fighting for the freedoms that we might, some probably say, take for granted, frankly. And so that fight for freedom, for democracy around the world is one that we should show leadership with and be part of in solidarity, but also be on the front line, at the very least, in what we say in this place. And of course, tomorrow the President of Ukraine, President Zelensky, will be addressing this parliament, and we need to listen.
I call the member for Griffith.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Recently, I attended the Ukrainian church in my electorate. It's a small church, it's at Wollongabba, and I attended alongside the State Member for Greenslopes, Joe Kelly MP, Queensland Minister Leanne Linnard, Senator Anthony Chisholm was with us, and also in attendance was Australia's Governor-General, who had come to this small church in Wollongabba in my electorate, as we all did, to stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people as we listened to the service, as we stood with them. We wanted to express our strong support for the Ukrainian community of Australia, the diaspora here, but to all people from Ukraine who are facing a really terrible and unjust war being waged upon them. Deputy Speaker, I think it's important to stand up against imperialism, to stand up against oppression, and I wanted to pay tribute to every Ukrainian person who is standing in defiance, whether at home or abroad, against this unjust war. It was quite remarkable to me. I'd not been to a Ukrainian church service before. We were in this small church, but it was really full, and the service is sung, and there was this beautiful singing ringing out through the church in defiance of what was happening in their homeland and in support for one another. And I think probably the most remarkable part of this service was when Father Stephen gave the homily. The homily was about forgiveness, and it was quite remarkable to be with those people and to hear those words. And I wanted to pay tribute to him, to Father Stephen, also to Father Martin, who were there with the parishioners. And I also wanted to pay tribute to the Ukrainian community of Queensland Incorporated, which is the community group in my home state for Ukrainians, who organised a good attendance at that service, and then subsequent to it organised a really big, well-attended and impeccably conducted, I must say, while I was there at least, rally in King George Square that was attended by a number of my colleagues as well as other representatives from the broader community, but was led by the Ukrainian community. And at that rally that we all attended after the church service, we saw a sea of blue and yellow. We saw defiance, we saw resistance, we saw hope. Because these are a people who believe that they will prevail in this war, that this unjust war will come to an end, and that their people will continue and that their nation will continue. So it was an interesting day, Deputy Speaker. It was during the Brisbane floods. It was the 6th of March, this rally, and the Brisbane floods, as you probably know, had been happening twice a day for several days in the lead up to that day. People were still cleaning up. It was incredibly humid, mud everywhere, but it was really heartening to see that people took time out, even of a disaster, to come to King George Square in the centre of Brisbane and to show that solidarity. A number of us did that. So I wanted to say congratulations to Peter Bongiorni particularly, who's the president of the UCQ, and his mum actually, who was very clearly a big part of the organising for the rally, his partner, to the immediate past president of the UCQ, and to all of the members of the committee and the organisation who'd clearly been working tirelessly in the face of a natural disaster, in the face of war at home, to organise this opportunity for the community to come together and to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. And more broadly, Deputy Speaker, it's important, I think, for all of us in this Parliament to express our support for Ukrainians who are going through a terrifying and difficult time facing this unjust war, to acknowledge their capacity for defiance, to acknowledge their willingness to stand up. I mentioned the floods. I was thinking during the floods about the Ukrainians, of course, because, you know, while I was out, you know, putting sandbags in trucks and making sure that community groups had the connections they need to deliver services, my counterparts in the Ukraine, from the Ukrainian Parliament in Ukraine, their Twitter feeds were full of members of Parliament having to learn how to use a gun and making the decision to stay in the capital to fight. It was quite humbling. But of course the story isn't about members of Parliament. It isn't even about President Zelensky, no matter how brave and no matter how much leadership he has shown and his family have shown. The story is about the individual Ukrainians, who everyday people living everyday lives, who all of a sudden are being bombed and are facing this campaign against them, who are nonetheless standing together and facing it down. So I want to pay tribute to them. Of course, we've heard from other speakers that Labor stands in solidarity with Ukrainians, as does every member of this Parliament, I expect, and as does the nation. And I'm certainly very pleased to be part of an opposition and alternative government that is willing to render any assistance we can practically provide to the people of Ukraine as they face down this threat, this unjust war, this autocratic regime. I'm proud to be part of a democracy. I'm proud of our democracy. And as a strong democracy, it is incumbent upon us to stand up for democracy. It's incumbent upon us to stand against unjust wars. And I'm proud to be part of, you know, a small part, of course, but a part nonetheless of an international effort to stand up for these principles that we all believe in. So I wanted to say again a thank you to all members of the Queensland Ukrainian community, all members of the Australian Ukrainian community, for the work that they are doing to provide opportunities to stand in solidarity. And I wanted to say to those who fight, to those who are at home in Ukraine, to those who are trying to care for children or elderly loved ones, to those who are trying to resist, or those who are just trying to survive, we see you, we stand in solidarity with you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Canberra.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak about the war in Ukraine, and I just want to acknowledge the heartfelt speeches from the member for Griffith, the member for Wills and the member for Sydney that I've just heard. It's been 34 days since Russia invaded Ukraine, and we've been witnessing a devastating loss of life and attacks on civilians, including attacks on hospitals and healthcare facilities. The World Health Organization has confirmed that there have been more than 70 separate attacks on hospitals, ambulances and doctors in Ukraine, with the number increasing on a daily basis. And Australians have been shocked and saddened to see this, and particularly seeing a maternity hospital attacked was a particularly sickening example. We're seeing families torn apart as men stay to fight for their country and women try to get the rest of the family to safety. Seeing little children weeping as they say goodbye to their fathers for reasons that they have no comprehension of, and the adults knowing that they may never see them again. The UN estimates that close to 1,000 civilians have been killed, although this most likely underestimates the real figure, and it will continue to climb until peace can be restored. We have seen the senseless destruction of cities and infrastructure. We have seen more than 3.5 million Ukrainians fleeing their homes for safety in neighbouring nations. And the United Nations has predicted that the number of refugees from the conflict could reach 4 million. With this invasion, Vladimir Putin has attacked the rules-based order that has guaranteed peace and prosperity since the end of World War II. He has torn up those rules, and this invasion is illegal. This is an illegal and unjust war. Ukraine is fighting for sovereignty, for democracy and for freedom, and Ukrainians have the right to live in peace. The courageous resistance of the Ukrainian people has been inspirational, and the leadership of the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will address our Parliament tomorrow, has also been inspirational, and I very much look forward to that address. Our hearts go out to the people of Ukraine and those in Australia who have lost or are worried about their loved ones, who are caught up in that violence. And I also want to acknowledge the Russians who are so bravely protesting against this dictatorship and this war. And I think for us here in Australia, it is hard for us to fathom what that really means, because we live in a democracy where we do have the right to protest and to speak against our government, and that is something we must deeply value and continue to stand up for with pride. I recently had the privilege to speak at a vigil here in Canberra organised by Amnesty International in the Nara Peace Park, not far from this building. And I wanted to again reiterate as the member for Canberra that I want to say on behalf of our community and on behalf of our Parliament to the Canberra Ukrainian community that we just stand with you in solidarity, that our hearts are with you in just this unthinkable pain that you're in. We had some incredible speakers at the vigil talking about their homeland, their experiences and their families and loved ones who are still there. And one of those speakers was Alexander Demianenko, who works at the Australian National University. And he and his wife and young daughter had actually just returned from being in Ukraine before this happened, and he spoke very passionately about those he knows who have been tragically killed. A school friend was one. And about the heartbreak felt by Ukrainians watching the destruction of their homeland and his condemnation of Mr. Putin's aggression. And Canberrans really stand with Ukrainians in our condemnation of that, as does this Parliament. I've been really pleased to see that Australia has granted more than 5,000 visas to Ukrainians in Ukraine and hundreds more to Ukrainians elsewhere, and that more than 1,000 of these visa holders have already arrived safely in Australia and will continue to arrive every day. And it is vitally important that Australia plays this role in accepting refugees from Ukraine and from all conflicts around the world. Afghanistan is another example where we have seen so many people's livelihoods, futures destroyed, and we know that many of them are seeking a future here in Australia, and we should grant that, and we should grant that to more people than we are at the moment. Just today I heard from a constituent who has managed to get 5 members of her family here to Canberra and will be seeking visas for them, and I hope that I'll be able to help her with that. And they are, of course, 5 female members of her family, while the men are remaining there to fight for their country and its sovereignty. And that is absolutely heartbreaking. Attacks on global peace and security impact us all. And it is not in anyone's interest for any country to think that they can threaten sovereignty or change this status quo by force. It's important that we demonstrate that these actions come with a cost, and that's why Australia and the world has a responsibility to join in the defence of Ukraine and the principles of democracy and freedom. And Australia has joined in exerting diplomatic pressure and imposing sanctions on Russia and supplying aid to Ukraine. Labor has, of course, given bipartisan support to these efforts, and Australia should be working in concert with our international partners to continue to ratchet up these costs for Mr Putin and his regime. Labor is also supportive of additional assistance for Ukraine, including coal and humanitarian and military assistance. Strong and comprehensive measures are required to support Ukraine's pushback against Russia's invasion. And again, I just want to say to our Ukrainian community here in Canberra and around Australia that Australians stand with you and our hearts are with you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I thank the member and I call the member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. What we have found and learnt, many of us, over the last few weeks is that there are many people in our communities who have always had a place for Ukraine in their heart. People who have moved to Australia from Ukraine, people who have had long associations. What we've discovered in Australia over the last month is that Ukraine has grown a little place in all of our heart. And unfortunately that has happened because of the shameful invasion that Russia has initiated. So the actions that we take in this place and the actions that the government must continue to take must protect Ukraine's future. As many have already said, this attack is wholly unprovoked and has absolutely no justification. And again, we must be very clear that Russia is the aggressor and that they are responsible for the bloodshed and lives that have been taken in this violence. We stand with the people of Ukraine and we stand with those that seek to defend their nation, a nation that had been living peacefully until just a few weeks ago. And I want to note that, in particular, the families and civilians killed in this aggression. At the start of this week, the best records available, and we know that this is probably an underestimation, 1,151 civilians killed, of which 103 were children. And that is why it is important that Parliament have this debate and that we continue to state very clearly that this federal parliament, not the government, not one side or the other, but this entire federal parliament stands with the people of Ukraine. We stand with them in our communities, we stand with them in our electorates, we stand with them in the important forums of the United Nations, and we'll stand with them wherever an Australian hand of friendship is needed. And how do we do so? We do so with our toughest sanctions. We do so by acting with our allies wherever we can cooperate to prevent further lives being lost. We do so by sending humanitarian aid and indeed by sending lethal aid, not something that Australia ever does lightly, but we do because it's the right thing to do. And we do so by standing with our communities in peaceful protests. And the opposition has very clearly said that we will continue to give bipartisan support for the Australian government for the economic and military assistance necessary for Ukraine, support the sanctions against Russia, provide, where necessary, safe havens for Ukrainians fleeing the conflict, and support for Ukrainian-Australian associations. And I do want to put on record my thanks to the DFAT officials who have been helping my constituents, and I don't want to go into the detail of those matters other than say I'm very grateful for the work of DFAT and indeed grateful for the work of the Foreign Minister and her office in assisting a number of my constituents in some incredibly difficult circumstances to both protect lives and to reunite families. And as the member for Perth, I'm very grateful for that. It has also been necessary for many of us to stand with our communities. I've stood with the Perth community at two separate vigils, a Stop the War rally held in the Supreme Court Gardens on the banks of the Swan River, where the gardens and the parklands were covered in blue and gold. Normally when we cover things in blue and gold in Western Australia, it's for the West Coast Eagles, but this was something much more important. This was so that we could show the support of the people of Western Australia for the people of Ukraine. I also commend the Lord Mayor of the City of Perth and the state government for lighting up a number of monuments in blue and gold across the state, including Council House. And I want to thank everyone who attended that rally on the 5th of March, who marched through the streets of Perth, showing their support for peace. And then at St Mary's Cathedral, a building built in 1865, proudly in the heart of the Perth electorate, we gathered again in a vigil to show support for the people of Ukraine. And that had a roll call of a range of consuls general and a range of political leaders, and I'd particularly note the attendance and the very heartfelt and strong speeches of Tony Buddy, the Minister for Multicultural Affairs, Senator Smith and the member for Stirling, along with Senator Cox, Senator Steele-John, and indeed even Caroline Perks, who's the Greens candidate for Perth, and it was good to see that cross-partisan support shown very strongly in the heart of the Perth electorate. And so we must continue, however we can, to stand with Ukraine and not let this slip off the agenda, because this is not just an attack on one country, this is an attack on democracy the world over. This is an attack on the rules that keep all nations and all citizens wherever they live safe. It is an attack on our values, attack on friends and people that are dear to our communities. And while we can oppose this, we need to work in whichever ways we can to ensure this conflict does come to an end and that happens soon. I'll continue to campaign for peace in the Perth electorate until it does, and I look forward to hearing from President Zelensky tomorrow when he addresses the Parliament about how Australia can further assist in the cause of peace. He is an inspiring leader, but we don't need inspiration. We simply need a path to peace, and we need it now. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for McNamara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. It's been an extraordinary month, one of the most dangerous months since World War II, where Russian aggression has moved into Ukraine, unjustified, unprovoked, completely unacceptable. There's been attacks near and around nuclear energy stations, there's been attacks on civilian areas, and there's been attacks by Russia on the people of Ukraine for no reason. And at the very start, when Vladimir Putin started invading Ukraine, emphatic statements were made in Australia that there is no justification for this war, and that it remains true today as it did at the start of this conflict. There is no justification for this war. There is no justification for Russia to be in the Ukraine at this moment, and we would again urge Russia to withdraw their troops from Ukraine and stop the indiscriminate bombing of civilian areas. In McNamara, in my electorate, we have one of the largest Ukrainian expat populations in Australia. Many of those who came from Ukraine did so at the fall of the Soviet Empire and did so late in their adult lives. They did so fleeing persecution from the Soviet Empire And coming to Australia as an adult, learning English wasn't really an option for many people. And so finding work, finding their place in the Australian society was a difficult transition for many people who came from Ukraine, many of whom have actually, in my electorate, live in public housing. There is a Ukrainian community in some of the public housing areas in my electorate, and they are, at their core, deeply grateful for our nation for not only giving them safety but giving them a home and allowing them time to come to this country in safety. Their families have then gone on to give so much back to Australian society. Their kids have obviously been able to learn English, but many of the older migrants who came to this country did so in a pretty vulnerable state and are kind and generous every time I go and visit them, and are deeply stressed about the state of their family back home and the country that they left behind. It's one of the interesting analyses about Vladimir Putin is that he doesn't use technology. He doesn't use smartphones. He is constantly surrounding himself by advisors who are answering his questions, but for a range of reasons, including wanting to not be trackable on for international espionage, Vladimir Putin doesn't use smartphones. And one of the outcomes, perhaps, of that is that he really doesn't understand the temperature on the ground in Ukraine. He has this romantic idea of Soviet Russia that the people, that the people of Ukraine would welcome back the Russian forces from their European aggressors. But that is not what Ukraine is. Ukraine is not a country that looks back in history at the Soviet era in a romanticised way, in the way in which Vladimir Putin wants him to. Ukraine is a democracy, a vibrant democracy, a democracy that is forward-leaning, that is full of arts and culture and political debate. It is the sort of country that we are proud to affiliate ourselves with. It is not an autocratic country. It is not a dictatorship. It is a vibrant democracy. In fact, the person who leads that vibrant democracy years ago found himself as an actor playing the president of Ukraine, and was so convincing in his portrayal as the president of Ukraine that people actually said to him that you should run to be the president of Ukraine, and was emphatically voted in with 70% of the presidential vote. And you think, well, how can a comedian tap into the sentiment of a forward-thinking, proud country like Ukraine? And to see the way in which Volodymyr Zelensky has withstood the barrage, withstood the pressure, withstood the second largest military in the world in terms of nuclear capability, and withstood the overwhelming capability of the Russian military on Ukraine's borders and inside Ukrainian territory, has been heroic, absolutely heroic. And I can't think of another figure in the world politic, really since Nelson Mandela, who has been able to galvanise the international community in the way in which President Zelensky has. It will be an honour to hear him speak tomorrow in the Australian Parliament. And we wish him strength. We wish the Ukrainian people strength. We wish them victory not only on the battlefields in their cities, but we wish them survival so that they can rebuild their amazing country, their country full of life and culture. As the member for Canberra mentioned before, families have been separated due to the conscription of Ukrainian males who have been forced to stay behind, while the females and the children have been at least given the option to potentially flee, and that's led to more than 3 million Ukrainian refugees leaving the country, an extraordinary amount, putting huge pressure on Poland, on Romania, on Lithuania, on countries surrounding the Ukraine. So, Acting Speaker, Vladimir Putin came into Ukraine with a purpose of what he calls outrageously denazifying the Ukrainian people. It is an outdated Soviet mentality of aggression towards the Soviets or towards the Russian people, can be sort of shrouded in Nazism, but As we know, Nazism was something very, very different, and Vladimir Zelensky is a grandson of Holocaust survivors, and the extra sharpness of using that as a justification to invade Ukraine is simply abhorrent, and another layer as to why this unjustified invasion of Ukraine is simply unacceptable. The final thing I'll say is that some of the geostrategic consequences of Vladimir Putin invading Ukraine has been the exact opposite of what he intended when he invaded Ukraine. First of all, it is extraordinary, and it must be noted as a friend and ally of many in the European Union, that Germany has completely changed its neutrality in terms of military activity due to the aggression of Vladimir Putin. It is extraordinary that Switzerland has ended its neutrality and has helped provide aid towards the Ukrainians in this contest. It is not insignificant that this moment in history that Vladimir Putin, through his aggression and through his unjustified war in Ukraine, has galvanised NATO, it's united Europe, it's activated the Americans in a way where there is now a constant communication between the United States, between NATO, between Europe, between allies like Australia around the world, to stand united against Vladimir Putin and his outrageous war in the Ukraine. This is important because the sanctions that we are using and implementing in Australia right now, the sanctions that are being used by Europe, by the United States, by President Biden, are being felt in Russia right now. The people of Russia are smart. They are alive to the fact that this is a deadly, unnecessary war, and they are feeling the economic consequences of the international community's sanctions. We need to keep the pressure up as international citizens. We need to keep the pressure on the Russian oligarchs, on the central power that surrounds Vladimir Putin. We need to stand in constant solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We wish them strength. Their bravery is truly, truly historic and heroic, and we wish President Zelensky only peace as he and his people fight for their survival, and we look forward to welcoming him to the House of Representatives tomorrow. Thank you.
I thank the member, and I call the member for Scullin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This is an important debate, and I'm pleased to have the opportunity to rise to participate in it. And I've been equally pleased to be present for the remarks of a number of my colleagues, the member for Canberra, the member for Perth and the member for Macnamara. And I associate myself with their remarks and, of course, those of the Prime Minister and the Leader of the Labor Party. For me, this debate is an opportunity for us in this place to express two things, to express our solidarity and also our resolve. Both matter, and I'll try and very briefly in my contribution touch on why I think this is the case. Firstly, solidarity. I don't, unlike my friend the member for Macnamara, represent a particularly significant Ukrainian Australian community, but as Labor's Shadow Minister for Multicultural Affairs, I've had the opportunity, indeed the privilege, to spend a lot of time recently listening to the voices of Australians of Ukrainian background and to participate in some very moving occasions of the nature that the member for Perth spoke about, be they church services or other community gatherings. And I want to share with the chamber a couple of those occasions. Firstly, a beautiful service at St Patrick's in Melbourne, a well-attended service by the diaspora community, also participated in.
A division has been called in the House and the proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. Call the member for Scullin in continuation.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. As I was saying, I was very privileged to attend a very moving service at St Patrick's Cathedral around the corner from the State Parliament House in Melbourne, and I was gratified to see so many representatives of the wider community, faith leaders, political leaders, in solidarity. I also wanted to mention a very significant event in the Victorian calendar, the Multicultural Gala Dinner, which took place a couple of weekends ago. And the dinner was addressed by both the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition in Victoria, Matthew Guy, who is of Ukrainian heritage, and both made very significant and passionate contributions in recognition of the challenges the diaspora community are facing as they confront the rolling images of a horrific conflict, a horrific and unjustified and indeed unjustifiable conflict that brings home so many awful, awful feelings above and beyond those which horrify the rest of us who lack that personal connection. And that bipartisan and indeed multi-partisan commitment is, I think, what this debate also demonstrates in this House, our shared solidarity to the people of the Ukraine, but also recognising the extraordinary challenges that are faced by the Australians who have Ukrainian heritage and to whom this conflict is all too close. And of the many Ukrainian Australians I've had the opportunity to listen to in recent days, I want to briefly reflect on a conversation I had with a young woman who came to see me in my office in Parliament House with Amnesty, and I think my friend, the member for Newcastle, may also share some of these reflections. And I was struck first and foremost by her strength and her courage, but also at how obvious it was that she was so affected by the challenge of conveying to me, and no doubt to others in this place, exactly what this meant to her. How the quotidian events of life in her home country had been so brutally upended, and how the days that were marked on her calendar, significant family occasions, had been replaced by a creeping sense of dread, a sense of hopelessness and a sense of powerlessness. And I hope in this place we can attend to those feelings of hopelessness and powerlessness. I don't think any of us presume to have all the answers to end that horrible conflict, but we know by showing the resolve we have been showing, the government and the Labor opposition, we can go some way towards that in our expressions of humanitarian aid and indeed our support for lethal aid in these circumstances. I think all of us believe that is warranted. In our recognition of the fact that Europe is facing the largest forced movement of people since World War II, and we are, as responsible international citizens and signatories to the Convention, required to take the steps that we can do to assist these people who've been forced to flee their homeland and ask for help. I'm pleased to see the commitments in the budget be discarded, but I'll do my best. I was really coming. Okay, we're back on. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Look, I was getting close to the point of concluding because I just wanted to recognise again, while I appreciate the steps that have been undertaken to offer refuge to people forced to flee the conflict, that we can do more, and we should in doing more, listen to those voices closest to the ground and think about some of the steps that other wealthy countries that are also convention signatories have been doing to assist people in such desperate need. I note that we can't take for granted living in a peaceful and rules-based world.
I call the member for Scullin in continuation.
In continuation again, Deputy Speaker, I'll conclude by making two last remarks. Firstly, my thoughts are also with the Russian Australian community, for whom this is a very difficult time too. And I know that the vast majority of that community look with horror at the events of the invasion and its consequences. The last point is, I spoke about solidarity and resolve, the things that we need to show. We'll have a great opportunity to do so tomorrow when President Zelensky, who's been an inspiration to us all, addresses the Parliament, and no doubt will give us more opportunity to think about what we can do to lend our support to a just cause and a people in need.
I thank the member and I call the member for Newcastle.
My apologies, Deputy Speaker. There's been a few interruptions, but I'm very honoured to be able to stand this evening to make a brief contribution with regards to the war against Ukraine. I think most of us in Australia were horrified to wake to the news of a Russian invasion that was, by all accounts, unprovoked and indeed unjustified. I found myself for that first week or so really glued to my devices, trying to follow everything that was happening in Ukraine and trying to try and understand something of what the Ukraine people were going through, because as is always the case in war, there are thousands and thousands, indeed millions, of innocent civilians who are, men, women and children, the very people that we would have as part of our families, as in our workplaces, in our neighbourhoods, who bear the brunt of the sheer brutality of war. This is the case in all wars, and it's part of, why war remains such a reckless and indeed senseless course of action. It was my privilege, Deputy Speaker, to host the leader of the Australian Labor Party, Anthony Albanese, to a visit to the Ukraine Catholic Church in Newcastle, in Broadmeadow, indeed, just outside of the city of Newcastle. Anthony Albanese and I lit a candle in solidarity with the Ukraine community of Newcastle, but indeed not just the Ukraine Catholic Church there in Newcastle, but indeed to stand with the Ukraine Australian community everywhere, but also to stand in solidarity with those in Ukraine who were being subjected to horrific acts of violence. Australia, as colleagues before me have said, we are united. We are united in this parliament, in our communities, in our condemnation of Vladimir Putin's unjustified and unprovoked attack on Ukraine. I think, there are many who might have been surprised by the sustained efforts of the Ukraine people, but I can assure you that when the leader of the Labor Party and myself spoke to the members of the Ukraine Catholic Church in Newcastle, it was abundantly clear just how determined the Ukraine people were to defend their homelands and protect their peoples, and to stand against, a senseless act of aggression. Stories from people like Stefania in my electorate, who I met at the church, were truly heartbreaking. Stefania is a 96-year-old woman. She fled Ukraine from the Germans and the Russians after World War II. And today, her community has witnessed another generation of Ukrainians who are bravely defending their country again. I met with many members of the Ukraine community on that day who were fiercely proud of their families back in Ukraine and the role that they were playing to defend their country. When I heard the national anthem being sung in the church, you could feel with every fibre in my body, you could feel the pride and determination of a group of people who have been to hell and back before, and truly wish that this newer generation of family were not having to experience this. But sadly, for many Ukrainian people, especially those here in Australia who fled after World War II, this is a very familiar experience, one that cuts very, very deeply within their living memories. This is a lived experience for people like Stefania and of her generation who fled a savage, war-torn Europe to find safety for themselves and their families. They, without doubt, were urging us in this parliament, and indeed in parliaments, decision-makers in parliaments across the globe, to stand in solidarity with Ukraine at this hour of need. We should absolutely be doing everything we can to secure and ensure that peace prevails in Ukraine. We will be witnessing we will be joined with President Zelensky, who will address this parliament tomorrow. And that will be a very moving moment, I am sure, for the Australian Parliament. He has already addressed the parliaments in the United States, the European Union and the UK. So it is very fitting that we join in that list of parliaments now that he has been able to address directly. We will learn firsthand of the situation, but what the needs are of the Ukrainian people, no doubt. I want to thank Father Paul Bereznyuk in Newcastle, for the father at the Ukrainian Catholic Church, for hosting both the leader of the Australian Labor Party and myself for what was a very moving service, and for the heartfelt and heartbreaking conversations that we had with the congregation. And I'd also like to acknowledge Wilhelmina Motika, the gentleman who has really been the spokesperson for the Ukraine community in Newcastle, has handled much of the media inquiries and done a lot of the public outward-facing work to be done. I'd also like to join the member for Scullin in acknowledging a recent visit from a delegation from Amnesty International and the pain that Inna Proshevska made very clear when she, as a young Ukrainian woman herself, tried to explain what was happening back in her home country, the devastation that people were feeling, the reports of indiscriminate bombardments that are occurring, that are offensive. Anybody that has respect for international law and order, that wishes to see world peace, would be, grossly offended by the indiscriminate bombardment that's taking place in Ukraine. It is estimated that the damage done to Ukraine is already in excess of $100 billion US, and that is, really incomprehensible, I expect, for most members in the Australian community. But I do wish to go back to an issue that the young Ukrainian woman Inna made when she came to visit me with the Amnesty International delegation. It was deeply traumatic for her to have to relive these stories, I should say, but she pleaded that, whilst announcements from the Australian government last week concerning the temporary visas being offered to Ukraine in addition to the humanitarian program are absolutely welcome, she wanted to make that clear, but there needs to be a more concerted effort from us so that on the ground in Europe people know that there's an option, not just for humanitarian program, but also some temporary visas. The Australian government also need to acknowledge, she stressed that many people who are leaving Ukraine have nothing but the clothes on their backs. So being able to purchase an aeroplane ticket to Australia might not be possible for everybody, and to ensure that people from Ukraine who want to come to Australia have that opportunity. So we might need chartered flights or offers to get people here, as well as assurance that they will be assisted when they arrive, including pathways to permanency where that is desired. I thank the House for enabling me to make this contribution today. Thank you very much.
I thank the member. Member for Grey.
In that case, Mr Deputy Speaker, I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those that opinion say aye. Aye. Against, no. The ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.